Thank you very much. First and foremost, I think it is very important to commiserate with families of victims that have been involved in this unfortunate incident. I therefore want to, in my capacity as a Nigerian, a human being first, say to families whose family members, friends, and fellow citizens who have been involved in this unfortunate incident that our thoughts and prayers and sympathy is with the families. We are hopeful that by the grace of God Almighty, those who are still in captivity will be found and rescued. And we stand with the families of those who have been killed, and we pray to God for the repose of the dead. Having said that, it is important for us to state clearly and unambiguously that there is no government in the world that takes pride in watching its citizens being killed and slaughtered unjustly. No government will take pride in that. Now, beyond this, wherever you find that incidents of this nature go unabated, unchecked, and uncontrolled, or even untamed, the reality is that you would find that it is one of three issues that have basically played out, if not a combination of all three. The first is that you would find that it is either as a result of the incapacitation of the government, meaning that it has reached its depth and can no longer prefer solutions or find innovative ways of addressing the situation. Or that, secondly, the standard operating procedures, the doctrinal issues, the personnel issues, the command and control structure within the military hierarchy and the architecture are ineffective in handling the situation, and in which case there is the need to ramp them up and ensure that there's an overhaul to put in place efficient and effective systems. Or that thirdly, there is saboteur within the system. So like I said, it is either one of these three reasons or a combination of all three reasons. Now, in the context of the situation which you have spoken about, you see, the security, what we call the security circle within the realm of security and strategic studies, speaks to four basic components that make up the security circle. One of them is what is called detection. The second is what is called verification. The third is what is called reaction. And then the fourth is protection. This is how you get to secure an environment. Now, when you look at all that we have just said within the forum of these components, you will come to find that intelligence gathering and intelligence sharing is one of the key components of attaining security within the state. But beyond that, there is also reaction or action. Where government is seen not to be taking action in certain circumstances, then protection will not be guaranteed. Now, you can further break this down into two broad categories. You see, the reality is of our security challenge in this country currently is that there are the sociological issues that accompanies it, and you also have the military issues on the other hand. In the realm of the sociological issues, you have the social-psychological conditioning of the average Nigerian man, which is basically a part of what is fueling this crisis. The lack of patriotism, the indiscipline amongst our people, and by our people I'm talking about the followership and the leadership. On the flip side, you also have the socio-economic issues as well. There is the widening gap in wealth distribution and income inequality that has basically created the deepening insecurity issues that we're faced with not just in this country but on a global scale. And that has to be addressed, because the frustration aggression theory is real. Where people are frustrated, they will react. So therefore that is one. And on the flip side, you have the military issues that must be addressed. And within the realm of the military issues, you have the condition and number of our personnel. Condition is very crucial. How have we been able to equip these individuals to be able to arrest the situation that we have on hand? Are we politicizing it? What exactly do we have the political will? This is speaking to those in position of authority. And if that is the case, have we been able to look at the hierarchy of the army and all of the security apparatus and coercive apparatus as we have talked about? What have they done in addressing the situation? Again, to allude to what Governor El-Rufai in his wisdom said, the government or the military knows where the hideout of these terrorists, and we have designated them terrorists for a reason. It is not just about nomenclature, moving them from bandits to terrorists. It is because we're trying to adhere to international standards and international best practices in taming and decimating certain individuals who have seen themselves as being stronger than the state. That's why we have tagged them terrorists. And so actions should be taken to match the terms that we have dubbed these individuals to be. And rightly so, they are terrorists. So therefore, there's the need for us to interrogate, to investigate what are the things that are on ground in terms of equipment. We are at a time where information technology is ruling the world. Have we been able to deploy the use of robotics and artificial intelligence? Have we been able to deploy the use of drones to ensure that we find the hideout of these individuals, to be able to arrest the situation, to be able to bomb? Because that's what we should be seen to be doing. You see, while there is the need for us to look at the sociological issues, i.e. the ideological underpinnings that have driven all of these issues, and they're enormous. There are a lot of them. There probably is the religious angle to it. There's probably the economic angle to it. There's a social angle to it. But all of that should come after you have been able to decimate and have reduced the capacity of these terrorists to conduct this sort of dastardly acts that they carry out on innocent Nigerians that go around about their normal businesses. So government must be seen to be in the forefront. And when we speak of government in this context, it is the central government's responsibility. And why is that so? Because of the current structure we have in place in the country. So government is or has not shown capacity, not well enough, in addressing the current security challenge we have in the country. And so therefore we must see the federal government led by the president himself, because by virtue of being the president, he becomes the commander-in-chief of the armed forces, meaning that he directs or dictates the direction of the security apparatus in the country. So the president has obviously fallen short in meeting his responsibilities, and that's why you're getting the reaction you're getting from average citizens. And of course, it is also very crucial and important that he leads from the front. When we talk about leading from the front, we're not saying, Mr. President, go to the theater of war. We're saying wherever there are cases of attacks, we should see the president address the country. We should see the president align himself with citizens who have been inflicted by these acts. The social media is good, but not good enough. The traditional media is still in the lead. Let's hear speeches from the president, address the nation, and talk about these issues so that people do not feel commonized, because it is simplistic and reductionist for us to have this level of insecurity in the country, attacks here and there, day in, day out, and lives are being claimed, and yet you hear silence, deafening silence from the corridors of power. It is not very helpful. That's one. This is in terms of the citizens. In terms of boosting the morale of the army, it is also very crucial. He used to be a soldier himself. I don't think he's a stranger to this. You should be seen to speak to the army. We are fighting war. This is a war, and we're fighting a war on several fronts. We're seeing emerging threats to our security architecture, to the territorial integrity of the state, from different nooks and crannies of the country. There's the ECN in the south. You have so much elements within the northwest alone, let alone the north central, let alone the northeast. You have the farmer herder. So there's just so much on the plate of Nigerians. So therefore, there's the need for the president to be seen in the forefront to do these things. Because if you don't boost the morale of your soldiers, they will not be able to perform. And again, like I said, we need to interrogate the sort of equipment that these individuals, these soldiers, these whatever security personnel are out there fighting this war. We need to interrogate what exactly they're being furnished with. Well, a number of factors can be pointed to in that regard. And whatever we will be saying, partly will be within the realm of speculation because we do not have available data at our disposal. We have just talked about the budgetary allocation to the army and all of the security architecture we have in the country, and how there is a deficit in terms of administration of the budgets and what goes to where. That's one issue. You see, over the years, we have misplaced priorities. This is a reality of what has been happening in this country. And this is not just affecting the security sector alone. It is something that has affected virtually all sectors, including the educational sector. Now, government needs to prioritize properly, because when you continue to misplace priorities and give attention to areas that you assume would turn the fortunes of the country around, it is going to be quite impossible. See, there's a huge misunderstanding or misconception in investment. Investing in capital projects basically is in three spheres. There's a short, medium, and to the long term. If you don't invest in the short term, people will not see the result. You're not going to be in office for 10 years or 20 years. It's 4 years. If you are lucky enough, people re-elect you to return back. So whatever you're doing, you must ensure that you look at the realities on ground and invest in those areas that will yield instant results. And that's exactly what should happen to even the security architecture as well. Where the country is faced with the grappling challenge of insecurity, you should be able to draw out a national military and a national defense strategy that would speak to the immediate issues, from the formation in the theater of war, which is the theaterics, to intelligence gathering and intelligence sourcing. You must be able to invest significantly in these areas and not just assume that investing in other areas which you think would better the situation would solve the problem. So I think that's the first thing that needs to be addressed. Ensuring that prioritizing is reconsidered to be able to address the immediate challenges of what exactly is going on so that we can reap results instantly. The second thing, in my view, that is basically leading to these challenges we're being faced with, because this is not just a challenge with the current administration, it's something that has been long-standing. Successive administrations have faced this same problem, is that we find that there are saboteurs within the system. Particularly, I say this with some level of caution, but certain individuals within the bureaucracy. We have a civil service who are supposed to be superintendents in ensuring that budgetary allocations are worked on to the letter. These individuals are the people who conspire and ensure that these things derail because they want to invest these monies in their private pockets, which shouldn't be the case. So we have a civil service that is a bandwagon of liability. Majority of it, I'm not saying all of it, we have very good men and women within the civil service, but the reality is a chunk of them are people who connive and ensure that the system fails. Why? Because the status quo benefits certain individuals. So I think a lot more needs to be done. And the reality of all of this is this, that wherever you allocate, you don't monitor. There is no M&E, you don't have a proper monitoring and evaluation team. You sit in the comfort or discomfort of your office and assume that Nigerians or the people whom you have given this dictates to will go out and carry out these responsibilities efficiently. Then you'll be lying to yourself. We're not that right. We haven't gotten to that place yet. So we must ensure that there is a superintending body besides just those people in the civil service who would ensure
right now with the wife of the man that was
the market is in chaos. People
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye. Aye.
We have taken the vote by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes.
Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
At the second Hybrid International Conference of the Institute of Maritime Studies, University of Nigeria, ENUGU campus, Adeboyega Oyetola, Nigeria's Minister of Marine and Blue Economy, underscored the pressing needs to drive sustainable economic growth while preserving Nigeria's marine ecosystems. Signature TV correspondent Chinere Mikebunam was at the conference where the President and the CEO of Signature TV was also honored with a fellowship award.
The Institute of Maritime Studies at the University of Nigeria ENUGU campus organized a two-day conference to address the growing global demand for marine resources and maritime activities. The event commenced with a courtesy visit to the Deputy Vice-Chancellor, represented by Professor Emmanuel Abueze, Head of Department of Business Management. In his welcome address, Professor Abueze highlighted the conference's vital role in promoting a balance between economic development and sustainable management of Nigeria's delicate marine environments, a synergy essential for long-term environmental sustainability.
As we prepare to get into this conference, be open-minded. Speak to yourself. Because it's one thing to be a teacher. It's about to subject yourself to being teachable. We as teachers will keep learning.
Themed Navigating the Future, anchoring sustainability while bridging the gap between economic growth and marine preservation. The conference convened a diverse group of scholars, academics, researchers, and industry stakeholders. Dr. Mercy Ilori, Director of Maritime Services, represented Minister Adeboyega Oyetola, emphasizing the event's significance. She noted that the President Bola Ahmed Tinubu's administration is fully committed to unlocking the potential of the marine and blue economy.
In line with this vision, the Ministry has taken deliberate steps to strengthen regulatory, legal, institutional, and policy framework for the management and development of the sector. We have painstakingly devoted attention to the crafting of sound policy framework to govern and direct the sector. The approach has been to guarantee a comprehensive and holistic national policy for the marine and blue economy.
Distinguished speakers, including Ibrahim Shekaru, former governor of Kano State and Minister of Education, represented by Sule Lokon Makera, a former House of Representatives member, alongside Professor Florence Orabreze, Director of the Institute of Maritime Studies, and the Emeritus Professor Benjamin Ozumba, the 14th Vice Chancellor of the University of Nigeria, reinforced the importance of harmonizing economic advancement and maritime conservation.
As a former Minister of Education, he remains passionate and about the role of knowledge and capacity building in enhancing the Nigerian maritime industry, which is critical pillars of our economy, encourage the activities gathering, continue collaboration between academic, government and industry for sustainable maritime development.
We must reconcile economic development with the health and sustainability of our marine ecosystems. This conference serves as a dynamic platform for scholars, practitioners, policymakers, and stakeholders to engage in thoughtful dialogue and develop strategies and balance economic progress with marine conservation.
Before you practicalize, you have to research and talk first. Before, there has been no talking about this. Remember, this is the first time we are having Ministry of Maritime Studies and Economy in the country. So it's not just about talking, we have started. And the ministry incorporates so many segments. Research. That is the impact on the country. We are beginning to investigate and interrogate, what does this hold for us?
Participants and officials shared valuable insights and perspectives on maritime preservation and the blue economy, enriching the dialogue with innovative ideas and practical solutions.
The area of blue economy is a new one, and as researchers we are delving into it to create more space for economic growth and development. So my impression about the conference is a good one and it's a good attempt, and I believe that maybe the next time they are organizing it will be wider than this.
So it's very vital that we encourage students and people to know about maritime. We have a lot of programs that it's not only about sea. We have maritime management, law and policy.
Now, what we are doing today and tomorrow is actually to talk to the world, about research outputs, research exploits, knowledge products, innovations in the area of bridging the gap, between economic growth or economic development in the sea and marine preservation.
The conference also celebrated the contribution of key stakeholders and partners. Among those honored was V. Martin Obiorilo, president of Signature TV, who received an award for his organization's impactful media partnership. In Enugu, I am Chinemerem Ikebunam for Signature TV News.
Renowned professor of obstetrics and gynecology, Professor George Ugu, has expressed concern over the dearth of medical personnel in primary healthcare centers, PHCs, and secondary hospitals, also known as general hospitals. Ugu, who is with the College of Medicine, University of Nigeria, Nsukka ENUGU campus, made the remark during an interactive session with newsmen in ENUGU on Wednesday. He said that the ugly situation called for the establishment of more health personnel training institutions and colleges. According to him, the gap in the manpower need of various health facilities continue to widen each month as health personnel leave in droves for greener pastures overseas. Ugu, who is the immediate past executive secretary of Enugu State's Primary Health Care Development Agency, said that building physical health structures and equipment are good, but a health facility stands out due to competent health professionals. He called on government at all levels to ensure that adequate arrangements are made to get professional health practitioners to man any proposed health facility even before the commencement of building and equipping such facility. A federal high court sitting in Abakaliki, the Ebonyi State capital, on Wednesday affirmed the expulsion of the People's Democratic Party (PDP) National Vice Chairman Southeast Ali Odefa. This followed the granting of the relief sought by the applicants in suit between Herbert Onyedikachi and 9 others as applicants versus Chief Ali Odefa, defendants PDP, and Independent National Electoral Commission (INEC). The plaintiff had sought reliefs, including an order restraining Ali Odefa from parading himself as a member of PDP or enjoying the rights and privileges accorded to party members. They also sought an order preventing Mudefa from holding the office of the National Vice Chairman of the People's Democratic Party Southeast Zone. Delivering judgment on the suit, the presiding judge, Justice Hilary I.O. Oshoma, granted the relief sought by the plaintiffs and affirmed Odefa's expulsion from the PDP. Chief Odefa was expelled from the PDP on 12 December 2024 by the party's executives in Oguduokwo Ward, Onitsha local government area of Ebonyi State, following a disciplinary committee's recommendation which found him guilty of anti-party activities. The court also issued an order restraining Odefa and the police from harassing, arresting, or in any way intimidating the applicant concerning his earlier suspension from the PDP Oguduokwo Ward. President Bola Tinubu has expressed confidence in the ability of the All Progressives Congress APC leadership to build the nation and significantly contribute to Africa's growth. Tinubu said this while addressing the APC caucus meeting held at the conference center of the State House, Abuja. The president reaffirmed his commitment to a renewed hope manifesto of the APC, with emphasis that the strategic repositioning of the ruling party requires the administration to build on recorded successes and projects. He said that this administration remains intensely focused on its goal, underscoring the importance of achieving food sovereignty and not just food security to better reposition the country as a nation with the capacity to reposition the continent.
I'm very happy that one of the most challenged individual in terms of security, Yari has given a testimony. He's done so much for many of us. But to give testimony that the security of life and property getting better from Samvara. I could see people from Benengwari on TV doing their farming and getting the rewards. I'm a very happy man. The sunny side of this country is on the horizon. Things are getting better. The days of the glooms are gone. We are looking at the brighter and the sunny side.
Governor Hope Uzodinma of Imo State says the All Progressives Congress, APC, is united, stronger, focused, well supportive of President Tinubu's administration. Uzodinma said this while briefing newsmen at the end of the party's first caucus meeting presided over by President Tinubu at the State House Conference Center, Abuja. The governor debunked claims that the party operates in a one-man show, adding that the APC diverse representation across 6 geopolitical zones, including governors from various states at the meeting, underscores its inclusive nature. He said the party structure, as outlined in its constitution, includes multiple leadership positions and a hierarchical framework that ensures broad participation in decision-making processes.
You must have heard that there is a new progressive institute initiated and built by our great party, and that is the intellectual arm of the party, where researches are being done and other trainings of manpower building and the intellectual capacity being built by the institute. The president also has done very, very well in terms of managing the insecurity in the country. Recall, as testified today by one of our members in Zamfara State, relative peace now. People are going about their businesses. Farmers have gone back to their farms.
Operatives of the Nigerian Security and Civil Defense Corps and Anambra State Command have arrested 2 suspected members of the tricycle snatching syndicate notorious for dispossessing operators and passengers of their belongings. The state NSCDC commandant Olatunde Mako confirmed the arrest at the command's headquarters in Oka on Wednesday, stating that the suspects were apprehended after allegedly snatching a tricycle at Araba Omozocha, Oka. Mako identified the arrested suspects as Obom Charles of Omueze Road, Amudo Village, Oka, and Chukunonso Eke of number 36, Onueyago Street, Amachala, Oka. Mako disclosed that the duo is assisting the command with information that could lead to the arrest of their fleeing accomplice, adding that investigations were ongoing and the suspect would be prosecuted upon completion. The Director General of the National Agency for Food, Drug and Administration and Control, NAFDAC, Professor Mojisola Adeyeye, has revealed that her life is in danger due to her efforts to rid the country of fake and illicit drug products. She said she no longer has personal freedom, as she cannot move about without security protection. According to NAFDAC DG, her staff, who assist in making her job meaningful, are also facing security threats. She recounted how one of her staff members' sons was kidnapped but fortunately escaped from his abductors. Professor Adeyeye made this revelation on Wednesday at the Presidential Villa, Abuja, during the media parley organized by the Presidential Media Team. Speaking on the controversy surrounding recent seizures in drug markets across the country, she stated that the large-scale enforcement operation across 3 major open drug markets, Onitsha, Aba, and Lagos, was one of the biggest in NAFDAC's history. She estimated the total value of the seized counterfeit drugs and products to be about 1 trillion naira. She explained that this action is part of NAFDAC's National Action Plan, NAP 2.0, 2023-2027, aimed at eliminating counterfeit medicines, improving regulatory compliance, and safeguarding public health. Up ahead, INEC releases FCT Area Council election notice. World Bank to approve $2.2 billion loan for Nigeria in 2025. To stay with us.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking. Events occur and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Welcome back. This is Global News on Signature TV. The Inspector General of Police, Kayode Obetokun, has ordered the immediate deployment of the Intelligence Response Team to ensure the safe rescue of Afenifere youth leader Prince Eniola Ojajujni, who was kidnapped on February 17, 2025 while traveling to Abuja. In a statement released on Wednesday, the Force Public Relations Officer ACP Olumiyiwa Adejobi assured citizens of the police's commitment to securing Ojajuni's release by deploying all necessary resources and expertise. Reeling out of the police successes in February, Adejobi said operatives in Taraba State raided the suspected criminal hideout at the Wamuchi dry season rice farms on February 26, 2025, leading to the arrest of 20 suspects and the recovery of an AK-47 rifle, 7 rounds of live ammunition, a motorcycle, 3 Dane guns, and a bow and arrow. In Oyo State, Adejobi said a swift response by tactical teams and local security outfits led to the rescue of 3 kidnapped victims abducted from the place of the palace of Baale Tajuddin in Nalaju on February 24, 2025. The Oyo State government has demolished illegal structures erected on government-acquired lands in the Podo area, along Top 1 guarding in Oloyole local government and at Dizengoff, Kolapo, Ishola area, both within the Ibadan metropolis. The State Commissioner for Lands, Housing and Urban Development, Williams Akin Fumilayos, led the demolition exercise on Wednesday, warning land grabbers against encroaching on government property. He cited Sections 3, Subsection 1 of the Oyo State's Real Property Protection Law 2017, which prescribes a jail term of up to 15 years for anyone found guilty of land grabbing or related offenses. The magistrate's court sitting in Ago-Iwoye, Ogun State, has sentenced a 21-year-old man, Adebanjo Shegun, to 6 months imprisonment for stealing a fowl. The public relations officer of the Ogun State Command of the Nigerian Security and Civil Defense Corps, Obonaya Dike, disclosed this in a statement on Wednesday. According to the statement, Shegun's troubles began on February 19, 2025, when he was arrested for stealing a hen. Ogbonnaya noted that investigation revealed that the convict had committed a similar offense in December 2024, but was pardoned as a supposed first-time offender. In a related development, the court also sentenced a 20-year-old Kazim Toby to 6 months imprisonment for stealing an Elipark generator valued at 120,000 naira. Toby was arrested by an NSCDC patrol team at Idode One Way in Agoiwoye while attempting to sell the stolen generator to a scavenger. According to Ogbonnaya, the suspect was rearrested on February 4, 2025, and after investigations was charged with conspiracy to commit a felony and possession of stolen property. The police has confirmed the kidnapping of female students from the Joseph Sawon Taka Federal University Makurdi, formerly known as Federal University of Agriculture. Police Public Relations Officer PPPRO Benue State Command Sewese Anene confirmed the incidents, noting that investigations and rescue efforts have begun. Sources around the university said that 4 female students were allegedly abducted by gunmen yet to be identified. The news of the kidnap immediately sparked wild protests from the students who marched round the school with tree branches in their hands, demanding immediate action from the school authorities. The Vice-Chancellor, Professor Isaac Itodo, is yet to respond to any inquiry with little information on what's being done to assure the students of their safety and restore public confidence. Reports say personnel from the military operation Wild Stroke have been deployed to the area as the Makurdi local government chairman and other state officials are working with security forces to ensure the safe return of the victims. The Independent National Electoral Commission (INEC) has issued the notice of polls for the area council elections in the Federal Capital Territory, Abuja. The elections are set to take place on February 21, 2026, starting at all polling units within the FCT. In a statement released on Wednesday, INEC emphasized that only eligible voters with valid permanent voters cards and whose names appear on the register of voters will be allowed to cast their ballots. The Commission confirmed that the bimodal voter accreditation system would be employed for the exercise and that voters must ensure to possess their PVCs to participate in the elections. The election will cover the 6 area councils in the Federal Capital Territory and would take place at all polling units in the Federal Capital Territory. The World Bank has approved a total of $2.2 billion in new loans for the federal government of Nigeria in 2025. According to the World Bank's project list, the $2.2 billion will be allocated across 6 different projects. The global financial institution has earmarked $500 million for the Community Action for Resilience and Economic Stimulus Program, which is set for approval on March 17th. Additionally, on March 31, the World Bank plans to approve $552 million for the Hope for Quality Basic Education for All and $800 million for Accelerating Nutrition Results in Nigeria 2.0. Similarly, the Washington-based financial institution stated that it will approve $300 million for the Solutions for the Internally Displaced and Host Communities project on July 15th and another $300 million for the Health Security Program on August 19th. It also noted that another project building resilient digital infrastructure for growth, Bridge, will receive $500 million upon approval of September 15. According to the World Bank, the Bridge Initiative and the Health Security Program are currently in concept review stage, indicating that they are still in the early stages of assessment and planning. Meanwhile, the Accelerating Nutrition Results in Nigeria 2.0 and Hope for the Quality of Basic Education project have progressed to the negotiation stage. Meanwhile, Dangote Petroleum Refinery on Wednesday announced a reduction in the ex-depot gantry price of premium motor spirit, PMS, commonly referred to as petrol, by 65 naira. This means the price will drop from 890 naira to 825 naira per litre, which is effective from Thursday. According to Dangote, this adjustment is designed to provide essential relief to Nigerians ahead of the Ramadan season. With the latest reduction, the management of the refinery stated that Nigerians will be able to purchase Dangote petrol at the following prices in all partner retail outlets. This is the second PMS price reduction in February 2025, following a previous 60 naira decrease earlier in the month. Still to come, Trump says gold card Visa will help pay U.S. debt. Amazon debut new Alexa voice assistant with AI overhaul. Visa more after after this.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking. Events occur and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Welcome back. This is Global News on Signature TV. The Minister of Foreign Affairs of Rwanda accused the Human Rights Council of double standards on Wednesday and hoped for an impartial investigation into violations in the Eastern Democratic Republic of the Congo. Rwanda-backed M23 rebels have seized Eastern Congo's two largest cities over the past month in a conflict that has displaced around 500,000 people since January. Last Thursday, the United States Treasury imposed sanctions on Rwandan States Minister for Foreign Affairs James Kabareba for his alleged role as a government liaison to the M23. Britain said on Tuesday it would pause some bilateral aid to Rwanda and impose other diplomatic sanctions on Kigali until there was significant progress in ending hostilities and a withdrawal of all Rwandan troops from Congolese territory estimated by the United Nations to number several thousands.
All these horrors are well documented and form an alarming pattern. In the last trimester of 2024 alone, the United Nations reported that DRC security organs were responsible for more than 30% of human rights violations in conflict zones. Under the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, all rights and all human beings are equal. Yet, a double standard is evident in the treatment of Tutsi communities in Congo. How can this Council remain silent in the face of such injustice?
Providing arms and troops to M23 and says its forces are acting in self-defense against the Congolese army and militias hostile to Kigali. The United Nations World Food Programme has temporarily stopped distributing food aid in a famine-struck camp for displaced people in Sudan's North Darfur amid escalating violence, warning that thousands of families could starve in coming weeks. The move comes 2 days after medical charity MSF suspended its activities in Zanzam camp, which has been the target of repeated attacks by Sudan's paramilitary. War erupted in April 2023 amid a power struggle between the Sudanese armed forces and RSF ahead of a planned transition to civilian rule, triggering the world's largest displacement and hunger crisis. Senior UN aid official Edem Wasson told the Security Council on Wednesday that satellite imagery confirmed that the use of heavy weaponry in and around Zanzam in recent weeks and the destruction of the main market facilities within the camp. Famine was confirmed in August in the Zanzam camp by a global committee of food security experts.
In North Darfur, 8 months after the Security Council adopted Resolution 2736, civilians remain under attack. Violence in and around the Zamzam displacement camp, estimated to be hosting hundreds of thousands of civilians, and where famine conditions have been confirmed, has further intensified. Satellite imagery confirms the use of heavy weaponry in and around Zamzam in recent weeks, and the destruction of the main market facilities within the camp. Some of the humanitarian dimensions of this crisis bear repeating. More than 12 million people displaced, including 3.4 million people who have fled across Sudan's borders. More than half of the country, 24.6 million people, experiencing acute hunger. We need real implementation of the repeated commitments to facilitate and enable unhindered, unfettered humanitarian access to civilians in need.
In November, Russia, which backs the Sudanese government, vetoed a Security Council draft resolution that called on Sudan's warring parties to stop fighting and ensure the delivery of humanitarian aid. Catholic faithful, including nuns from Cameroon, gathered outside Rome's Gemelli Hospital on Wednesday to offer prayers for Pope Francis, whose ongoing hospital stay is nearing 2 weeks. Pilgrims have been leaving candles and flowers at the statue of the late Pope John Paul II outside the hospital since the admission of the 88-year-old Pope Francis. The pontiff has shown a further slight improvement as he battles double pneumonia in hospital, and a previously reported kidney problem has been resolved, the Vatican said on Wednesday.
At this moment, I think I feel confident. I am happy with the news that I'm getting from Vatican News that he is getting better. Pope Francis is a very humble and simple Pope. He likes the simple people, he likes the poor people, and he is down to earth. And I pray that God should give him the good health, that he may get well and may continue what he has already started, especially after this synod of synodality. There are a few things that he has already started that is making us, the church, the whole church and everybody very close to humanity. That is my prayer. I feel good and I have confidence that God will restore him back to health.
The 88-year-old Pope is spending his 13th night at Rome's Gemelli Hospital, the longest hospital stay of his nearly 12-year-old papacy. Pope Francis has shown a further slight improvement as he battles double pneumonia in hospital, and the previously reported kidney problem has been resolved, the Vatican says on Wednesday. The 88-year-old Pope is spending his 13th night at Rome's Gemelli Hospital, the longest hospital stay of his 12-year-old papacy. U.S. President Donald Trump on Wednesday said his proposed $5 million gold card visa would help the country pay down its debts while offering top companies a way to attract top immigrant workers. Trump said the country would start selling the visa in about 2 weeks.
These companies can go and buy a gold card, and they can use it as a matter of recruitment. At the same time, the company is using that money to pay down debt. We're going to pay down a lot of debt with that. Also, with the $5 million, you know, that's a path to citizenship. So that's going to be, it's sort of a green card plus, and it's a path to citizenship. We're going to call it the gold card, and I think it's going to be very treasured. I think it's going to do very well, and we're going to start selling hopefully in about 2 weeks.
U.S. President Donald Trump said Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky will be coming to Washington on Friday to sign an agreement on rare earth minerals and other topics. Trump made the comment during a cabinet meeting at the White House on Wednesday.
President Zelensky is going to be coming on Friday. That's now confirmed, and we're going to be signing an agreement, which will be a very big agreement. And I want to thank Howard and Scott for the job you guys did in putting it together. Really did an amazing job, and that'll be on rare earth and other things. The previous administration put us in a very bad position, but we've been able to make a deal where we're going to get our money back, and we're going to get a lot of money in the future.
The UN rights chief condemned on Wednesday the unprecedented disregard for humanitarian law in Gaza and Israel following the October 7 attacks. The Hamas-led fighters killed 1,200 people and captured more than 250 hostages in an attack on southern Israel on October 7, 2023, according to Israeli tallies. An Israeli retaliatory assault has since laid waste to most of Gaza and killed more than 48,000 Palestinians, according to the enclave's health officials. The reports repeatedly accuse Israel of breaching international law in its conduct of the war in Gaza and its military campaign in the Israeli-occupied West Bank. Israel, who has announced earlier this month it has disengaged from the body, has left his seats empty since the council began on Monday and has previously denied allegations of war crime and breaches of international law in Gaza and occupied West Bank, saying that its operations targeting Hamas aim to reduce civilian harm. Palestinian ambassador to the UN in Geneva, Ibrahim Qureshi, describes recent suggestions that Palestinians could be displaced from Gaza as a crime against humanity and denounced the escalation of Israel's military campaign and settler violence in the West Bank.
There is absolutely no justification for the horrific attacks committed on 7 October 2023 when Hamas and other Palestinian armed groups brutally assaulted Israeli communities, killed civilians, and took more than 250 hostages, and I have repeatedly condemned these acts. And nothing justifies the appalling manner in which Israel has conducted its military operations in Gaza, which consistently breached fundamental principles of international humanitarian law. According to the Gaza Ministry of Health, more than 48,000 people, most of whom are women and children, have been killed.
Mexico's Security Cabinet will meet with U.S. Secretary of State Marco Rubio on Thursday in Washington. The Mexican President Claudia Sheinbaum confirmed on Wednesday in the run-up to the expiration of a tariff moratorium granted by the Trump administration. Trump put off 25% tariffs on Mexican and Canadian imports until March 4th to let the North American partners implement measures to fight drug trafficking and undocumented immigrants. Meetings between the two countries have intensified this week, Sheinbaum says. The president also said that the free trade agreement would probably be reviewed ahead of time.
Today, the Security Cabinet will depart for Washington for a meeting tomorrow with the Secretary of State of the U.S. government. They have been working over these last days for tomorrow's meeting in different talks between Mexico and the U.S. to find a coordination agreement respecting our sovereignty. The free trade agreement revision is coming. This is what the legislative power of the U.S. and the legislative power of Mexico agreed on. So it's a law, it's the treaty, and we've agreed to review it in 2026. Probably, this revision will be moved forward. We have a lot of work coming for our countries and Canada.
USMCA, it was renegotiated under the first Trump administration and set forth in 2020, including a revision clause for 2026. Meanwhile, Romanian far-right frontrunner in last year's cancelled presidential election, Calin Georgescu, left the Prosecutor General's office in Bucharest on Wednesday after being questioned for several hours. Romanian prosecutors launched a criminal investigation against Georgescu over several accusations, including promoting anti-Semitism. Romania's election was voided in December on account of suspected Russian interference in favor of Georgescu, a strong critic of NATO and Western support for Ukraine. Moscow denied the accusations of meddling. Prosecutors launched a criminal investigation following a cancellation amid accusation of wrongdoing ranging from campaign funding fraud and promoting anti-Semitism and hate speech to acts against the constitutional order. Georgescu, who has denied all wrongdoing on Wednesday, accused authorities of behavior reminiscent of Romania's communist past. Berlin on Wednesday illuminated its landmark Brandenburg Gate to commemorate the killed Israel hostages, including members of the Bibas family, 9-month-old Kefer Bebas, his 4-year-old brother Ariel, and their mother Shriri. The words "never forget, bring them home now" were lit up on the same day the Palestinian militant group agreed to free the last hostage bodies included in the first phase of the Gaza ceasefire. For Israelis, the Bebas family has become an emblem of the trauma that has haunted their country since the Hamas-led attack on communities in southern Israel, in which 1,200 people were killed and 251 were taken back to Gaza as hostages. Meanwhile, Brazil's President Luiz Inácio Lula da Silva slammed on Wednesday the protectionist agenda in the first meeting of the BRICS bloc under the Brazilian presidency. Without mentioning Donald Trump, Lula said that the Paris Agreement and the fight against global warming are threatened by, as Trump announced in January, it would withdraw the United States from the global effort to fight climate change. The Brazilian leader also mentioned the growing power of big corporations and their role in the spread of misinformation.
The current surging protectionism in the sphere of commerce and investment reinforces the importance of measures to overcome obstacles to our economical integration. At the same time, as it offers extraordinary opportunities, artificial intelligence sets ethical, social, and economical challenges. Big corporations don't have the right to silence and destabilize entire nations with disinformation. The Paris Agreement and the climate regime are threatened. The planet accumulates record temperatures and concentration of greenhouse gases.
Brazil holds the presidency of the bloc founded along with Russia, India, China, and South Africa. The first meeting of 2025 of the BRICS heads of the states is expected to take place in Rio de Janeiro in July. Amazon unveiled on Wednesday the first major overhaul of its Alexa voice assistant since it was introduced more than a decade ago, embedding it with a generative artificial intelligence. The effort carries significant weight at Amazon, which has plowed billions of dollars into Alexa since its launch in 2014 in the hope of putting the service into a range of devices and ultimately driving sales on its main e-commerce website. The new service is called Alexa Plus. Panay says, echoing the nomenclature of the higher tier of many tech and streaming service offerings. Alexa Plus is free for Amazon Prime members and is priced at $19.99 a month for non-Prime users. The service, which was live as of Wednesday, will be available in March to some users, with the rollout expanding to more people over time. Panay demonstrated how Alexa can store through prompts customer preferences. For example, that a household member is vegetarian and prefers Greek and Italian food but eschews peanut butter. It can be used to make dinner reservations and send timed texts or reminders. The service can connect to Amazon products such as the Ring doorbells to show recordings from its cameras. Alexa director Mara Segal said Alexa can review documents such as a homeowners association contract so that a resident knows what is allowed, like installing solar panels. A group of Brazilian transgender women have been working hard in the last few months to learn samba as they prepare to take the stage at the world-renowned Carnival Parade in Rio de Janeiro. They will lead the last section of the parade for Samba School Paraíso do Tuiuti, which this year will tell the story of Zika Monicongo, who is known as the first transgender woman in Brazil. Monicongo was captured in the region of the Congo Basin and enslaved in Brazil in the 16th century.
Is very important, because for me Carnival has always represented a place of freedom, of being able to play with what we don't normally play with on a day-to-day basis. It may be because of social impositions. So when we thought of the project and presented it to the school, to the carnival director, especially the people who were in charge, it was a way of saying, look, this group of transvestites, this population that you're going to talk about, needs different attention. The challenges are still very basic in terms of seeking humanization. So we have all the things I've listed. But the main thing is the legitimate recognition that my life matters. Trans people's lives matter, and our rights are just as important as any other groups. The exercise, the homework that Tuiuti, Samba School, is doing is to say that all our struggles are connected. Right now, it is coming out in defense of the trans community, and that from that moment on, we can continue to do more and more, understanding that the struggle of Black people, the struggle of women, the struggle against religious intolerance, the struggle of immigrants and sex workers, of people living with HIV, of people with disabilities.
She is one of 12 Samba schools that compete in Rio yearly Carnival Parade, which locals like to call the best show on earth. Each school creates a story, told in song and costumes for the parade, which is TV broadcasted. The events will take place between March 2 to 4. Competition in the basketball events at the ongoing Southwest Zonal qualifiers for the forthcoming National Sports Festival heightens on Wednesday, with Ondo State and Lagos winning their games. The jostle for qualification tickets to the festival tagged Gateway Games 2024 saw Ondo State defeating Osun 59-50 in the event female category. Similarly, Lagos defeated Oyo State 66-43 also in the female category. Lagos went to defeat Oyo State again later in the day, winning 53-45 in the days alone male category match. Speaking after the match, Tayo Sabogun, the Oyo State coach, attributed their loss to lack of concentration by the players in the game's last quarter. Sabogun, however, said their target still remains clinching one of the two available slots. Teams from the 5 states in the Southwest geopolitical zone registered for participation in the basketball events, which is being played in a round-robin format. The states are Lagos, Ekiti, Osun, Oyo, and Ondo. Winners and second-place teams in each of the 8 ball games at the zonal elimination competitions across the country will qualify for the second NSF. The 2024 NSF is scheduled for Ogun from May 16th to May 30. And elsewhere, International Olympic Committee President Thomas Bach will resign as member of the Olympic body after handing over to his presidential successor in June, the IOC says on Wednesday. Bach, an Olympic fencing champion in 1976, steps down from his post this year after 12 years in charge. He will hand over in June 23 to the new presidents to be elected on March 20.
I strongly believe that after 12 years in the office as IOC president, our organization is best served with a change in leadership. During all these years, you, my dear colleagues and friends, have always followed the mantra I pronounced when introducing the Olympic agenda: change or be changed. It is not as easy as some may, in this cultural war, may now want to portray it, that the XX or the XY is the clear distinction between the men and women. This is scientifically not true anymore. We will have to speak about the dates because of climate change. If the climate change is, continuing in the way that the experts are forecasting it, then it will be very difficult to organize Olympic Games.
Bach, 71, could have stayed on as a member until the age of 80, having joined the IOC in 1991. There are 7 candidates to succeed Bach at the March 20 vote at the IOC session in Greece. Nico Hülkenberg and Gabriel Bortoleto tested their new stake F1 team Kicksauber cars for the 2025 Formula One season. Hülkenberg and Bortoleto did laps around the Circuit de Barcelona, Catalonia, which hosts the Spanish Grand Prix, in release footage on Wednesday. Sauber, who will become the Audi factory team in 2026, features a brand new lineup for 2025 with Hülkenberg, who moved from Haas in place of Valtteri Bottas, and reigning Formula 2 champion Gabriel Bortoleto of Brazil coming in for Zhu Guanyu. Top seed Daniil Medvedev booked his spot in the Dubai Tennis Championship quarterfinals on Wednesday following a straight-set win over Big 7 Frenchman Giovanni Pesci-Pericard. The Russian world number 6 broke serve late in each set en route to a 6-4, 6-4 win and will next face Talon Grespor after the Dutchman saw off 5th Hugo Humbert of France 4-6, 6-3, 6-2. Croatian veteran Marin Cilic and Canada's Felix Auger-Aliassime will meet each other for a place in the semis following respective victories in 3 sets against Alexia Poprin of Australia and Portugal's Nuno Borges. And that's the news this hour. Many thanks for watching. I'm Charles Pies. Join me on top of the hour for the morning show.
He is her mother's pride, her father's light. Today, 19 years ago, on Wednesday, May 14, in the year 2003, in Moban Kingin, Adamawa State, she was born, full of life and named Leah Sharibu. Though we are sad that Leah is away from family and friends on her 19th birthday today, we acknowledge Leah's strength and tenacity. We urge the federal government to ensure the safe release of Leah Sharibu, the only Dapchi girl remaining in the custody of Boko Haram terrorist group. Happy 19th birthday, Leah Sharibu.
Today is Thursday, the 27th of February 2025, and we are counting down to the end of February and moving into the new month of March. This is Signature Morning. My name is Quincy Roland, and of course, today we are going to be having lots of discourse right after our newspaper review, and we're going to take certain stories from the headlines that have been making rounds on every other paper. And with me in the studio, of course, I'm not doing this alone.
Charles Pius, of course. And speaking of discussions, we're going to be having some review of the IBB book that have stirred the hornet's nest. A whole lot of persons have been talking about it. The fact that the 1966 coup wasn't finally an Igbo coup as revealed by IBB, the very first Northerner to even accept that it wasn't an Igbo coup. And then what has the Igbos lost because that particular coup was tagged the Igbo coup? A whole lot has been lost by the Igbos, including the marginalization we're talking about, including the resource control we're talking about, and even the inability for any Igbo man to even ascend to that coveted seat of the presidency. Well, we x-rayed that a little later on the show, and even more so, other things that we've lined up for you. We're back after this, to stay with us. We begin on the Vanguard newspaper this morning. On the Vanguard, just above the masts, Dangote slashes petrol price by 65 naira. Significant enough, I guess, to 825 naira per litre. And it's a whole lot of reaction across board, including those who are importers.
Scores fear dead as Boko Haram attacks the Damawa communities.
Tinubu's Muslim government has brought massive suffering. This is coming from Sharia Council.
My life in danger, NAFDAC Director General cries out.
Trump floats $5 million gold card as routes to U.S. citizenship.
Tinubu's Muslim government has brought massive suffering, says Sharia Council.
2026 World Cup, Bafana coach wary of Super Eagles.
Trump floats $5 million gold card as route to U.S. citizenship.
And now to the Nation newspaper this morning. Above the masts, marketers to get Dangote petrol at 825 naira per litre, imply price slash.
FCCPC begins action on high cost of diabetes and BP medications.
And still on the Nation newspaper this morning, NAFDAC, we seized 1 trillion naira worth of fake drugs in Lagos and Anambra.
Tolling of Ekpe Magjodo Ejebuode Expressway begins March 24th, says Ogun Agency.
Fasoranti remains a Afenifere leader. Alright, over now to the Nigerian Tribune newspaper this morning. Mbeki to chair 2025 for Bafemi Awolowo Memorial Webinar on March 6th.
Court grants bill to Lagos Assembly workers arraigned over fracas with DSS.
Tinubu at APC NEC asks Aganduje to reconcile aggrieved members. With the rider, NEC passes vote of confidence in him and Ganduje. Buhari El-Rufai, Fayemi absent. Party replies El-Rufai.
Immigration arrests 376 illegal immigrants in Ogun State.
Dangote petrol to sell for 860 naira in Lagos, 870 in the southwest. I hear that in the southeast and the south, we're practically going to pay the highest, which is going to be around 880 naira per litre. That's, of course, if you're buying from the MRS filling station, because they have some sort of relationship with Dangote refineries.
USAID and UNFPA condoms antiretroviral drugs found in sealed markets, says NAFDAC, says over 1 trillion naira worth of expired drugs seized by security operatives.
That's a huge revelation right there. Antiretroviral drugs are supposed to be free of charge. On the Guardian newspaper this morning, Dangote slashes PMS price by 65 naira. Ipman warns of marketers' loss.
Tax reform, Kanu warns against breach of federal character, says Muslims' rights.
Amid's row, APC NEC passes vote of confidence in Tinubu and Ganduje.
Again, police alerts to looming violent protests in Kano State.
NAFDAC boss raises alarm over threats after historic 1 trillion naira illicit drug seizure.
Banks' fraud-related losses rise by 350% to 52.3 billion naira in 5 years.
Importers warn of possible port disruptions as new NPA tariff begins March 1st. And now over to the Daily Trust newspaper. It's screaming with its headline, Gunmen abduct 4 female varsity students in Benue, where the rider waylaid on way for studies. Protest on campus, school closed.
And we have Mali, Niger, Burkina Faso exit from ECOWAS, increasing burden on military, says Air Chief.
Nigeria's reserve drops by $2.2 billion as federal government defends the naira.
Top military officers among 46 killed in Sudan plane crash.
Mali, Niger, Burkina Faso's exit from ECOWAS, increasing burden on military, sits as chief.
Man back 6 months for stealing chicken.
Well, it's an interesting headline, really. I mean, I saw that on the news, and I was stunned. 6 months for stealing chicken. Apparently, that wasn't the first time he was doing it. He did it in December, and he was caught, and then he was warned, and now he's doing it again. Now to the Blueprints newspaper this morning. NAFDAC DG is crying and crying out loud. My life is under serious threats.
Ramadan, NEDC distributes palliatives to 1,900 Yobe households.
Sahel epicenter of global terrorism, Ghanaian army chief speaks.
Man scammed $28,000 by AI girlfriend.
Court jails 2 teachers 20 years each for raping pupils in Ekiti.
Sadly.
Really sad, I must say. And now to the Punch newspaper, screaming with its headlines, election cases, APC accounts seized over 8.9 billion naira debts, says Ganduje with the writer. Party incurs legal fees, others from presidential, governorship, legislative election cases.
Concerns as forex reserves drop $2.3 billion amid naira gains.
1.9 billion naira fraud, ex-accountant general seeks out-of-court settlements.
Pro-Oba clerk barred from assembly, threatened contempt suits.
Importers frets as Dangote lowers petrol price again. You say donated drugs found in Lagos, Abia and Market, says NAFDAC. You say donated drugs found in Lagos, Abia and Market. Immigration arrests 375 or 78 illegal immigrants in Ogun states. That's all on the Punch. And of course all of the papers. We're going straight to the other side of the table. Chris Banakai standing by. Good morning to you, Chris.
Good morning, Chris.
Good morning, Charles. Good morning, Queensley. Good morning, the world.
So Dangote is playing a fast one on the marketers who are importing. They are screaming, and now that if you say the landing cost is 1,000 naira and somebody within the country is selling for at least 860, I mean, you are already at a loss, even, you know, at the point of even buying from abroad.
So let him stop importing.
But he's monopoly in Nigeria.
It's not. There is a Igbo proverb that says, you can see where they are doing Ozo ceremony, which is all big festival. And you go to where one man is just, trying to do his ritual of pouring libation to his own, whatever it calls his God. So, must they import? Dangote is running at a great cost, storing over 600 billion naira worth of fuel, and you are importing. What for? What are we talking about? Okay, import. If you get it cheaper from somewhere, bring it back here. The market will regulate itself. The prayers of Nigerians will put all of them in deep problem. They will never rest until they allow Nigerians to breathe. What is all this grease and corruption, insincerity, confusion they brought in oil and gas?
But again,
they've not told us the truth. So you can see what you have just said. They are saying if your landing cost is 1,000 naira, and somebody here after all his landing and flying out is coming at the 800 and you still want to import? Must you import? That means something is wrong. Is it that the quality of Dangote fuel is not? There was even the very video where they were testing, and they've come out to clear it. Let us be sincere for once. Let them now all go and buy from Dangote. Let there be scarcity, and then say to make up for the scarcity, let us import. But we have what you have in Sokoto. You are going to Sokoto to look for it. It's madness, total. That is where we see it, because there are so many things they've not told us. So if you come and hear this, before you wake up, you hear another one. It's only in oil and gas in Nigeria you have Chibo and also. One day, one trouble.
Right, but again, to be fair to them, Dangote is playing in a field right now where it is quite novel. We haven't had a private refinery as approved like his in Nigeria before.
But they have private refineries in Malta, 23 of them that have interest of all these importers. Let them come and tell Nigerians they don't have. There was a revelation and nobody wanted to talk. They swept it under the carpet. Now, let me even talk about it. I don't know why we are talking about this. Before Dangote came, who had the monopoly?
NNPC.
Was NNPC manufacturing? Or refining?
They were importing.
And importing with who? In connivance with Ip Man and Ip Woman. And now they find somewhere. Let them tell whoever is selling to them at home, or we are getting it cheaper. Can you make it cheap so that we can see? Otherwise, there's no reason to import. Find another reason to justify what. There's nothing to tell me why somebody, you are going through paying for badges, international security issues to bring refined product in Nigeria, and you have it by your doorstep in neighborhood. All it will take you, since you don't want to build wells, it will take you to patronize the Chinese, all those where I don't know who gives the standard organization who checks for all those trailers. Because earlier when Chinese started, we know they were manufacturing small vehicles. Now they go into all those big vehicles of the truck heads that carry 60,000 liters of fuel. So when you are hearing of the one capsizing, falling down, killing everybody, nobody is talking about the quality of the vehicle carrying them. So what they do is, if you can go and buy from the original, still patronize your Chinese one, bring the trailers, move. After in Lagos, the price they are giving us is cheaper, meaning that is Gaduki, whatever I call it. From here, you put it here. Then before it comes down to where I'm saying, I'll pay extra. No problem. One person talked. He said, let my dog and another person's dog begin to fight. Let my own win in the fight. Even if he bites the other dog to death, I will pay. Yes, let all our brothers and sisters in Lagos get fuel cheaper. Along the line, it will trickle down. I trust Nigerians. Sell it cheaper there. My brothers who are in gold business know, if you move a trailer 30,000 liters, between that to the Ijebu, you sell it a little more with 110 naira. Since it's Lagos you want to condone, and people will begin to move it on the gate to Benin. And some people like here, when they know you can get full tank and save over 20,000 between where I'm staying and the Benin, you can even drive to Benin to go and fill your tank and come back. Nigerians have a way of resilience, survival tendencies. So throw the bone to the dogs. Don't bother how the dog and the spirits will fight the war of the bone, who chops the bone. That is Nigeria for you. And So thank God for what he's doing. It's the prayers of Nigerians.
But again, people fear of Dangote's monopoly because again, he has done that in different...
You did not fear monopoly of Dangote when he's doing sugar. You did not fear his monopoly when you gave him license to do cement. You did not fear of the noodles and all that. Well, how many chains of business does Dangote have monopoly in Nigeria? You gave him license. Why are you afraid? Why should the egg climb up and stones and all the breakable begin to fear? Because the egg itself is one of the... Something must be wrong. You have NNPCL. And the president of Nigeria is the minister of oil. You are afraid of an individual who runs business in Nigeria. You gave him the license. Well, how can what this bird they call this bad ugly bird? We see the little bird and they say the pikin. He said, the head of my pikin, I'm afraid. Meanwhile, you are the father of the pikin. There's no how you come out and say this thing is not true. This is an error. If you get back to a pikin and you look at your pikin, it's like you are too ugly to be my. But you are the father. You find out. You know how you waka bring this pikin. Nigerians in their controversial situation, the way they talk at the top, they manage how to do it and give license, allow the big mega a good built refinery to be built for the first time in the history of Nigeria. Is it this time you begin to throw wheels at the spanners at the wheel of progress of it will work, and God is helping us. Like we said the other day, you even said it yourself, even if it's 10 kobo, they keep fighting and it's reducing coming down. People were breathing some, imagine 65 naira cut. Even if you did not get to where I'm staying, let my people in Lagos enjoy it. For once, we're all Nigerians. That's what I'm saying.
No, I mean, the painful part is the South and the Southeast are the ones going to be paying the most. The North is actually lower.
They have always paid. Charles, since I was born, let the minister of oil in Nigeria come and we'll go to court. Southeast has always paid more for refined petroleum product in Nigeria. And nobody bothers. It doesn't bother anybody.
Should it be so though?
It's not supposed to be so. This is where you have, and because of our nature of the Southeast, you have Coca for filling stations everywhere, every corner. And they don't have direct access to get from source. So they buy even from the big filling stations. So everybody understand that and say, the survival, the resilience of an Igbo man. They say, okay, let's patronize them. They're not worried. In the market, you should allow that market to run like that. Allow it. But this is some people still talk regulation or deregulation with one side of their mouth. On the other side, they are not talking about the truth. They're looking for who to devour and swallow. And they go to smile to the bank and pretend they are talking. It is not true. Whatever is happening, they know about it. If Ipman does not know, NNPC know, Dangote know, the president of Nigeria know, he is the minister of oil, and whatever the president of the minister of state for oil know, all the agencies, they know. They can't pretend. They are making us now to begin to talk about oil. We never, they close our eye for 60-something years. We never. It's now they want to choke us with pride that we are putting mouth in oil and gas. Otherwise, it used to be a secluded, reserved area. And they are buying private jets, going around enjoying. We don't know the source of their wealth. They balance it. So good luck to them. Let's move on to another issue.
Due to the 1 trillion naira raid by NAFDAC recently, the NAFDAC boss has been putting out complaint about her life being threatened.
Thank you, Quincy. It's only an animal that has never been killed before that people will say we don't know how to dissect it. If you are Elena Blacksmith, and you don't know, somebody come, a client said, come make me a metal gong Look at the tail of a kite. Don't take your template. This, whatever this woman is saying today, brings back to the fore. But remember, everybody can agree. This is the spirit of Dora Akonyere, hunting Nigeria. What this woman did, the risk, she stood. She was shot point blank many times by her own people. They were hired assassins. They were attempting to kill her several times when she stood against. So, whatever the DG of NAFDAC is saying, let's say, just go and invoke the spirit of Dora Akonyere to give you courage. Go back. She must have a big office where her strategy and blueprint. It's only in Nigeria you don't have continuity. Dora Akonyere is dead and forgotten and swept under the ground. Now, what will make people to go and study her has come. Her spirit, may God rest her spirit and her soul. Energetic, sincere, focused, determined to fight illegal and fake drugs, and she fought them to a standstill. Now that when she's gone, you think that office is for where you share. It is federal character. You use federal character to get the NAFDAC boss, and now you come, you are complaining. If you befriend a broken Western woman, be ready to carry her up and down as you move. It's just like somebody who says you have a friend who is either a dwarf or sorry to, without, we're not stigmatizing anybody because it's nature. But it's your friend. And you are moving around the road, you get to a point where you need to enter a vehicle. And the dwarf friend cannot, you have to help your dwarf friend to enter. That is simple. So, now that you have accepted, it's your ofubofu. If you are happy to enjoy all that accolades and all that go with being DG of NAFDAC, Nigerian Agency for Food and Drug Administration. Oh, beautiful! But it has its own what you call the hazards. So you cannot take one and leave one. Okay, but be that as it may, let's come back to balance. We have spoken, and I have spoken, and God knows I have spoken, that we are guests and have prayed and invoked all the benevolent spirits of the world to punish all, even if it means invoking the malevolent spirit, to punish anybody remotely or directly connected with illegal drug or fake drug. That is another way that we call it what we call silent terrorism that kills more. I tell you a story. When I was living in Onitsha, there was this story of a fake drug man, very popular in Onitsha Headbridge drug market. He was in the market and he deals with injectables. Recording in progress. The only son returned from school one day. And the wife is at home. Junior is sick, feeling feverish. This. So they called the husband. He said, take this to our hospital, our family doctor. The family doctor, because of their relationship, buys injectables and drugs from this papa. And he has bought the fake one. He took Junior to that place. And the doctor injected the son with fake injection. Before they say Junior went into a very dangerous level of sickness and then they did not come back alive. This is a boy they took by himself, probably had just simple malaria. The body was feeling hot. You know how mothers. They took Junior to the man. What killed Junior was the fake drug his papa sold to their family doctor. The same thing we are saying. If you are involved, whoever you are, and then now this woman is now trying to clean up and you are threatening her life, a God in heaven will make you not to succeed. Do you understand? It will never. We wish her well. Let the spirit of the Arakunye and all the good spirits that have been guiding that organization wake up to salvage NAFDAC. Because for NAFDAC to have slept, and we have 1 trillion naira or more, that's one they declared. Because I'm sure more are hiding somewhere and still circulating of fake drugs in circulation in Nigeria. Something is wrong. They should also review their approach to what they did, because the good ones have started to sue them. They cannot fight two battles. Subsequently, when they want to get involved in this, let them be very clear in their decision. And as you are teaching a child the difference between frog and stone, be practical. Go to where stone, frog is on top of, perching on top of a heap of stone. If you touch frog, it will jump up. Then if you touch stone, stone will remain one place. And the child who is a junior, you can now see which one. That's what you do. You remove a flare from the body of a dog, show it to the dog. If you are invading and closing this market, it should not be done without the people involved. When I open your shop, these are the fake ones. Bring up, you chain you in chain, carry them in chain, put them in cell, and they lock back their store. Give them key. They carry the key to their shop, to their cell, wherever they are locked, with the goods that are fake. You cannot cut somebody's hair at their back and think they will happy, no matter your good intentions. Because the NAFDAC people are still Nigerians. The security people they brought to go and do this are still Nigerians. And this trust we have about ourselves, because we have corrupt tendencies. It means whenever you throw stone or you blow, give a blow, you open your hand to show you did not have stone inside. It's your or it goes wait. I remember those days of a boxer who went to Commonwealth. When they hit him, he said, you know, that's a joke. But that's it. So when you hit, you show, hit and show. You don't do it because you are NAFDAC, you do it because of good intention. You go and raid market and the people you are raiding are not there. It's not good. It doesn't tell good. So next time, let even the people be part of the raid. They have market administration. You go with them, and they will show you. Because in Africa, there's this proverb na I am onwai. We know the corn that is ripe. To go and open it to taste is osa, is a long throat. If you get into that market, those market administration know the fake one dealers. They will tell you, raid that shop, you must get fake drug. So if you do it without them, it means you don't even have trust in them and you will have issues. Now they are being sued. You may have collected 1 trillion naira worth of. If they sue you for 10 trillion, then means the fight has gone back to the fighter. Let's move on quickly. It's beautiful.
All right, we are actually out of time. I don't know if you can squeeze in 1 or 2 headlines if you've got any.
Yeah, let's go. Let's see how much you can squeeze in.
Okay. Tinubu and APC neck, they are actually upholding, or maybe they are voting a vote of confidence for him.
There's always the saying, Charles, that nobody can say that the soup cooked by his mother is not tasty. Do you expect anything from APC neck before with the Ganduje? I mean, they are saying what they will say. In Nigerian politics, Ijebeko, you have won. That's all you get. Even when the same people can go at the back and start pulling carpet at it, that's Nigerians. They know themselves. Even Tinubu, our dear president himself, knows that all accolades they get in even their meeting of APC is not complete. He is also a politician, a good one at that one. That's why they call him Jagaban. So if you try, you'll be defeated, like Idi Amin. So, no. But it doesn't mean they're not trying. So he shouldn't go to a bank with it. He shouldn't go to a bank with it. Politicians, as the year for another election is turning out, we have seen it even in military. If you remember what happened during the days of, what they call it, Bisala, and his boss, and on, you know, if you read that story, after all, it was the man sitting in table with Mutara. I was the guy who organized for the people who will shoot. And when the thing was blowing up, he now start giving orders as chief of the main army man in Nigeria, giving to eliminate Dinka. Anywhere you see Dinka, kill him. And Dinka got the wind and say, okay, now me and you go fight we go for hunting. At the back, you turn around to say my leg look like that of antelope. Then I'll come out and submit myself and tell the world that you are my boss. You are the chief of army staff in Nigeria. You organized the coup for us to kill Mutar. And that's how they all were assassinated. So in Nigerian politics, sabotage and all this idea of playing to the gallery, trying to patronize whoever is in authority has always been there. It's just left for the people in authority to watch it. Watch it. Mm-hmm. You know, when APC is having 8.9 billion naira debt, they're using to, very soon as a party, they will have a budget to run the party more than that of Nigeria. They should watch it. Because you will be asking, somebody went to see a consult Ifa oracle because he want to marry. He said, I saw a lady I want to marry. Come to Ifa. Ifa, please tell us, will this journey be okay? Ifa said you should bring 1 goat, bring 100 tubers of yam, bring 100 liters of palm wine. Now, the man who went to consult Ifa said, Ifa, I am going to marry a lady. Are you now the lady I'm going to marry? Or are you the person married? So, Abu Ifa, Nigerian one, Ifa Kanan, when you consulted Ifa, you were expecting the Ifa will collect maybe 1 tuber of yam. He now loaded all you need to go and marry a wife. Then the man said, no, I have to go back for review. So, that is it. APC, one party in Nigeria, assuming other party are this active and they're spending 8 points on a debt that we paid. All these ones, who are they telling? Now, when you throw away and jump across to catch, that's all they're telling you. They are party in power. At the level they operate, the view is clearer. They dispose, propose, strategize, dispense, and it's their turn. Emiloko, Woloko. Good luck, Nigeria. God bless Nigeria.
All right, thank you so much, Chris, for your insights on today's newspaper headlines and reviews. We're back shortly after this. Do stay with us.
She is her mother's pride, her father's light. Today, 19 years ago, on Wednesday, May 14, in the year 2003, in Moban Kingin, Adamawa State, she was born, full of life and named Leah Sharibu. Though we are sad that Leah is away from family and friends on her 19th birthday today, we acknowledge Leah's strength and tenacity. We urge the federal government to ensure the safe release of Leah Sharibu, the only Dapchi girl remaining in the custody of Boko Haram terrorist group. Happy 19th birthday, Leah Sharibu.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking. Events occur and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket. Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking. Events occur and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Do you know how deep?
So IBB book is still causing some stirring in the polity. A whole lot of persons have been looking into that book. Some say it's just so much write-up without any substance. Some others say that so much lies in it, there are half-truths. So much people have also said that it's, well, a particular portion is truthful. I mean, if you are telling a story, you would only tell a story from your premise, not from another person's premise. But some persons needed to put some perspective to it. Falana has a lot to say regarding that particular book. But we will just, focus on a few things from the IBB's memoir and some of the revelations. And joining us to talk about this is Tony Nwachukwu, as a public affairs analyst and a travel expert. Good to have you. Good morning. Thank you for joining us.
Good morning, sir.
Yeah, good morning, though.
Tony, I mean, when that book was released, I'm 100% sure that in another 6 months from when the book was released, we'll still be talking about it. We'll still be referring to it. Social media is all agog with some of the content of that particular book. Many persons pointed towards the 1993 annulled elections. And for the first time, he's revealing that he wasn't the one that annulled it, even though he announced it. But he said that it was Abacha that did the annulment. I really don't know how it works with military, but if you are the one announcing it, you did it. You are the head of state. So saying that somebody else who wasn't at the time in the picture of things, saying that he annulled it is something that some people are taking with a pinch of salt. But then again, that big reveal about the Igbos not being involved, the 1966 coup, for many years have been tagged as the Igbo coup. He reveals that particular coup wasn't actually an Igbo coup. Can you give us your overview of what you have seen and what you have read regarding that?
Well, I think the truth is that I have seen 1979 Constitution and I have seen 1999 Constitution of the Federal Republic. Though I've seen 1960 Constitution too. The truth is that I am still wondering about this environment called Nigeria, where you have law, and then the people of this country, this environment, Nigerian environment, still find it difficult to support their law. Law is just the mind of the writers, and it is on a paper, and it's upon us, our citizens, to do one simple thing: uphold it. Why I said that is this: there was 1966 coup, and yet 1960 Constitution stated that no person or group of persons should assume the authority of leadership of the country forcefully. Nobody should acquire power forcefully to govern a state. And from that period that we went to civil war, 1966 coup, Agironsi, counter plus counter, and most of the actors are alive. And everybody is afraid to gather these men. The state is afraid to gather these men and prosecute them. The question is, why is those in government afraid to prosecute those that took over power forcefully?
Can that still be done now? I mean, some of them are pale and very haggard.
Criminality
how do you put them in jail at this age?
Criminality is criminality. It doesn't matter the number of years it takes. In some cases, Nazi actors, most of them have died. Some were dug up from their grave, and they are still being prosecuted till today.
A grave?
Yes.
A dead body prosecuted?
Yes. That is the way to enforce law. That is the way to establish law. That is the way to abide by law. So now IBB is talking, and I ask question. My question is simple. Why did IBB wait until Professor Humphrey Nwosu died? Because it's ridiculous for him to begin to tell, or for him to tell Nigerians that he was responsible. There was an umpire, National Electoral Commission, NEC. National Electoral Commission, chairman by Professor Humphrey Nwosu. Fortunately, I was able to be close to that prof. And I have a lot of information, too many informations he gave out. So, for me, it's just what I call maybe some people from North and some people from Southwest, just like Babangida was boggled, Buhari was boggled and lured into announcing June 12th as Democracy Day for this country. So if it was Democracy Day, Buhari announced that. What happened to the democracy of 1979-83 that he overthrew? And why did Nigerians compensate him by bringing him back as president instead of prosecuting for overthrowing a legitimate, democratically elected president of Nigeria, Shehu Shagari of blessed memory, with his team, that routine? They were all stoppages. These actors, these men were all deliberate stoppages. They worked against democracy. And there is nowhere that you work against democracy and then you destroy the foundations of democracy. And then the irony is that they do coup, they arrest you. And you keep wondering. So, for Babangida, they call him Babangida. Babangida means father of the house. It is funny. It's cajoling. It makes little or no sense because that was the prime of my youth. I witnessed most of those things because we were part of those in the advocacy for declaration of June 12 results. And I was part of those that went on exile. The question is, why? Like you asked. Now, Abacha is dead. You are alive. You didn't say anything. You waited until Professor Humphrey Nwosu died. And today, for annulling the so-called popular and most acceptable election in Nigeria, they gathered to raise 17 billion naira plus for you. To thank you.
It's even more.
For destroying democracy.
That's the irony of it.
That's the irony of it. That should not be done. The truth is that if we have, like I know we have a government, but why is that not, why is this government not government of law? We have a National Assembly. What's the fear? The man has said, we did this.
But he said he regrets.
If he regrets, for who?
His actions.
Against Nigeria. Not against me, not against Abiola. Against Nigeria. So, what did the president say? What did the president of the country today say? What did the leadership of National Assembly say to that? And then that library, with due respect, why would anybody think about that library? Library of what?
Library of history.
On how to distort democracy.
How not to distort democracy.
No, it's on how to distort the democracy.
I mean, but the reason is he has apologized. He has seen that he's wrong. Or
the man declared himself president. Whatever the decree he chose, and they enacted it, he called himself a president. So the issue is, Why are we pretending over these things? And then somebody will just talk in the backyard. We'll go and get the person and say it's terrorism. There is no terrorism that is worse than the terrorism that attack democracy. Anything that affects democracy is anti-people. Do you know the number of people that lost their lives during the June 12th? It was like a freeze. At a point, certain ethnic groups in the country felt there was going to be another war. Not civil war. There's no war that is civil. It's war is war. So, what I think is that since Babangida is alive, I think Buhari is alive. Obasanjo was a circumstantial actor. He did not conduct any coup. He quickly got in there to avoid vacuum and quickly ushered in processes that led to democratically elected process. And then Shagari was elected. Check it, find out the history. Do they think Obasanjo was not with his senses? Do they think Obasanjo don't know that sometime, someday, some people will come to query these things? So, I'm not saying for those that are contributing money for that library, the question is, what will you learn from that library on how to develop, support, and advance democracy? Will you go to that library and borrow which book?
Book of politics. I mean, there's a whole lot that have been reviewed.
All we can see in that library is the book of coups. How to organize coup, how to annul elections, and the rest of them.
But in the contrast, I mean,
remember, there's a generation that is watching.
Yeah,
there is a generation that is watching, and then the current president was a victim of that process.
Yes.
So if there's any person that will talk, he is the one. It could be executive legislation. The Constitution stated that nobody, it has remained from 1960 Constitution to 1979 to date 1999, say no person or group of persons shall take over power forcefully. That provision is still there. So what are they waiting to implement it? What is the Attorney General waiting to implement it?
So, as it stands now, let's go back to that particular revelation. It's on record that Abibi himself, who is the former head of state for the first time, somebody who's that prominent in the north, has giving into that thought that all the while that everyone had thought about that 1966 coup, that it wasn't an Igbo coup. What do you think the Igbos had lost because of that stigmatization of the fact that that coup was an Igbo coup?
Well, I have at all times shared this opinion, even with you personally, that 1966 coup was not an Igbo coup. Number one is that when you look at the names, we will have more Yorubas, you will have more people from southwest Nigeria, and you have one from, just one Igbo, Ifajuna, made the list. Just one Igbo.
So why did they
then
target
Nzogu,
an Igbo coup?
Listen, Nzogu was from Midwestern Nigeria. Today, Edo and Delta was Midwest.
Yeah.
Osadebe was the premier then. So Nzogu has no link with Eastern Nigeria to say. Nzogu, Chukuma Nzogu. And there is no Igbo family that bears the name Nzogu. You call it Nzogu. They call it Nzogu. No Igbo family. No community. No clan bear the name Nzeogwu, N-Z-E-O-G-W. So it has never been an Igbo or Eastern Nigerian coup. It was a coup by Midwesterners and Southwesterners. That is just the sheer truth. The name Ifajuna played little or no role in that. But the anger was that persons that was mapped out, some persons were mapped out for whatever operational reasons, and then people like Zik, later Zikiwe, M.I. Okpara, who was premier them, and a lot of them were not tracked in that coup. It makes no sense. Yes, granted, Sadwana was eliminated. So, it was a coup. And what did the government do after? It began with Aguiyi-Ironsi. What did the government do after? What did that regime do? And then we ask ourselves, what was the purpose of all these coups? How did it move Nigeria forward? How did it support the Nigerian foundation? How did it support the development of democracy? So it's still out of personal interest. Someone sitting down somewhere, believing that this thing is not working the way it should be. Any person in the military or in our security system should consider the functionality of the security department it belongs to, efficiency, not the administration of the country. That is truth. So, if it's not an Igbo coup, and there's no way to be an Igbo coup, and it can never be an Igbo coup, because don't forget that the late Emeka Odumegwu Ojukwu was the military administrator for Eastern Nigeria. So what was his role? Zero. He was here when all these things was happening. He couldn't join. Okay? Probably because he had a better experience of what militarism means, and then implications of coups and things like that, because he was well read as an Oxford material. But what about those that carried that? What was their purpose? Why the coup? So many horrifying things. Let me just use that term. Worse things has happened since 1999 to date. And then democracy have come to stay. So there is need for Nigeria to query, Nigeria as a nation, to query those past and punish all those involved. That is the truth. If anybody is afraid to say it, today I have stated it. There is need for Nigeria as a nation to query that past. To query that past. There is need, because until there is justice for those practices, you will also be giving room. You'll be giving room for possible occurrences again. So, either we support our constitution, either we believe in our constitution, either we uphold our constitution, or, sorry, we'll just be standing, hanging in the air, and we'll, becomes a borrowed time thing. So that any other time, some guys, few people will gather themselves and then possibly take over government.
What sensitive issues do you think were downplayed or left out in that book?
If they say Abiola won the election, let them announce the result.
But he released the results in his book.
That's what I said. If they say he won the election, let them announce the result and possibly put his picture in the villa as the former president of Nigeria. What was not in that book was the persuasions, the involvement, the role the National Electoral Commission chairman played in assuaging the military in that era to accept and allow him announce that result. Collation was complete. If you read Mosu's book, collation was complete. It was clear. The lead in that election was clear, not just for president, but for persons that stood senatorial and House of Reps elections. Governorship election has come and gone. So it was clear where NRC or SDP was leading. But for the National Assembly and the president, people were winning. And a lot of people died out of the trauma of that annulment. Most people elected died out of that trauma. So, what was left in that book is not inclusion of the role of Professor Humphrey Nwosu.
The role of
Professor Humphrey Nwosu. That book cannot be complete if you admit that you take responsibility for the annulment of that election. You must let Nigerians know what the then NEC, National Electoral Commission, the role they played, and how you collected. From who did you receive the result from? That is how you bring Humphrey Nwosu in, well, and his team. Some of his team members are still alive. So there is need, because there was no reason to say you are annulling an election, that it was in overall interest of Nigerians. How? Nigerians went out and voted somebody, and you annulled it and say it was in their interest. How?
To about civil war.
Which civil war?
He claims.
Which, is there any war that is civil?
Yeah, again, let me add, and let me also add this. Oju Zokalu, the other day, I think it was yesterday, says that he's hoping to see the second version of the Journey to Service by IBB. That IBB should have to write a second version of that particular book, and says that he wants to know the names of those whom he said stopped him from, you know, announcing Abiola as the winner, because he said he was there. He actually knew what was going on at the time.
How can a president say that he was stampeded?
Is it not possible? I mean, this is like about every government.
If I am a president,
yeah,
and this is the team, and in this meeting, all of you, your view becomes that what was genuinely done should be downplayed. I'll wait for you this meeting to dismiss. And once this meeting is dismissed, in fact, I won't even wait. I'll tell you I have headache. Let's continue in the next 2 hours. By the time you leave this door and go and enter your car, all of you will be arrested. I'll just stuff all of you in detention. And that ends it. So there are things, somebody who was leading an illegitimate militocracy system, and he comes out to say that his gang stuffed him, and that in the interest of Nigeria, they annulled that election. So what happens to the Nigerian funds, Nigerian revenue that was used in conducting that election? Who returns it back to the country? They should deduct it from the 17 billion. That is the truth.
Anyway, the 17 billion is not like it's cash per se. I mean,
No,
this thing's going to be
it's
announced.
pledge.
Not so much.
It's pledge. So I am not against him. He's a man I very fine, handsome, you know, wonderful.
At the time.
At the time.
No longer now.
I don't know. But the point is this. Journey to service or journey of service. The secret in it is that the man has come just like too many people that participated in the Second World War. Okay? Nazi actors. They are giving in, just like he has given. There is need for our National Assembly, as a matter of need, to receive that book, go through that book, and then do one favor to Nigerians. Enforce the provision of the Constitution that states that you don't take power by force.
Absolutely. So
that provision has been there since 1960 to date. And if it is there, the meaning is that until we do that, democracy here will continuously be undermined. Until we gather all those that participated in coup. They must tell us why they took over the country.
Those who are still alive, though.
Those who are still alive. And then those who had their way, possibly they may have become president of this country, should be derobed, and National Assembly make a law denouncing their whatever service.
So Tony,
that they were never president.
Let's leave it there, because I mean you have really hit the nail on its head. I mean we just need to go back and call out these guys. IBB has released a book. I'm sure that there will be counter response to some of the things that he has written. I'm sure I'm expecting the one from Falana. I'm expecting Obasanjo to write, encountering him. I'm also expecting Fasoro Timi to write. I mean, there are a whole lot of persons who have a lot of problems with that
people like Udenta, Professor Udenta.
Yes, would also have an issue with that book. So I'm sure that there will be a flurry of events that will follow up, this particular book that has been released. But thank you, Tony, for your review. We truly appreciate it.
Thanks for appreciating me. But one thing I want to say before I leave is that they should refund Nigeria their money that they wasted in that June 12th.
Okay, that's IBB should refund the money from the 17 billion that they give.
Is it me? He has to refund it.
Okay. We'll see about that. Thank you so much, Tony Wachuku, for your time. We truly appreciate it. We're back shortly after this. Please stay with us.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking. Events occur and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
And so in the face of all of this chaos, do not in any way lose focus. We're still into the first 60 days of the year 2025. How are you? Check yourself. I mean, forget about the IBB talk. Forget about the politics of this country. How much is in your pocket? How much wealth have you created? How much foundation have you created in this year that would, at the end of the year, make you feel like, you know what, it's been a fine year. What have you done? And what are you intending to do? I mean, these are questions you should be asking yourself at least now that we're within 60 days of the year. It's still a very brand new year, so that's certain things that can be done for you. So we would, for the next 25 minutes, discuss wealth creation in times like this. We have with us live in the studio Ifen Aralu is a wealth creator, a wealth creation and development expert. Good to have you. Good morning.
Good morning.
Yeah, thank you so much. Thank you for having me.
So wealth creation, when you hear wealth creation, the first thing that comes to mind is investments. The other one is savings. And then there's a Nigerian economy that doesn't even think through these things. Because again, if you were looking to save monies, say from 2023, since this president took over office, I'm sure that that mindset would have been changing a little bit because of how the economy dwindled rapidly right on our very eyes. How do Nigerians react to things like this? Especially now that on a very good day you are buying things triple the amount. You're talking about feeding, you're talking about clothing, you're talking about rents. Everything have tripled right under our noses. So how do you even think of creating wealth when you haven't even eaten?
Well, okay. Thank you so much for that question. You know, I've actually explored so many things with respect to wealth creation, and I would want to state here that, you know, in the darkest hour of your life, that is when you should shine the light. You know, and you find out that, you know, from the Holy Book, you see that light came out from darkness, and darkness could not comprehend it. So the best time to shine is actually when it is dark. I mean, who will see your light when it's not dark? You know what I'm talking about. So as much as the economy is dwindling, that is when it is the right time to actually rise above it. And that is why we are here. That is why we keep telling people about what they need to do to rise above the tides, the economic winds and the tides, you know, of the whole economy. So I really do not accept when people tell me, because of the economy, I am not able to save, I'm not able to invest, I'm not able. I will tell them, no. It is as a result of what the economy is that you should be able to do all of those things. Why? Because you are intending to rise above the tide.
But this sounds like a motivational speaking, and sometimes motivation.
So we are going to break it down, because leave about motivation. Because I told you, that's why I told you I have tried it in my own life. I will not be talking about what if I haven't tried it. I don't know if you understand me. It's not good. Okay, I may not come here and start bringing my trying, but things I have tried, I'm going to tell you.
Isn't it more challenging in this particular economic situation in Nigeria?
Okay, fine. It is more challenging, especially for every strata of citizens, of our citizens. And so, what I would want to advise is, as much as it is quite tough in every respect, you just begin to check which particular aspect of the economy, which particular aspect of life can I take advantage of to actually grow my finance. I don't know if you understand, and I guess that is why we're here.
Yes,
that is why we're here. So I would just probably say one or two things. First of all, I keep telling people, how many means of income do you have? Are you still reliant on one means of income? In a country like Nigeria, that there are a lot of things that you can actually do. You get me? There are a lot of things you can actually do that you may not necessarily be required to be licensed like we have abroad. Take, for example, everybody says I am an agent, I'm a land agent. You don't require a license. Do you understand that? Take, for example, somebody say I market cars, I do that. You don't require a license. You can become a teacher without having a teaching certificate. Do you see that? Every one of us, okay, now we have this social media. And they tell us Facebook pays, they tell us YouTube pays, they tell us TikTok pays. And then you are telling, well, I'm just a salary earner. Why are you not using TikTok? Why are you not being paid on TikTok? Why are you not being paid on Facebook? Why are you not being paid on YouTube? It's free. The only thing that you require is data, right? So you just need your salary to just get data, so you can produce content for people to consume, and then probably you get a lot of followership. So what do you need to learn? How do I grow my followership? How do I grow my community so that I can begin? Because everything is content. This is something I have found new. So you can say, I don't know the content to share. I don't know the content. No. Sitting at home and just watching TV is content for Nigerians. Do you get that? Nigerians are just looking for just bring your everyday life. Do you know, just tying towel, going to the bathroom, coming out. You see, the one that gets me, laughing is, what is get ready with me? GRWM. What is that? I see that on don't you see that on Instagram?
Yeah.
Do you see the followers? Do you see the people that comment?
Yeah.
People just post get ready with me while as I go to church. While in service, what do you see people do? They put the camera while they are praising their God. I don't know if it's me. While they are shouting hallelujah, they just post. So you can't tell me that you do not have content to create. Because you do. If you tell me that you don't have content to create as a young person, you know what I tell you? That means you don't understand Nigerians.
Not everyone is born a content creator, actually.
Guess what? They say necessity is the mother of all invention. I wasn't born a content creator. I don't even like content. But when, like you said, the harsh winds of the economy have started hitting you, what do? As I said, you begin to find ways. If, for example, our economy is cool, most of us can be okay with one means of income. Are you?
Yeah.
You just go and I just sit in my office and I earn my salary, and my salary is enough. Why am I not looking for more? But why do we look for more? It's because of the harsh winds of the economy. That's why I say you shouldn't just settle down. Most of us were not born to do what we are doing. Most of us did not even train to do what we are doing. Do you see that? Most of us went to train as medical doctors. What is a medical doctor doing? You get that kind of thing? Yes. Most of us are trained to be engineers, just like myself. What am I doing? Do you see that? So it's everything. Let me tell you, I tell people, I said, do you know, even if I was not where I'm working or making, there are several places. I would locate the biggest church and I begin to teach in Sunday school. That's the simple. You go to church, right? Thank you. Or locate the biggest church. Find where to work in a department. Just make myself visible with two people. Begin to teach. You can meet people's needs. Do you get that? I can come very early in church and people park their cars, I clean it. And I just put my number. And I'll wait. When they close church and people are coming, I'll just go and meet some people and say, I cleaned your car. I just felt your tires were dirty. I just had to clean it. What they give you? They give you. By the time they give you a hand that, it won't sustain you, right? But you're starting to do something. You now find out that, okay, people come to church with their cars dirty, right? So what do? If I can talk to the pastor, if I can find a small place where I can just open a car wash, so you are enjoying service, and your cars will be driven to the car wash, and I just wash it, you'll be appreciative of that. Do you see that? So we need to settle down and begin to think, how do I actually create wealth amongst the, the only book says, where two or more are gathered, I am what? I have changed it with wealth. Where two or more are gathered, what happens? There is economy. Economy is created where two or more are what? Gathered. That is why if you find where two or more are gathered, even if it's a private and focused WhatsApp group, what happens? Somebody wants to sell something. It's either somebody is selling an SPPD, right? It's either somebody is selling their church program, or somebody is selling their website, or somebody is selling, I'm a food vendor, or somebody is selling, I am a hair vendor. Somebody wants to post what they do. Why? Because wherever two or more are gathered, there is economy. So what are you doing with where two or more are gathered? That place you find yourself. Do you see that? So where two or more are gathered, economy is created. Be a part of it.
Wow. I mean, you have changed a little bit of the conversation right now. Wealth creation is very large. I mean, and it's different from persons to persons. Some persons would have funds and they say, you know what, they are thinking of investments in money markets, investments in treasury bills. And that's the only one they know. They don't want all this content creation. Let's leave them with this content creation, which I don't know if you have any idea with investment in that space, because these days I'm even hearing that you can even invest in the Nigerian bank using foreign currencies.
Yes.
Like, how does that work? Is it possible? How do you make money? There was a day I was reading on something and I saw, was it stock I was seeing that a certain stock, if you had invested 1 million naira in January of last year, by December, it would have been over 6 million. I can't remember what particular stock it was, but it's that humongous, you know, in terms of investment. So talk through us through the wealth creation through, you know, investment in money markets and treasury bills.
Beautiful. So, you know, most times when I do talk about wealth, there are three vehicles that you cannot take away. You cannot take away from wealth creation. Three very solid vehicles. First of all, you could say money market. The other, the capital market. You know, they are quite different. I'm going to explain. Then the other, of course, you cannot do without real estate. So let's just stay. There are other vehicles, but let's just stay with this. There are other vehicles, of course, transportation, food, and all of that stuff. But let's just stay with these three vehicles because these are my 3-star vehicles.
Oh, really?
For wealth creation, yes.
Okay.
Which everybody in your portfolio of wealth, you should have things like this.
Wow.
So what do I call it? First of all, let's go into the money market. So when you talk about the money market, that is where you talk about your treasury bill, the federal government bonds. And then, of course, there are other things that people may not really be the bankers' acceptance, the CPs, commercial papers, and all of that stuff. But let's just stay with what people know, which is the treasury bill. Now, in this darkest moment of the economy, in this whole thing, that is when the treasury bills rates went up.
Yes.
Of course, we got treasury bill. We can get treasury bill as high as 20%.
Yeah.
That was like in January. This February, it's got probably gone down slightly to about 18%. You can get about 18% or 19, between 17 to 19% right now. It just went down slightly. Why? Because inflation went down. You know, in February we went down from 30 something to 20-something%. We are currently about 24.
Yeah.
No, the one for February is not out, but we went down in January. But let's just assume we are at 30 something in January. So you could get treasury bill at between 20 to 21, 22. Some we are giving as high as 22. But let's just stay with 20 that we can calculate. What does that mean? What does that translate? Because most times when you use percentages, people don't really understand what it translates to. So when you invest 1 million naira in treasury bill, they give you what? 20%. That 20% means 200,000 naira for 1 year. That's 200,000 naira you're talking about. So that means now, but for treasury bill, you get your interest upfront. Unlike the fixed deposit and all of that stuff that you get back end. But the good thing about treasury bill that you are not charged WHT, which is your withholding fund. Why? Because it's a federal government product, and so you cannot be paying tax on the interest that the federal government that you are paying the tax to is like double taxation.
Right.
So you don't pay WHT, but for your fixed deposit you pay your WHT. So you pay your VAT, and because that's the service from the bank, you know. So that I tell people, why don't you do that? That was when the economy was looking as if it's not going to raise its head. So you have your that's the money market. You have your treasury bill. So why are you not investing in that? Can you see that? Why are you not investing in treasury bill? So you can actually do that. Walk into your bank and ask them that you want to actually invest in the money market, which is your treasury bill. Currently, I think it's still good. It's still 17, though it is still below the inflation rate of 24 that we said, but it's still a good investment. Still a modest, let me put it out, it's a modest investment that you can actually come into. Then the other one is the capital market. Now, the capital market, we're talking about shares. Almost every bank, thank God for the CBN. The CBN mandated all banks in 2 years, from last year to 2 years' time, to go to the market and raise money. In fact, they prevented the banks from raising money abroad. So the banks are mandated to raise money in Nigeria. So how do they raise money? Of course, they need to sell their shares. So when we talk about shares, it's owning a chunk of any particular institution, just a chunk. You get. So you can decide to own, maybe I want to own like 1%. I want to own maybe less than 0.something%. That's the number of shares. That actually translates to the number of shares you have with the bank. And so these banks, they came out with, we saw what happened July, August, even September. Some banks were selling. They went to the primary market to actually raise money. Now I tell people, why is it good to do the primary market? Yeah. In as much as there is also the secondary market when it has to do with shares, with the capital market is because in the primary market, which the banks came out with their public offering. Now, if you are coming out as an institution for the very first time to raise money from the capital market, it is called initial public offering. When you've done that and you're doing it again, it's called just public offering. That is why you didn't hear IPOs. Because most banks had IPOs in 1999 when people say the whole thing crashed and all of that stuff. But in 2024, we had public offerings. Now, these banks came out and said they are buying shares. And guess what? They opened it up. Those times you can buy like 1 million. You can buy 2 million at once. But that is the great side of the primary market. Now, if you go to the secondary market, they want to buy 2 million shares of a particular bank or a particular institution, you may not find it as a chunk. You may take a whole month. You can just buy, bits by bits, that kind of thing. So that is why. So if you had money, let me just tell you, one of the shares that we looked at is in one of the banks, that has even grown. I don't want to call the name of the bank, but there was a particular bank that sold about 9 naira, 9.50 kobo. Currently, that share is doing about, the last time I checked, was doing about over 18 naira. That's 100%. Wow. So that means if I had invested 1 million, I would be like 2 million. Wow. There's also an oil company that if you had bought last year, they were doing like, I think about 30 something naira. Before December, I think I'm suspecting that was the company you're talking about. Before December, they grew to 120.
Is it the one though?
Thank you very much.
Okay.
I didn't want to, I'm just being careful. I didn't want to mention. They grew to 120, but the last time I checked in December, they were at 60 something. They came down to 60 something. But I don't know what it is, but you can check what it is currently. So imagine if you had invested in that particular share. So we know this, we check. These things are working. Now, people have developed apathy towards the capital market. Why? Because they are still remembering what happened in 1999. Yeah. So I understand the apathy. I understand the fact that you want to get involved. But why are you not getting involved? Because it is looking good. The efforts of the CBN is paying. The efforts of, because of the regulatory bodies, they are making it to, they are strengthening these institutions. Our institutions are being strengthened. In fact, one of the things we should be proud of in Nigeria is our financial institution, because it's being strengthened. Right now, CBN is taking it to a capital base of about 250 billion for your tier 1 bank. You can imagine. From 25 billion, they are making it 250 billion for your tier 1 banks. For your tier 2, they have their various distant amount, which of course you can Google online. So if we have a bank that is about 250 billion, that is a strong, I think it's either 250 or 500 billion or something like that. So it's becoming stronger by the day. So what does that tell you? Their shares will be highly priced. So it's good to come in. You can say, I just have 50,000. Buy as little as the one that particular 50,000 can buy. Over time, the beautiful thing I like about shares is the fact that you earn dividend. So by maybe if I want to advise someone here, free of charge, if I want to advise you, if you're saying I don't know the bank to buy, simple, look for a particular institution that pays dividend twice a year. Institutions pay dividend twice a year. So that is like a starting point before I start talking about maybe studying their fundamentals, their financials and all that. If you're a novice, like I don't know the one, I'll just advise you, which particular institution you know pays dividend twice a year.
So which one currently pays twice a year?
Should I call names? I don't want to. I'm just trying not to.
Okay.
Yeah, exactly. So you get. I'm just trying not to. But there are institutions, especially financial institutions, that pay dividend. They pay interim dividend and they pay full year and interim. So those are the things those are the things you like. For you to pay dividend twice a year, tell me that institution is doing well.
Yeah.
Because most institutions I'll just pay you once. Please allow us to work so that we can actually pay this in. Exactly. So for those that are saying we can pay you twice a year, and they've been doing it over the years, not that they want to start, they are doing it. Come on, start with those. You get, that's what I'm saying. Start with those. That's for the capital market. And of course, should we go into real estate? Real estate is kind of vast. So you can say, I don't have money to buy land. What are you talking about? Why can't you become an agent? Start. We have people that said, okay, start saving with us. With over time, what you have saved with us, we'll now use it to purchase a property for you. We know about all of those things. So if you don't have, you can start, become an agent with them, start marketing for them and selling their property. They can actually give you a good deal and say, okay, we're giving you this land from your sales, and the commission we ought to pay you. We'll just use that, instead of paying you, use that commission to actually purchase this particular property. It could be a land, it could be this thing for you. Do you get that? So, and there is a whole, there is a whole value chain to that with respect to real estate. You can come in at any point. If you have so much money, of course, you can buy land, develop, and sell. If you just have a certain kind of amount, you could just buy land, wait for it to appreciate, and you resell. You get, that is all it is. If you have a property, Pam, you can just say, okay, instead of selling, probably let me just rent it, and you get rental incomes from this. These are several ways you can actually create wealth with these 3-star, I call them my 3-star vehicles of wealth creation. There are so much. Is it transportation? Of course. Is it agriculture? In agriculture, there is a whole spectrum. What do? Raise, if you can do animal, or you can do crop. On the crop, you can say, I want to do food crop or ornamental, or those kind of things. In animals, okay, I want to do food, I want to do the ones that you can kill, or I want to do exotic, I want to do wild. Different. Why are you not doing it?
Well, some people will say in that environment of real estate, it does look like it's kind of confusing, because when you purchase land today, say for instance 3 million, no, not today, maybe say years ago, and now the land is appreciated to 10 million. That's, inflation has killed it out. If you put that same amount in dollars, I mean, you see that it's basically just marginally changed in terms of naira versus the dollar value. And even up until now, that same amount of 10 million naira, you know, if you want to go to the market to buy, you can't purchase that same thing that you purchased 3 million.
Now, I like that. Thank you very much for that. Now, so those are the things that people say to actually dissuade some people from investing. Now, but let me tell you, the truth is, you know, we're talking about wealth. When you're talking about wealth, you're talking about a portfolio. I just said, see, build your portfolio, especially with these 3 vehicles. You invest 20% in money market, invest 40% in. It just depends on you. You could do the you could do the 60 20 20, you could do the 60 10 30. Anyone you want to do 40, I don't know if you understand me, 30 something like that, and say, okay, I want to do 40% in this. When you buy, inflation currently is about, like we said, 24%, 24.88, something like that percent. You get, so you buy a land of 2 million right now. So check the inflation. Do you think inflation in Nigeria can ever go above 50%? Do you think? I don't know. Do you see that? So even if you check the inflation, or leave about the inflation, the way I calculate it, to just make it easy for the simple man, is if I want to spend 2 million naira, for example, for a land today, ask yourself, which other thing can 2 million naira do for you? For example, let's just put it at the baseline. Maybe 2 million naira can buy 50 bags of rice. Let's just put it that way, 50 bags of rice. Because that is what, you know, in Nigeria, you could just, if you tie amount to food is okay. So let's say 2 million right now today, 2025, can buy 50 bags of rice. Now, I want to buy this land 2 million, and then I probably will sell it in 10 years' time. If you can actually keep this record, in 10 years' time, what will be the inflation? Let's just assume the inflation now goes high to about, say, 50%. The best way to calculate it is, I'm selling it about 10 million now. All right? That 10 million in 2035, can it buy 50 bags of rice? If it can buy, I'm just saying, if it can buy more,
yes.
If it can buy less, then you know that actually inflation killed your money. Do you see that? I don't know if it's so at that point, what do? You now begin to say, okay, should I sell? Because when you sell, you get your capital gain, or when you sell, you can decide to say, can I sell or can I leave it and do another thing with it? So that is why I tell people, instead of just keeping the land, if you can actually rent the land out for maybe mechanics or churches or something, that will be paying you rental income. So that means I'm getting something year on year on that land, probably before I fully decide on what to do with the land. So it still makes sense. I usually tell people, I say, please, if you're going for an asset, always go for an asset that yields you income. Income yielding, I call it income yielding asset, IYA. Income yielding asset, very, very nice. So if I have a property, is it income yielding year on year? Not yet. So I rather rent it. Let me be getting something they call rental income. I better lease it so you can get your lease income. You know, that kind of thing. Or if not, you will not get anything until you sell it, and then that is what we call capital gain. But that is not what I'm interested in. So if you have money now, what asset can I get that will be income yielding? So I tell people, if you want to buy a car, make sure that car is doing Uber. Make sure that car is generating income for you. If you want to get a phone, make sure that phone will generate income. So be focused in an economy like this. Be focused on income yielding assets. Right. And most times when they ask me, okay, which one can you say? I would say go for shares. You know why? Because they pay you dividend every year. Do you get that? Or go for the money market. You know why? Because at least in a year, if you go for 1 year, they pay you at least 1 year your dividend, your interest. They call it interest, yeah, or your yield. You know that. So those are the things I advise people to do that. Then if you want to go for a physical asset, please make sure if you're going for a physical asset, that asset is actually yielding income year on year, month on month or something. You are deriving something from that asset. That is when your asset is satisfying. For me, I don't think asset is satisfying when it doesn't give me something I used to run my life.
Right.
There is something you must use to run your life. So if your asset is not giving something you used to run your life, even if it's just buying fuel in your car or taking care of your health, paying your hospital bills, you need an asset that is doing that for you.
Just 2 key issues before we go, because we're all actually out of time.
Sorry.
Do you advise someone to purchase a house where they would live in? Because I've seen these arguments where people say, don't purchase a house and live in it. Instead, stay in a rented apartment and rent that particular one that you have purchased. That's just one. And 2, how much of that is an investment to you? Because you said whatever you have should yield. Because once you're staying inside, it's not yielding for you, even though you're going to pay rent if at all you're going somewhere else. And secondly, this content creation, it's an investment of some sort, because you don't just start today and start making money. You have to invest for a long time, say 3 months, 6 months. You have to buy a good phone, at least good camera. You have to also have a particular place that is quite fantastic so that you could have the content creation settled. You have to also learn it. You have to also create a niche. I mean, you have to go to a study to know what works for you and what you can practically do. It's an investment of some sort. If you're looking at that, you won't be spending anything less than at least 100 or 200,000 or 300,000 in order to get these things done, at least modestly, you know. So you wonder, where would an average Nigerian really get that kind of money to invest and then, you know, start those kinds of things?
Okay, so first, let me come with your first question about, you said something about, just remind me.
Buying a house and living inside of it.
Okay, buying a house and living inside. You see, is a two sides of a coin. Firstly, I'll ask you, before you live inside that house that you've bought, can you run your life without complaining? Like, can you go without complaining? Like you are running your life normally. Maybe you have other means of income that you're using to run your life. If you do not, why live in that house? You see that? Because at some point in your life, you must have to live in your own house. If you have grown to a certain point. But before that, you have to be running your life. Like, daily life is being run on a daily basis. On a daily basis, you are spending money on something.
So it's not a good thing as a young person to get a house?
Yes, as a young person that you are still coming up, and somebody gives you a house, or you have money and you buy a house, I would advise you, why don't you put it on rent? So that you can actually, if for example, where you were staying in a 3-bedroom flat or 2-bedroom or 1-bedroom, you are paying like a 400,000 or 500,000, and then you can rent that place for 2 million. Financial sense, what happens? Rent and be collecting the 2 million, so you can also use the part of the rent that you're collecting to pay your rent here, and use the remaining 1.5 to run your life or save. Because if you need to run your life, you have to have some savings. So you can save, for example, 500,000 and use 1 million to run your life, or whatever the case may be. So you check it. But if you check it and say the rent you want to collect from here is 200,000, and the rent you are paying somewhere is 600,000.
Makes no sense.
Thank you very much. So you can see. So it's that's why I say it's a two sides of a coin. You need to check it and check which one is more beneficial to you. Because at every point in your life, you must calculate, how can I mine the best advantage? How can I mine the best advantage for myself? You must be at an advantage point. You must always seek to be at an advantage point, so that you don't drown yourself under the weight of this whole economic thing we are talking about. So if I am at an advantage of saying, if I rent, I make money, and come on, I think I would advise you to rent. In fact, I've advised someone, I said, you are living in Zoo, for example. Zoo Estate is a premium estate in ENUGU. And I said, why are you living in Zoo? You are living in money. So if you're living in Zoo and then you can take care of all of your needs, fine. But if you're living in Zoo Estate and then you are not able to take care of all of your needs, what's the idea? Why don't you sell it? Selling a house in Zoo, nothing less than $500 million, minimum. So you get $500 million. Why don't you go to a decent place, maybe WTC or maybe Centenary? You build a duplex. Highest to cost is about 150 million. You have 350. Take that 350, put it in the money market. You give it 20%. 20% of 350, that's about 7 million. Oh, more than 7 million, but about 70 million. Can you see that? And you have 350. So you have about 70 million. You already built a house that you are staying. And you have 70 million to play around with. What are you talking about? You see it now.
It's easier said.
Wow. Well, I understand what it's saying. It's not like it's easier said, but I understand.
For real, these are practical things I tell people.
Yeah.
Because you cannot be staying in a mansion and then you are complaining that you cannot put fuel in your car, you cannot pay band A. It's crazy. When I hear those things, it's crazy. Like, you are struggling under paying band A, and then you are living in a house of 500 million naira. Think about it. That means you are not supposed to be living in that house. Now, concerning the other question that you talked about, content creation, you are the one that is trying to make it tush.
Right.
Seriously,
let me the algorithm will not show your video.
Who said
if it's not good enough?
Who said so? Do you know, based on that thing you have said, some people have casualed me to go and get an iPhone. I said, what do I need it? Do I need an iPhone? Some people say, yes, you need it for content creation. I said, no, I don't have an iPhone, but I create content. Guess what? You do not need the things that even go, check some of the things that go viral. That's it. Check the background. I don't understand me. All those memes that you see, check. It is not so pleasant. It is probably when you just start. Because when you say you must get a good place, choose these things, you will delay people from doing these things. Do not start waiting and then keep crying and begging. But if you tell them that no matter the phone you use, you can grow. Most people that you see, their content is looking awesome with background. They've grown to a certain point that they were able to afford. They no longer use phones. They now use digital cameras. Exactly. They now use digital cameras and getting a whole lot of production crew. Now they have production crew. But you could start with you yourself. You are your production crew. So what I tell people is, instead of paying for somebody to edit your videos, just go and learn
how to
edit your videos yourself. No, just be learning, do 1 or 2 things, do 1 or 2 skits, and then just be posting content. By the time you're growing, because it's a building process, like you said. So by the time you're growing, you're getting 1 views, 2 views. Start with Facebook, meet them. You're growing your views. You grow to a community of maybe 1,000. You become something, Abby. And then maybe the money starts coming. People can begin to see your content and begin to gift you things and begin to say, I like your content, I like what you're doing. They can begin to call you. Some people may want to even sponsor what you're doing. I see a boy in TikTok and just sings about this weekend. Waiting there. That kind of Duncan Mighty song. Yes. And then they are singing that song, and then he keeps showing people that are gifting him.
Yes.
Wow, I like this thing that you do. 50,000, 20,000.
Yes.
With all those monies, when you gather them, you can actually now use and say, let me upgrade my phone. Yes. Let me upgrade what I do, and that is it.
Absolutely. I mean, I think we should invite you once again, and maybe sometime next week, to discuss more on this wealth creation. It's very, very important because there's a whole lot, the gamut of it that we can talk about. Ifena Aralu, wealth creation and development expert, many thanks for your insights.
You're welcome.
Truly appreciate it.
Thank you so much.
Yeah. So we're back after this. Do stay with us.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking. Events occur and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
She is her mother's pride, her father's light. Today, 19 years ago, on Wednesday, May 14, in the year 2003, in Moban Kingin, Adamawa State, she was born, full of life and named Leah Sharibu. Though we are sad that Leah is away from family and friends on her 19th birthday today, we acknowledge Leah's strength and tenacity. We urge the federal government to ensure the safe release of Leah Sharibu, the only Dapchi girl remaining in the custody of Boko Haram terrorist group. Happy 19th birthday, Leah Sharibu.
Welcome back. Of course, last discussion we talked about the harsh economy and how to, pave way to create financial freedom. And on to the next, we're going to be talking about the bill to reduce things that increase rental fees in Enugu State's past first reading. And in the studio we have Peter Ezi, the coordinator of Concerned Citizens for Progressive Enugu State. Good morning and welcome.
Good morning.
Okay, so the bill has passed the first reading. What do you think about this?
I think it's a wonderful one.
Okay.
You get, because we have been waiting for such bill to scale the first reading, not just scaling the first reading, but for the bill to be passed. Okay. You get, so I think it's a wonderful one. It's a wonderful move.
What exactly would you think is the key factor that prompts the bills of rental bills to keep increasing in Enugu State?
Yeah, I think one is unemployment. That is one. Two is the negligence of people's crime by the government. You get. Then another one is the greediness of the landlords.
Actually.
You get. So that is the major key fact that make the rents to be increasing every day.
Most times it's not even the rent. Most times you have the agent fee that is almost the same amount with the rent that people are supposed to.
That is where the unemployment comes in. You get, because when you don't have something doing, you have to look for a way, to get money. You get. So because rent stuff is not always things that comes every time. You get. So when an agent wants to make money, has to put a lot of money, a lot of instead of taking 10%, the person might put like 50%. Making it landlord's fee maybe about 300,000. Then agent's own will be like 200. You get. It's outrageous. You get. But because the person is not employed, is not engaged, so the person will now have to put more because it's not something that comes every time. You get.
Right. So a whole lot of persons have spoken largely about this rent thing. I mean, it's not even about the rent itself. It's even about the agency fee, legal fee, and just other fees that they usually caution fee.
Caution fee.
There's even another one, welcoming fee. More like you're not practically giving money, but you are giving drinks. Yes, to some people around there to show that you are now part of the community. So you would wonder why that is happening. I mean, in big cities like Abuja, Lagos, everybody, even Port Harcourt, you do 10%. That's what it's known.
Yeah.
But here, we're talking about almost up to sometimes even 50% of the amount.
Over 50%.
But why is that so? I mean, when you say it's, this so-called lack of jobs, is it not in Port Harcourt? Is it not in Lagos?
It's everywhere. You get, it's everywhere. But at the same time, like I said earlier, the key fact, one of it is negligence of people's right by the government. When the government is not doing what they are supposed to do, agents will take advantage of it, because they want to make money. You get. Then the main reason why I said that the negligence of people's crime by the government is that, for a decade now, we have not had maybe government estate. You get. For a decade now, we have only like federal housing. That's the one at Noah's, close to Noah's side, and state government housing, the one at by here. You get. So for a decade now, we've not had any other government, federal or state government housing. So that is another reason why the agency fee is increasing. It's affecting the people. It's affecting because if had it mean that they initially regulated the agency fee and the lawyer fee, all this rent fee you get is going to help, and it would have not gotten to this extent. You get. I mean that let's assume they have like 1,000 blocks of 3-story stairs or something of that nature. You get. You stay 1,000. Have maybe you put 1,000 in a campsite, 1,000 in this side, 1,000 in Ugwaji side. You get. When you get there, when you put these houses there now, it will now reduce the cost of living. It will reduce the cost of rents. Then at the same time, all these government estates, there is a procedure you have to go. You don't have to go to agent that or anybody that you need a house to rent to this and that. It will just reduce everything drastically.
So won't that prompt agents to still put high fees for their agents?
That is where this BA is one of the wonderful one. You get. That is where this BA just came in. Once you regulate the agency fee, once you regulate the activities of the agents, you get, it will now make everything to come down. You get.
For instance, if we were to break it down properly in places like Thinkers Corner that we are in right now, I mean, you would hear an amount that is quite outrageous. This is not even close to road. We're talking about right inside of it. We're hearing that a one room and a parlor is going for as high
as like 1 point something million.
Yes,
something of
yes, and then you wonder someone who's renting 2 rooms and 3 rooms, how much they will be paying.
Well, it's really outrageous. It is. That's why the new bill is really very okay. It's a people-oriented bill, and we the citizens have to push for it to be passed.
You know, it's one thing for that bill to pass first reading. It's another thing
for
it to pass second
reading, and the governor consenting to it.
Yeah, so because again, we also know that sometimes it's not that these laws are not good, but it's just that at some point you might just not hear about it again.
Yeah.
You know, these are the kinds of bills you put acceleration on, and then it goes through and fast. I also see that Lagos is looking to also do something, emulate what ENUGU has done, because there was a message that, you know, was had gone viral, where and the senior special assistant to the governor on, you know, housing did, you know, say that, you know, he was reacting to ENUGU's new bill. He was saying that Lagos is coming soon, but they have to deliberate on it to be sure what they actually want. So one would wonder that some of these people who are to legislate on this matter, that they are the owners, the people who legislate on this matter are the ones who are the House of Rep members, or even House of Senate, or even House of Assembly members, and even some are even in government. So it is difficult to even implement such kinds of things, you know, if at all it comes to that point of, you know, consenting, assenting, and even passing through first and second reading.
Yeah, that is where the concerned citizens comes in. You get, you know, this bill can stop halfway, as you said. But if we continue to hammer on it, that we need this bill to be passed, you know, you go to the executive, you meet the people in the authority. This bill is a people-oriented bill and need to be passed without even wasting time. I thought this bill, even the day they read about the bill, I thought it would be passed
the following day.
You get, because it's a bill that everybody, in short, the 70% of people living in ENUGU are waiting for.
Right.
You get. I know the people in government, they are the landlords. Most of them are landlords. Most of them have houses, estates. You get. But we're not asking you not to collect your rent fee or something of that. But what we are saying is that this caution fee, this management fee, the agency fee, the high rate of agency fee should be removed or bring it down so that we, the common people, can be able to pay. But if you continue to say because it's going to affect your own destiny, no. I must say it's greediness that will make you to say that the bill is not a good one. Nobody is saying that your tenant should not pay your house rent. You get. Nobody is saying that. But high rate of agency fee is outrageous. The caution fee, the management fee, I think it should be removed. And how we, as citizens of this state, we have to push for it. That's where we come in. Honorable Kemba did a wonderful work. He did a nice job by bringing it up. And at the same time, I want to thank the co-sponsors, like somebody like Tim Obieze, who happens to be my boss. You get, this bill should be pushed for it to be passed. So I'm calling on all the citizens of this state, all the concerns, the people that people that will help to make sure that this bill is passed, to come up. Let's support this man. Let's support Okemba and the co-sponsors so that this bill will be passed.
I want to get something straight. Charles mentioned houses in around this area for 1 point something million naira, and the bill that is being passed now is to regulate rental fees and the rest of it. As a landlord, if I'm a landlord, are you supposed to tell me how much to put on my own building?
You know, you as a government, you know, when you check and balance, you know how much this house worth. You get. I know it's your property. But as a government, if government comes in, they know the worth of any house.
Okay.
You get. Let's assume that the house is saying that it's cost about 1.7 million, 3-bedroom and parlor that cost about 1.7 million. Government can come in and say no. All the landlords should make their maybe 3-bedroom and parlor. Maybe you are staying in the independence layout or your house is in the independence layout. Make it 1.2 million. I know I'm not supposed to, or the government is not supposed to tell you, but the government should make it fair for the common man. It's the government that will tell you this is what we are going. Okay, let's assume now. You know there are some people that their shop along the Ababa. Are you saying that because it's your shop that the government is not supposed to break it when they want to do something?
No, that's quite different from it. But what I'm saying is, if you can't afford to live in my house, it's fine.
Okay.
I mean, that's why it's my house, and I want you to pay this amount of money because of maybe the money I have spent in building this house, and you know, maybe importation cost and the rest of it.
Let me tell you one thing our people don't understand. House is a long-term investment. You get, and our people always think that once they build the house, they want to get the money immediately.
Okay.
You get. If let's assume now, I must tell you, you cannot get back the money you spent in building house within 20 years. If you understand that house is a long-term investment. But our people thought that building is something you get maybe within a year, you take your money back. No.
Okay.
You get.
Right. Okay, so it's quite confusing what they say, because the amount of monies you use in building a 3-bedroom flat right now is not the same that was used 10 years ago or 15 years ago.
It's true.
But what I have seen is that those who even have that house that was built 10, 15 years ago are pegging it at the same price somebody who just finished building their new houses, today. So how does government put prices at different times? Because you can't, if I tell you my house is a new house and maybe I repaint it, I put another coating around it to make it look new so that it will be on the same power. Then the other person who just finished building, we know that you saw this house go up and you saw that it was painted and it was good. So how do you get that dichotomy? Because the house that was built 10 years ago cannot be the same price with the brand new house in the same area that has just been built.
I want to say the house that was built 10 years ago and the whole stuff is just. The major problem we are getting when you get to a modernized house, house that have the POP or the house that built 10 years ago cannot be the same price that have the same.
Renovate houses.
People once you make it, you renovate it and upgraded it. It's going to be the same price because the house is there.
Well, I spent money to do this renovation and buying new things.
It's going to have the same price with the one you built now.
Wow.
Okay.
You get, because you remove it, you just upgraded it and it becomes a new one. So there is no, you can't just say the house is old, they built it 10 years ago and this one they just built it now. That you have to, this one have to be higher and this one have to be no.
Oh, really?
All right. Let's just talk you through a few of the content of the bill. Number one, ensure that anyone who wishes to be a land agent or manager must be certified. That there is a 10% ceiling for both agency and legal fees. The percentage can be negotiated lesser, but never above 10%. As a matter of fact, this is actually what's going on. People have prided themselves. They've put themselves in that cocoon of being a land agent or a land manager, and they go about collecting monies without even being a registered agent. The government is saying, according to this bill, that the person must be registered and must be known and also must pay taxes from that particular amount earned. That the tradition of caution fee must be prohibited. If it was in this ENUGU state that I heard the very first time about anything called caution fee. I'm not sure that they're doing that thing in Abuja or Lagos or Port Harcourt, but this ENUGU had caution fee. And the idea around caution fee is that it's another way of stealing from the tenant. because we've seen tenants even complain that the caution fee that they pay are not given to them. But the landlord will say that the reason why the caution fee is collected, just in case that you spoil anything within the household, that you would have to pay by using the caution fee to basically replace it. But again, people have said that it really doesn't make any sense, as a matter of fact. That the defined duration for notices is stipulated, and that government is a ministry or agency is giving the powers to make further regulations on housing issues in Enugu State. So we would keep an eye on this development and bring you up to speed when anything develops. I want to say a very big thank you to Peter Ezi, is a coordinator of Concerned Citizens for Progressive Enugu State. Many thanks for your time. We truly appreciate your insights.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
All right, this is where we draw the curtain on today's edition from the Enugu States, Southeast Nigeria, and we're connecting to Abuja studios where our colleagues are waiting on the wings for an interesting discourse. My name is Charles Pies.
My name is Quincy Rowland.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
The enduring legacy of Rangers International Football Club of Enugu was brought to the fore via a documentary of the story and history of the club. The event highlighted the role played by the foremost football club to uplift the battered and shattered dreams and spirit of Ndibo and the Southeast after the Civil War, using football as a weapon. Executive Director of the Center for Memories, Inyaye Iboko, expressed gratitude to all who turned up for the event while saluting the efforts of Emeka Keazo, the writer and director of the documentary, and other members of the production team for an outstanding job, highlighting the role of the Center for Memories in the documentation and preservation of the history of Ndibo. Iboko emphasized the importance of the event.
A very good evening to everybody. It's a delight to welcome you on behalf of the board and management of the Center for Memories.
General Manager of Rangers Football Club, Amobi Ezako, represented by Onodo Ikenna of the Marketing Department, solicited for continuous support for the club to keep it going.
We all know what Rangers stands for, right? It is our reconciliation. It was what we had to do after the war. So it has a lot of memories. Here we are, Center of Memories, celebrating this great club that has come to stay, and it is beautiful, as we all can see. Thank you very much.
Chairman of the occasion, Dr. Kingsley Eze, commended the management and staff of the center for the excellent work while appreciating the Enugu State government for their enormous support to the center and plans to relocate it to a permanent location. Eze, who recounted the role played by Rangers to rekindle the hope of the Igbo after the depression that followed the colossal loss of lives, livelihood and property to the Civil War, announced a donation of 10 million naira to the center and promised to set up a trust fund for its sustenance.
So what Center for Memories is doing is ensuring that we write our own history. that we document things as accurately as we can. Makatana, Bunya, Mechi. And we cannot take away the place of history in all that we do. So we'll tell you that if you really don't recognize your history very well, you might have difficulties navigating your future. And that is what Center for Memories is doing for us. So we really appreciate, the team.
Deputy Governor of Enugu State, Ifeanyi Osai, acknowledged the dogged spirit of Ndigbo in using football as an avenue to get back on track after the Civil War, as against the present ills of the society that employ kidnapping and fraud to address economic and financial challenges. He called for an economic bloc in the southeast to address the prevailing poverty and underdevelopment and counter the negative elements using Biafra agitation as a tool against fellow Igbos.
Because they got free. People who left lucrative payments in other club sites, but came home to play for Rangers because of what it represents for them. This is devoid of the intentions to kidnap anybody for money that we see today. This is devoid of an attempt to dupe our brothers, covetousness, evil. That the same people who once made all the success they did with Rangers now resort to. It beats every imagination that in 2025, the people of this region will seek to celebrate and eulogize people whose source of wealth nobody can account for.
The documentary Never Say Die, the story of Rangers International Football Club, was then screened for all, depicting the prevailing circumstances that gave birth to the club. I am Raymond Ken Mbata for Signature TV.
Development. So it's maritime exploits.
Martin Obiorilo, president of Signature TV. The Institute of Maritime Studies at the University of Nigeria ENUGU campus organized a two-day conference to address the growing global demand for marine resources and maritime activities. The event commenced with a courtesy visit to the Deputy Vice-Chancellor, represented by Professor Emmanuel Abweze, Head of Department of Business Management. In his welcome address, Professor Abweze highlighted the conference's vital role in promoting a balance between economic development and sustainable management of Nigeria's delicate marine environments, a synergy essential for long-term environmental sustainability.
As we prepare to get into this conference, be open-minded. Speak to yourself. Because it's one thing to be a teacher. It's about the subject to accept to being teachable. We as teachers will keep learning.
Themed Navigating the Future, anchoring sustainability while bridging the gap between economic growth and marine preservation. The conference convened a diverse group of scholars, academics, researchers, and industry stakeholders. Dr. Mercy Ilori, Director of Maritime Services, represented Minister Adeboyega Oyetola, emphasizing the event's significance. She noted that the President Bola Ahmed Tinubu's administration is fully committed to unlocking the potential of the marine and blue economy.
In line with this vision, the Ministry has taken deliberate steps to strengthen regulatory, legal, institutional, and policy framework for the management and development of the sector. We have painstakingly devoted attention to the crafting of sound policy framework to govern and direct the sector. the approach has been to guarantee a comprehensive and holistic national policy for the marine and blue economy.
Distinguished speakers, including Ibrahim Shekaru, former governor of Kano State and Minister of Education, represented by Sule Lokon Makera, a former House of Representatives member, alongside Professor Florence Orabreze, Director of the Institute of Maritime Studies, and the Emeritus Professor Benjamin Ozumba, the 14th Vice Chancellor of the University of Nigeria, reinforced the importance of harmonizing economic advancement and maritime conservation.
As a former Minister of Education, he remains passionate and about the role of knowledge and capacity building in enhancing the Nigerian maritime industry, which is critical pillars of our economy, encourage the activities gathering, continue collaboration between academic, government and industry for sustainable maritime development.
We must reconcile economic development with the health and sustainability of our marine ecosystems. This conference serves as a dynamic platform for scholars, practitioners, policymakers, and stakeholders to engage in thoughtful dialogue and develop strategies and balance economic progress with marine conservation.
Before you practicalize, you have to research and talk first. Before, there has been no talking about this. Remember, this is the first time we are having Ministry of Maritime Studies and Economy in the country. So it's not just about talking, we have started. And the ministry incorporates so many segments. Research. That is the impact on the country. We are beginning to investigate and interrogate, what does this hold for us?
Participants and officials shared valuable insights and perspectives on maritime preservation and the blue economy, enriching the dialogue with innovative ideas and practical solutions.
The area of blue economy is a new one, and as researchers we are delving into it to create more space for economic growth and development. So my impression about the conference is a good one and it's a good attempt, and I believe that maybe the next time they are organizing it will be wider than this.
So it's very vital that we encourage students and people to know about maritime. We have a lot of programs that it's not only about sea, we have maritime management, law and policy.
Now what we are doing today and tomorrow is actually to talk to the world, about research outputs, research exploits, knowledge products, innovations in the area of bridging the gap, between economic growth or economic development in the sea and marine preservation.
The conference also celebrated the contribution of key stakeholders and partners. Among those honored was V. Martin Obiorilo, president of Signature TV, who received an award for his organization's impactful media partnership. In ENUGU, I am Chinemerem Ikebunam for Signature TV News.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
So it's 8 days into the month of January. It means the first week of the year 2025 is gone. We have 51 weeks more in the year. How prepared are you? So we're looking at the outlook for 2025, the projections and what may most likely happen, especially as it concerns Nigerians living in diaspora and the investments that we should be expecting going forwards. We have with us live in the studio to talk about this Professor Uchenna Ekwo. is the President Center for the Media and Peace Initiatives. Good to have you. Good morning.
Good morning and welcome, Prof.
Thank you so much.
Right. Can you give us, from your perspective, an overview of what you see 2025 to be, especially as it concerns investments in Nigeria and Nigerians also looking to leverage on the opportunities that Nigeria actually have?
Well, all I just can say is that, looking at the impact of the diaspora in economic development, in exchanging knowledge and skills and all that, it's be more profound, because as we are also experiencing the innovation in the technology sector, some of these things will foster more engagement of the diaspora, with their homelands. So I envisage a situation where there will still, because there's going to be an increase in that, in migration, obviously. It's not just in Nigeria, it's across the world. As a matter of fact, even the Organization for Economic Development and Cooperation, talks about how there is going to be an increase in migration around the world. So more than about 7 million people will move from their homelands to other countries. So Nigeria is also part of that, and I just do hope that the government will also find a way of engaging the diaspora more effectively to enhance the investment you're talking about. On my personal level, just shortly before I came back, I had a meeting with the Consul General of Nigeria in New York. So he gave me an assignment to help to really convene a forum to discuss investment potentials in Nigeria. Because prior to this moment, the former Consul General had initiated a similar initiative, because then I remember his name again, but I think they reassigned him to some ambassador somewhere in what was this, Fidel Castro's country,
Cuba?
Cuba, yeah. So, and because a lot of people, unfortunately, do not know that the role of the Consul General is to also emphasize business development in their native countries.
Right.
But what seems to be happening is that a lot of people don't even know who to meet, the appropriate agency, appropriate individuals to contact for them to invest in Nigeria. So that's a big problem. And also, in our embassies, I can also, because these are real things, I'm not just saying it in theory. You call the embassy, you can't get a response. And that's not healthy. So I would wish that, as a matter of fact, I also intend to discuss with Abi Kedabere, anytime I run into him in New York. Because the challenge actually is that some of us are able to do our own little bit, to coordinate, reach out to our contacts. But sometimes they don't have the appropriate mechanism or the appropriate contact to read that. Sometimes they complain about this fraud here and there because they run into the wrong hands. So government has to really do more, in doing that. And I think the current Consul General, Jida Abubakar, probably is, open to such conversation. He also told me about how he's also dealing with some Latin American countries in that respect. So the point I'm making is that some of us who have the interest of our native countries at heart, especially in terms of investment in different ways, even, it's not just a matter of business per se, even transfer of knowledge and skills.
All right.
We're also committed to that, because there are some of these intangible investments that we don't really see. So it's not when I come to invest, I build an industry here, that you think I'm contributing. On a personal level, I'm also engaged even in development of the education sector here. You may not notice that. But I'm also trying to help some of them expand their horizon. Even exchange programs. Some faculty members here, I'm helping them to have some faculty research exchange between some faculty members here and over there. Same thing, student exchange programs. I also assist some students get admission and things like that. So those are the little things we can do as people who realize that there are a lot of potential here that are not harnessed because of certain problems. So there are many things we can talk about in this area, but personally, I do this on a regular basis. I'm in the permanent observer of the African Union in New York. Incidentally, Miss Carey, she's also a Nigerian. She's also helping out, because these are contacts I do have that I try to bring even some other African countries occasionally to have a forum to discuss some of these potentials. But the basic problem, which I think they really have to address, is to make sure that any potential investor should have the right information of where to go and what to do without falling into the wrong hands. Because sometimes when they fall into the wrong, they just label all of us as fraudulent people. So that's a problem.
Right. There's something the Central Bank of Nigeria is currently doing, is aiming to increase remittance inflow, to $1 billion, yes, monthly. And is considering also issuing a diaspora bond in USA this year, 2025. But my question is, how do you perceive that impact of increased remittance? Of course, the bond, the diaspora bond, how do you perceive it and the impact it's going to have on Nigeria's economic development this year, particularly?
Across the years, the greatest impact of the diaspora has been this remittances you're talking about. I think as the last kind, it was like almost $25 billion a year. That's huge, right? But to what extent this policy initiative will change the trend is difficult to say right now, in terms of, I don't have the data to know how it's going to work. But I think it's also a good thing, because I'm one of those people also, when we talk about diaspora strategies, there are some policy initiatives that can enhance diaspora engagement and diaspora participation in development of the country. So perhaps, I'm sure they must have thought it through, but if the bond is done in such a way, because obviously, like, if I don't have $20 to send across to Nigeria, I don't have it, right? If there's nothing the Central Bank will do for me to earn more money in the US to send here, okay? So, but any policy initiative that can enhance diaspora engagement economically, that would be huge. As a matter of fact, sometime last year, I invited Wale Adem, who was the Deputy Treasury Secretary. He's actually from Nigeria originally, right, in the US. So, but we didn't quite have that conversation event because he, for some reason, he wrote to say he couldn't make it. That particular event was to also look at how people like that can inspire, other diaspora, Nigerian diaspora, to realize that at everywhere you are, you can play a role. Such a person in such a strategic position of policy making can encourage, can do a lot of things, in terms of supporting some policy initiatives or doing some little things that you may not think they matter, but they do matter.
Okay.
So, the central bank you're talking about, the policy they are doing is, I'm sure it's good. It's one of those things I talk about, diaspora strategies. And when I talk about diaspora strategies, I'm looking at every policy initiative that can enhance the engagement of the diaspora to ensure that, they also participate in the development of the country. Because at the end of the day, the world is networked. All right? Networking is such a way that I used to remember when I was in school in the 80s, one of the days when they taught me about Marshall McLuhan's global village theory. I didn't quite understand that. I was wondering how can that happen, but we're living it right here. Across everywhere, like I live here now, the next day I'm in the US, right? So it never used to happen, okay? So you can call directly or send money around and so on and so forth. So there's also, one thing I also want to suggest, I think I've said this in one other forum. If there is a way, like the central bank or the government can also play hardball with some of these money, bureau de change, all these transfer agencies, right?
Right.
So, because they make a lot of money from all of us, like commission. You pay commission for you to send money. So, if they can find a way of getting some little money out of that, their commission, well, they're doing business here and they're not paying anything. Nobody does business these days without. You guys pay tax in this country, in this state, right? So, everyone who is making money here should be paying some little stuff. If I send you $100, let's say through Western Union, and I pay $8 or $10 commission, they just take the entire money. So this government should be able to tell them, give us 50 cents out of that. That's not too much. Give us 50 cents out of that, then our son is
doing outside.
Making money for our son, and they also doing business. They should pay some little sum. And they put that money in an escrow account. Imagine what it's going to be at the end of the year. Some place where I've made this suggestion, they say, Africa is corrupt, this and that. But I don't just think that because people are corrupt, we should leave certain things open, So let somebody try something like that. So along with this policy you mentioned about central bank, they can also do something about that. And at the end of the year, they say this is the money realized from remittances, and they use it to do something. Because first of all, that money they are taking, I'm not losing, and that big company is not losing much because it's so minute. But when it comes, in aggregate terms, that's a huge sum of money. So we should be more strategic in our planning and more focused, looking ahead, and try to diversify a lot of income streams. You see, because when I send money to my family, apart from the fact that it boosts the spending culture, the economy is benefiting because they have to use it. But other than that, the society don't benefit so much. But I want a situation where a little pie of that thing can also impact lives generally, to repair roads, do a couple of other things, even support this organization or other media establishments. There is also another policy initiative that I also want to talk about that concerns the media. All these Google, all these guys, they're making money from all of us. Each time you watch stuff on YouTube, you're making money for someone, right? Or all this we're doing, right? And the media industry here is dying. Is there no way these guys can have a legislation that can enforce these tech companies to support the media development? Other countries have done. Australia did it. Australia, as at the last count, raised more than $200 million on that, and they need to share to media houses to enhance their performance. And this, like Facebook, they're too rich. This doesn't mean anything to them, but it has to take some policy initiatives. Because even when I had a meeting with, last time I came for this thing here, I spoke with the government officials here, the speaker and all that. Yeah, they don't have that power to have that general policy, initiative. But if Congress here can pass such a law, it will become effective rather than thinking about how to ban people from using Twitter and all that.
But then, what specific sectors do you think are promising when it comes to investment opportunities for the diasporans?
Honestly, I think the tech sector, is key. Tope, the wealthiest diaspora Nigerian in the US, is in the tech sector, right? So, and I also think that that's where I see opportunities in Nigeria. We need to enhance even all this broadband and even increase the internet penetration. As developed as the US is, they're still trying to reach out to the rural areas with internet. The last almost $1 trillion infrastructure bill or law now, of course, now act, right, under Biden. A huge chunk of it is on internet access, expanding broadband and all that. So we should do something like that because that's the future. I've been telling a lot of people around that if you are left out in the technology age, you're finished. There's just nothing you can do. Think about it today. When you cannot do anything except you have technology. There's a course I teach is called communication technology. I tell my students, have you ever tried one day? You can try it. Can you stay one day without any touch with technology? Experiment on it.
Nearly impossible.
Thank you very much. You detox yourself, right? You discover you can't survive. That's the way we have become so reliant on technology. Everyone, there are many places, the opportunity is there. The gap is there. Even in rural area, a lot of people need to also learn. There are a lot of people working in the secretariat right here now who are still behind. They need to retool themselves. Because you can stay here and get a job in the US with technology. You know that, right?
Yes, right.
You don't have to travel. There's this website called Fiverr.com. It's a kind of freelance platform. You can stay here. I've given jobs to a lot of people, some in Indonesia, some in France, any part of the world. In fact, I was surprised one day I was dealing with one, I needed to do stuff with my Apple computer. So, and I called Apple. The person they referred me to was in Lagos. I was like, I had the voice. I said, this sounds like Nigeria. He said, yeah. I said, where are you right now? Because sometimes you don't know where they are. So she told me she was in Lagos. I was happy to, I asked, she studied in some polytechnic in ENUGU State. And I was impressed, you know. So the world is one village. So what I'm trying to say, in essence, going back to your question, is any investment, the major investment that we should consider is on technology. Because that's the future. Is it in healthcare? Every sector, you know. So biomedical engineering, all those things are where I think the future lies, because that's the nexus. It connects everything. And of course, that technology will not flourish if we don't deal with electricity. Because it can also be frustrating. I was in the village over the Christmas. They took the light, and we didn't realize that there was no fuel on the generator. Everything packed up. Nobody could talk to anybody. So it can be very frustrating, especially when you're used to this kind of thing. So such situations should really be addressed. So
what are the challenges? Now that you mentioned power sector, are there other challenges that you see that hinder some of these diaspora investments?
Yes, I think, of course, naturally, there are a lot of challenges. And again, let me also say something. There's something I also intend to discuss at Abikeda anytime I meet with her, you know, in terms of how, well, the last time I met at the bureau was in South Africa, you know, when I addressed the Pan-African Parliament. But some of these issues I'm talking about, I've not really said them, because I would have really discussed this extensively. There has to be a way to also have effective communication with the diaspora. Her office, I'm not too sure they do, but they may be making contact. But there has to be a comprehensive list of about 500,000 Nigerians are in the US. Do they have a database of all these names? If they do, just like every university does, well, except maybe in Nigeria, but, you know, the alumni, the alumnus of any particular university really help to develop. So the entire alumni, they have a list. If your birthday, they send you a birthday wish or something, because they know you're there. They're thinking about you. So they should have a similar database where they reach out to some of these diaspora Nigerians, because some of them, let's face it, many of them are facing severe challenges of their own. So you have to survive before you think about sending money, right? One of the days I was with the Consul General, the previous one, I didn't even realize that those guys do a lot of jobs. It's like some people who are in jail, he's talking to them, you know, some Nigerians and all that. So that person in jail, how do you think the person can even contribute? So what I'm trying to say is that there has to be a way for us to understand that these people are also having their own issues. You know, that's one thing. Because I believe that someone you meet when the person is in difficulty, if ultimately that person triumphs, will remember that you helped that person. So there has to be that communication. So, but other areas or other challenges could also be for lack of trust. You know, there is a very big credibility challenge. I've had so many stories, you guys might even tell better than I do, of someone who wants to invest in Nigeria. He's sending money, and whatever is said to be doing is not a real thing. You know, to the point that even your siblings, your relatives can also, you know, have that kind of problem, whereby you send money, you come back, it's not what he said that thing for you, you know. Right. So things can be very disheartening, you know. So let's say I want to invest in, okay, like I am trying to set up a radio station, right? So, and I'm sending messages, you know, I'm always here. So you'd be surprised you come, it's not what you think that, you know, they're telling you that you're seeing on the ground. Even to go and pursue some, so, you know, some of those things can really be annoying. So I don't know how to deal with that, but it's not always. There are people who are genuine, who are great, but the preponderance of that kind of behavior is something that I think can also, dilute the desire of people to contribute. And most importantly, there's so much policy somersaults in this country. There's some kind of inconsistency. So if I should know that there's a certain law that says you have to do it this way, that should encourage me to invest. Not a situation where I have to pay money through all these illegal methods. It can also be discouraging, because sometimes I go to a place and I want to make some payment. They won't give you a receipt, and I say, "Can I have receipt?" And they say they don't give you a receipt. What kind of thing is that? So how do I account for the money? So it's really, so there has to be that element of transparency and building trust. So that trust deficit is a big challenge, and the system somehow, you go and pay for a piece of land. They say you don't pay, you pay government. So why would that happen? So those are the kind of things that I think can really make someone to be angry. Yeah.
Well, let's look at the the immigration of skilled professionals. I understand that a lot of people still want to go. You can't stop people who want to go to maybe for further education or to look for other development out there. But then again, this JAPA has lead to concerns about brain drain. My question is, how or what strategies do you think should be implemented to mitigate the adverse effects of brain drain?
Quite frankly, in the past, I was one of those people who thought brain drain was a bad thing, right? But over time, I've come to realize it's not that as bad as we think it is. There is this theorist, David Cooperage, talks about appreciative inquiry. I don't know if you've heard about that. So the takeaway with that thing is, emphasizing of what works rather than what doesn't work, because the tendency is for us to criticize, say this is bad, and all that. So, and it has not led anywhere, right? So why don't you emphasize those ones that work, that ultimately you can now do a curve and start addressing those ones that don't work. So why I said that is this: brain drain is not as bad as some of us thought it is, because what is happening today, especially with technology, there's brain circulation, there's brain networking, right? What do I mean by that? The skilled professionals who are leaving somehow are coming back to help.
Okay.
I left this country, but still I'm still interested in helping. Like I just said a minute ago, that I'm also supporting some faculty. Like you are in university, I can help you to come and do sabbatical for 1 year. So that cross-pollination of knowledge, you come and stay 1 year, provide some experience to some other foreigners. You also learn, you come back and use those experiences you acquired to also help your own people. So that's not a bad thing, all right? Some students, can also come and do some professional, maybe 6 months, right? Let's say internship. And I put it, let's say you studied law, I connected to a law firm, and you are doing an internship for 6 months and you come back. It will also help you, right? It's not like those days traveling was difficult. So when we were here, I also did internship myself. I can assure you that when I did internship in Daily Star back in the day, that helped me. Up to today, I still benefit from that. That said, I understand and I started hearing this Jabba thing. I think it's Yoruba expression. I don't know what that means, but all I know is that there used to be in the 80s what they call Andrew one commot or something. Yeah, something. There used to be advert those on NTA. So it's still the same thing. So the tendency is that a lot of people want to leave because of the environment. But Nigerians are so resilient. Listen, I've traveled around the world. I cannot tell you that Nigerians are so talented all over the world. There's no place they go you will notice them. So what that tells me is that we don't have the enabling environment here, okay, to really flourish. So there are a lot of talents that are here. I was discussing with a team of Israelis, innovation hub in Abuja. So, and I realized what they're doing. They just bring in some, artisans. Like I suggested to them, Professor Ibe, my friend, who is the proprietor of Uturi University, University. Yeah, so he's also working with them. He's actually the brain behind that. Tony Blinken came to Abuja to commission that. So I promised to, but I've not done that, to go to coal camp, because I realized what they're doing is something. Some of these guys, artisans in coal camp, can also come and commercialize their prototypes and become recognized. Because some of them are doing some of these obscure things, they are struggling and all that. But if someone can really give them a push, that would be awesome. So there are a lot of people on the streets here whose talents are underutilized. So because nobody is paying attention. So such a person, if he has an opportunity, just run away. Let me tell you something. Do you know in New York, all these people who fix stuff, they are very rich guys. They make a lot of money. All these builders, all these electricians and plumbers, they make a lot of money. None of them earns anything less than $65 an hour. Some of them earn $80, $200, you know, if you belong to a union. So they don't need, even in America, you know, most of them don't go to university. After high school, that's it. They just take off. So that's what I think we can replicate here to reduce the exodus. Because it's not even brighter, because there are a lot of people, honestly, I'm sorry to say, there are a lot of people who leave this country and go over there and are suffering, and there's no future.
Right.
I won't forget that experience I had in South Africa, where I went to a restaurant, my driver and the whatever were leading me, and so it took me to, I wanted to eat Nigerian food. As I was getting to my car, some young men clustered around me. I don't know how they recognize who is Igbo and all. They started speaking Igbo to me and were begging me money. I was surprised. So, and meanwhile, they are not, I asked the chauffeur. They told me that's what they do. Can you imagine? Some of them are there, and I'm saying to myself, someone will say, this guy is my son is in South Africa. So, whereas this guy could have been here and more productive. Right. So, the idea of just going out is not the thing. You have to have a plan, because you may just come there and you regret why did I even come here.
Yeah, but again, the plan sometimes can change while you are at it, because I've seen people who have a plan to go outside, and then when they arrive, the plan just shatters, you know, and then something else happens. Sometimes even your professional course or your professional experience is not even accepted, except it is a practical thing. Or you tell them you can do this, and then you do, and they see, they say, okay, it seems this person is good enough. Some of them don't even accept our university degrees, you know, when you travel abroad. So even those who are graduates, have experience, when they go out, they just rather resort to menial jobs to survive, you know, and hope for the best.
No, definitely. Life is all about struggle. It's not as if anybody, you know, there's nothing that, you know, you have to pay your dues. And even talking about this education thing, I've heard some people, you know, find their way. First of all, you have to, like your certificate, yeah, obviously they don't recognize, I mean, it doesn't mean anything to them, because they know that a lot of guys here do a lot of shenanigans, right? So you have to submit your transcript to any of the accredited, like there's World Education Service is one of the popular ones. There are a lot of other agencies that assess degrees, not just for Nigerians, but all over the world. So when they evaluate your degree to the US standard, then you can take off from there. Then any institution can now recognize that. Even when you're looking for a job or you're going to read for higher education, that's what you'll be submitting, because they will have used your own evaluate to come to their own standard. So if you don't know about that, then you'll be screwed. You think you just come and submit your certificate from here. Nobody is going to recognize that. So those are the kind of issues. But even at that, like you said, people can just, you know, abandon like whatever study they had in the past and veer towards another career. I've seen a lot of guys. Even there's one guy I know who also, some of us were professionals here. He just got into nursing thing, you know. And obviously, when he passed, and of course, Nigerians are intelligent people, and right. I mean, you just fall in line. So it's just to determine if you have a good guidance. That's also helps, because sometimes what I discover that may have affected a lot of people adversely over there is when you don't have someone to direct you appropriately, and you go the wrong way. And what be tight, if you just make a mistake, is in the system, you can't change it. Yeah.
True. All right. I mean, this talk about diaspora voting has been up and about for a long time. Do you think Nigeria is ripe for diaspora voting?
Honestly, I forgot to mention that. It's good you brought it up. It's only Nigeria that doesn't have that, quite frankly. And something, yeah. So and it's annoying, you know. Like if I was here, like let's say in November 5th this year, I could have just gone to the embassy to vote, right? In the US, and other countries, even Ghana. If I when I tell some other African countries that they marvel at it. Really, I don't know whatever is stopping them from having that, and that also is also kind of is dispiriting, to be honest. Like we're talking about investment, those things can also make you to say, you know, to hell with Nigeria, you know. So that's not good because you need to participate in your governance. So if I have to invest in Nigeria, why is it that I cannot have a say in the kind of government that monitors or implements policies that guide my investment? You see the connection. So I'm happy you brought it because I forgot to mention that actually. It is a very critical issue that this government can also break that barrier and stop it, because I don't know what they're afraid of. As a matter of fact, the diaspora voting will be the most credible.
Absolutely.
Because it will be nobody. He can't fake it. It's just like you come to the consulate in Nigeria. I mean Abuja. Sorry, in New York, Nigeria consulate. You file in, you have your number, everything. Nobody can read that one. So, but I guess it's just some of this untoward behavior among some of our politicians that perhaps is making them not to, you know, recognize. Because I don't see why. What are you going to lose? Okay, in the Second Republic, when they debated this idea of dual citizenship, right? It was easy, they easily passed it because it's going to benefit some of their, you know, some of them and their people, you know. So why can you not just implement? What's wrong about it? Okay, let's say we are 1 million people in Nigerians in the US, for example, and 1 million people will vote in one direction. What about millions of people here? Just do your campaign and all that. So the thing is very annoying because when we do have election and we try to, and some of them of late, you know, some of them came to New York trying to, you know, raise funds and all that. Yeah, the people who are contributing to it will not even participate. Because I don't have a voter's card in this country, right? Because I'm not here. So why can I not vote there? And you can't doubt my nationality because I have my Nigerian passport. So I have no idea why.
So what mechanism do you think, you know, should be implemented to enhance political participation of those Nigerians in diaspora?
The key to political participation is when you participate in elections. It's not just about we stay there and we're just, you know, talking and saying, come and see how, you know, Nigerians, they like discussing politics. During the election, a lot of theories come about how this PDP, this, that. I hear all those stuff, right? But as far as I'm concerned, they're all crap because it doesn't translate into anything because you're not participating. I want a decision why I should be able to vote to say this is, and I'm happy. Okay, like this past election, yeah, all of us cast our votes. Okay, whatever is the outcome, you say I played my part. If you don't like the outcome, that's okay. But the important is that you did your own part. So I want a situation where Nigerians should be given an opportunity all over the world, not just in the US, all over the world. There are many Nigerians and all our embassies, and that will also make some of these embassies to be more effective. Because to be honest with you, some of them, you know, they need to work harder than they're doing. They're doing their job, right, but they have to, some of these will add to their plate. Some of their assignments they should be doing, and it's a worthy cause. It's something all of the other countries are doing. Our own cannot be different.
Considering your analysis, you know, in analysis of the media's role in economic narrative, so I want to understand how can the economic contribution of Nigerians in diaspora, you know, be optimized for national development, and what policies should be put in place to facilitate that, particularly in this country, because we are talking about this year, we're talking about the outlook, 2025 outlook.
Are you saying, asking when the
well,
context of media development?
Media, yes.
Okay, yeah, like this suggestion I just put in place, right? Nothing stops anyone to, you know, as a matter of fact, even if they don't do it, I'm going to do that because there's our center, we just registered in Nigeria.
Okay.
So we'll be effective in this 2025. It's called Media Education Development Initiative, right? So one of the things we want to do is to canvass for a bill asking all these tech companies to support media development in Nigeria. So if we're able to succeed in that, that's a major push, right? So whatever comes out of it even if it's $1 million you guys are able to get here, that's they give to another station, you know, something like that. That's huge. Okay, so and even to create that awareness. So the policy steps that they have to take will be in this direction. And I've also discovered that somehow media freedom is not as I expected it to be.
Okay.
In a democratic setting. So they have to do that because freedom is everything. Because when there is an opaque behavior, it can also impair development. All right? All these issue about local government autonomy and all that, from what I'm gathering, it looks like it's a ruse, even though the Supreme Court has given its final say on that. They don't need any other legislation about it because that's a law. Because there's what we call court-made laws, right? So that decision should be binding on every part of the country. But what I understand, the governors are still holding these guys, you know, they are not effective. Like this road here should be, because, and what I don't even understand is that why would states want to accumulate so much responsibilities when they can divest some of these things, allow local government to do their jobs? There are lots of roads local governments could do if they have the resources. But for the state to be accumulating, I don't get it. Other than just the sheer arrogance of power, or they just want to accumulate, to dictate who becomes the chairman and all. Chairman should be independent. An election should be if an election is conducted, whoever wins should win. The people should decide who should be their governor or who should be their chairman. But this idea of where they just write a list and circulate and all that is not healthy. So if you ask me, what I also think people should also emphasize would be on autonomy, freedom, and some measure of openness. Because a system where somehow people live in darkness will not necessarily be helpful.
Okay.
That's what I think.
Right.
So that would be my prescription. Allow freedom to reign. Okay. Because freedom has a collateral effect on economic development. That's when we talk about free market economy, for example, right? If the economy is regulated, that's not healthy. It will really stagnate and stifle development in many areas. Okay, so even in universities themselves, I hosted one of the prominent professors, Professor Romano Siegudi, the other day, and we're talking about corruption in the education system. This time they say they are sorting people out or something, So, and they do it in secrecy, all right? And nobody is reporting about that, because if you did that, maybe someone will come after you, So, some of the government officials as well can also be exposed when they are doing some of the things that they want to, hide. So, because the media is all about, government is all about keeping secret, the media is all about keeping things open. So that's the relationship we have with the government. So they want to keep something secret. You have to go and unearth those things and uncover it, and they get angry, and the people will support you.
Right, that idea is good. But then again, as the founding president of Center for Media and Peace Initiative, are there other, ideas? Are there other roles you're playing related to Nigerians in diaspora?
Yes, I do. Quite frankly, over the years we've had, because there's a book I wrote, it's called Media and Diaspora Strategies, Issues in Governance and Participation.
Yes.
So the point there is that when people are outside, they are freer to express themselves, knowing that there won't be any repercussions. There are a couple of things I can write in New York. Perhaps you'll be afraid to write when you're here because you'll be afraid of X, Y, and Z. As a matter of fact, sometime in November, in September, that was when we had the United Nations General Assembly, UNGA. So an official of the State Department reached out to me and wanted to ask me whether we could write X, Y, and Z for. Because then we're looking at the U.S. Africa Leaders Summit. The second one held by Biden, and some promises and resources given to some heads of state, and nobody's talking about that. So the question was, how can we get to know the situation of things with all these African heads of states? So if that's the problem with this world, if the US supports Africa with their own magnanimity, it's not necessarily, we can't blame them if our own people now do not implement what so it's very so now the point I'm making is that they will now be looking for some of us to unearth some of those things, to expose those things, Then some people, they reached out here, I said no, they'll kill them. So I told them that in Nigeria most media establishments are free. There are some other African countries that they can't just say a lot of things. There's one lady from Cameroon, she just ran. I said no, I don't want to get involved in. They will kill. In fact, because she is there, but they say they will go to her family and deal with family members. Something we don't do in Nigeria. So what I have also done is, referring to your question, if you follow the record, I try to bring some prominent Nigerians to the US to host them to a forum where even other non-Nigerians, white people, also ask them questions. Not just Nigerians, even other African leaders. We've hosted what's his name, 2021 I hosted Malami. That was the Attorney General of Nigeria then. He was in New York at my invitation, and some people were asking questions about corruption in Nigeria, so he was there. There's no, he has to answer them, right? We hosted, I hosted Humphrey Wilson at the peak of election sometime. The Humphrey Wilson was the guy who did the
elections,
June 12 election,
1993.
So he provided a lot of solutions but then some about 16 African countries were going to have election that year. So that was that. I hosted the guy from Zambia. Even Ekweremadu was one of our guests in 2017. All right, he came with all these congressmen, including this Akpabio. He was in the team. So we do host some of this. Even the Attorney General of Uganda. That one was also another major thing that sparked a lot of control, because somehow some of the Ugandan people in the US, they don't like the government of Museveni. But that's not my business. My business is to put them on the spot and ask them questions. So those are the kind of things we do to enhance governance in Africa. So even though, yes, I'm Nigerian, but if you check the data, actually we've had more Nigerians, obviously, but you can understand the reason. So, but there are other African countries we've also hosted, even from Kenya as well. And we also do have affiliation with some institutions in Rwanda, KCA University in Kenya, Media Institute of South Africa, even in Namibia, yes. And even when I went to address the Pan-African Parliament on media strategies for development and peace, it was on the basis of this that they invited me to. I spoke to the entire Parliament of African people, from different African countries in Midrand, South Africa. So these are some little efforts we are making to position, Africa. Because let me tell you the rationale behind CMPI. Having practiced journalism for many years, I realized that, if you go to journalism, one will teach you that when a dog bites a man, it's no news, right? When a man bites a dog, that's the news. Even our own New York Times will tell you something like, if it bleeds, it leads, right? So journalism is fixated around conflict, around oddities and all that, unusual things. So wars and all that. And like in the US, a lot of reporters want to be proud to say I'm a war correspondent, but nobody says I'm a peace correspondent.
or conflict resolution correspondent.
Thank you. So this is some of my guys, when we set up, we thought about this, and media or journalism can be a force for good, right? So when they say the pen is mightier than the sword, that's serious, right? Because you can use your platform to cause conflict in this country. If you also studied media and society issues about, have you heard about Orson Welles' invasion from Mars? So at the beginning stages of media effects theories, where people thought that the syringe bullet effect or bullet effect theories and all that. So we've come to realize that at the end of the day, we can also help to bring people together. All right. So how do we emphasize peace rather than the drama of conflict? So that's the whole idea. And every time you look at when I went to school in the 80s, there was this New World Information Order that came around that time. All the information flow was going from the north to the south. They don't know anything about us, and everything they talk about is, you know, terrible things. I know just recently, when one day I came in, I saw Rachel Madon on television and talking about, it says, wonder shall never end in Nigeria. And I said, and what happened? They said a snake swallowed money. And I said, wow. So you see, those are the kind of stories they like, you know. Even when I talk to a lot of our colleagues around Africa, I tell them that they are also contributing to those negative portrayal of Africa in the West. Because when you also emphasize all those negative things, that's the things they want to pick. But they don't have correspondence anymore around. So any negative story you guys use here is the one they would like to, because that's what will make the news over there. That's why we set up this, to counter those narratives. Yes.
In a way, you mentioned your work, your book. Your work, you know, emphasizes the influence of media on public perception and policies. But in 2014, you critiqued the U.S. media's limited coverage, you know, of the U.S. Africa Leaders Summit, highlighting a missed opportunity to expand narrative. But right now, from 2014 to 2025, has the narrative changed?
Unfortunately, no. It has not. However, what is happening really right now is the fragmentation of the media system. Because sometimes, you know, the fact they're able to tell your own story. Okay, like if not because of all these social media, all this fragmentation, somebody like Donald Trump won't have become president. So they were able to break through, because those days, even Obama won't have even become president. Because back in the day, the three networks would decide who will become president. The black out everywhere, you know, they'll just, you know, but today, things have changed. So what I'm saying that is that somehow, you know, that fragmentation may have benefited in enabling us to tell our own stories. Because the truth about the matter is that nobody can tell your story better than yourself. It's up to today, it still annoys me. Like, that's why we're prominent in the US in terms of Africa. Because the people who tell African stories, there's what they call Corporate Council for Africa. Go and check it. All of them white people. And I was against that. All of, when I told them in Washington, I went to school where you have to use lantern. Have you ever experienced it? They say no. So I'm the one who tell you how difficult it is to live in Africa. Just stay there postulating, quoting some books and all that. But I have lived it.
Yeah.
And our government here also makes that mistake of using those people to advance our cause over there.
Right.
Leaving some people, some Nigerians who are credible to tell the story more effectively. Whatever, we can't talk about the reason why they emphasize those, but the truth is that it's not happening. So going back to what they're saying, the narrative has not changed, regrettably.
So how can, you know, the both Nigerian and international media, you know, come together and work more effectively to expand narrative about Nigerians right now in diaspora?
There's what's that concept? There's a concept whereby I'll quickly remember it now, whereby you can syndicate a story, right? Pitch a story to the New York Times. Maybe not even 250 words, right? And they think it's a good story, they can invite you to now do the story. So I want reporters to emphasize that. Then Nigerians abroad can also enhance public perception by good conduct. I'm sorry to tell you that most times there are a lot of people who know Nigerians for the wrong things. So when they encounter people like me, they say, oh, you're not beautiful. And even though they think they'll give me a compliment, I feel angry about it. You know, I was in Poland. I had a session, I was in the same call with John O'Sullivan, who was the press secretary of Margaret Thatcher. So, yes, I was the only black person there, to be honest. And when he came to me, I said, oh, he spoke so well, this and that. He said, where is that accent from? I said, I'm originally from Nigeria. He said, well, I came as an American, obviously. So he said, he said, oh, those people who do something, they know he put under it. I said, excuse me, he said,
that is sad, really.
So I said, no. I said, there's no, I told him that they are killing people, there's no security there. I said, no, it's not true. It's what you read in the news, in the media. That I'm actually traveling from here to Nigeria. Nothing's going to happen to me. You understand? So that's a common thing. There are a lot of people you enter, they see you as a crook. You know, it pleased my heart. So what I think is that our people should also be conscious of that and become Nigeria's ambassadors across the globe.
Yeah, but do you think the narrative is skewed against Nigerians? Because, I mean, these things happen every now and then. Nigerians are not the only ones that carry drugs. Nigerians are not the only ones that do crimes. I mean, we see this over and over again, and sometimes because it's a Nigerian, it's blown over. The world, yeah. You know, even in fact, an example is South Africa. South African reports, their own report does not show that Nigerians are the ones doing drugs or doing crimes. But when you ask around, you hear these sentiments that Nigerians are the ones doing drugs, are the ones doing crime, they are taking their women, and it's just so feels so bad. Do you think the media in itself, international media, is skewed against Nigeria?
You're absolutely right, your analysis. But let me tell you something. You see the way America is perceived around the world. Like when you hear about anti-Americanism, right? Anti-American sentiments, right? Because America is a dominant player in the world. The same way Nigeria is perceived in Africa, because we're the big stuff, right? There are even some little African countries that they want to claim they're Nigerians. And that for good or for bad. I met one Senegalese guy who told me when he got to know, I said, I want to be a Nigerian.
Really?
Seriously. So, you see, that's the thing. We don't even know what we have. Even there are a lot of people, even some Caribbeans, especially with all this movie stuff, they know all the names, you know, all the good things. But the unfortunate thing is that narrative has been there, and it's been difficult to really, because there don't seem to be a concerted effort to change that narrative. All right. Even this idea of corruption. Corruption is not a Nigerian language. There are a lot of Americans who are also corrupt. Do you know that? The same thing will happen. There's a terrorist attempt, or somebody does whatever. If the person is a Muslim, it gives greater headline than when a person is not.
True.
Especially if the person comes from all this Muslim world and all that, right? But the same act done by an American is not even the same. So that's the perception. So it's unfortunate that these things are the way you've described it. I agree, Nigerians are not the only fraudulent people. But for God's sake, if you just, okay, let me give you another example. When you are driving, if the police stops you, you just pull down my listen. They say you pull it and listen to them. You move on. But the typical black American will refuse to, and that's how it starts. So why do you have to do that? You know, further cementing that narrative that you are violent and all that. So it stops you, listen and answer the questions and go. So some of them will not answer it because they say I stopped me because I'm a black person. That's not the truth. What I'm trying to say is, because you already know, like me now, myself, I know that this is the challenge. So I comport myself in the highest tradition anybody can expect. In fact, some of them will be, I've seen, I earn a lot of respect, right? So some say you're not behaving, but like I said, it's not a compliment for that. I just know, So they respect you when they know you have, especially when they know you have something upstairs, So they do respect you. But what I'm saying is that everyone should be conscious of that you're a target. Don't play into their hands by doing all those things that will trigger all those things you're talking about. So that's just the only way I can look at it, because at the end of the day, we're all ambassadors. We should become ambassadors of this country, so that people will, like I just told you the day I addressed African Parliament, and everyone was saying, they say success has many fathers. Then this lady from Port Harcourt, Congress, oh, that's our son. It was my name revealed me, something like that. So if I did poorly, they would deny me.
I mean, that's human for you.
So, we should just comport ourselves, knowing where you're coming from. But again, how many of them are also informed that all those narratives that exist? Because all of us, we share similar understanding. That's why this is a challenge. Some of them will just be going there that I'm here to survive and I can do stuff. So why do you have to go and steal? Okay, like you have a drug in your body and you come into the airport and you think you'll not be caught or something. So why I don't know. Maybe they say they are surviving. They want to survive, but it's something that should be even starting from our families. Yeah, to educate our young men and women that there are better virtues. And unfortunately, like in this country, it looks like things have become so bad that people who are crazy are the ones that are recognized. Quite frankly, they just have to survive. You just have to do whatever you have to do to make it. Nobody cares where you're coming from. How did you make this money? All those kind of stuff. Right. So that he's a smart guy. They say he's hustling. What's me hustling? You don't have an address, yeah, bro.
Right.
So
Professor, thank you so much.
Thank you
really,
for
truly
time.
appreciate you for your insight today.
Thank you
been
so
one
much.
very revealing, insightful conversation we've had this morning. Truly appreciate it.
Thank you
very much, Professor.
Thank you so much.
All right, today's the most we can take for this morning. This is still Signature Morning on Signature TV. I'll be linking you up with Abuja Studio for the continuation of Signature Morning. My name is Belinda Mwobodo.
And my name is Charles Byers. See you later.
And joining me now is Professor Samson Alhaji Shaibu, former acting Director General of Radio Nigeria, also known as FRCN. He's now a Professor of Media Studies at the Bingham University in Nasarawa State, very near Abuja. He is a satirist, author, writer, producer, and he has, well, back when he was in radio, he used to produce a program called Zuma Echoes. But many years, even after being Director General, you have continued to sustain this program, Professor Shaibu. But let me even start by saying welcome to our program.
Thank you very much. It's a delight to be here.
You've continued to sustain this program on social media, Zuma Echoes. There was an episode that caught my attention, actually, where I started looking for you everywhere and wanted to have this conversation. It was the one you entitled Not Yet Uhuru, and then the other one that you entitled How Can It Be Well with Us? Prof, the living condition in Nigeria for some people have become killing, in quotes. A lot of families find it very difficult, to put food on the table. Nobody's talking about 3 square meals anymore. People are just trying to even survive. How did we get here as a country?
Yeah. It's a long story, but the dread alarm for where we are staying now has been sounded very, very many years ago. If you take a retrospective view of our nation, you remember we had a first republic that had vision. We had the likes of Sardauna of Sokoto, we have Tafawa Balewa, we have Zik, we had Awolowo, and so on and so forth. These were visionary politicians who were working on political manifesto and agenda. And then we had what we call 5-year development plan, 10-year development, and so on and so forth. Those people were not narrow identity politicians. They were passionate politicians. They were committed politicians. They were not there to satisfy their pockets. They were there to render service to humanity. And by a simple move, you will agree with me that the First Republic politicians left so many legacies. For example, if you talk of Sir Ahmad Bello, yes, he was a conservative. He was seen by many as a religious bigot, but yet he left legacies. What are the legacies? ABU was the legacy. Kaduna Polytechnic was a legacy. There was a Northern Nigerian Development Corporation legacy. There was a Bank of the North, another legacy. These were destroyed by these narrow identity Northern politicians. If you go to the West, for example, Awolowo left legacies. We met how many years ago? About 30 years ago. If you go to Ibadan, up till now, you see the Cocoa House. These are valid living legacies. And then you are talking of free education, these were legacies, and so on and so forth. But when you fast forward, you discover that the politics we are playing now are no politics of direction. They are visionless politics of visionless politicians rerouting us to further destructions, and they cover up with their religious bigotry, they cover up with tribalism, they cover up with narrow identity politics. So it's a gradual progression.
That got us here.
That got us here. You remember in radio, in those days when we met, the training schools were functioning very well. You had a radio station, you have a servicing training school that produces people for succession of broadcasting. This has been killed. Then you look at other areas, banking sector, succession formula was there. Then you look at the school system, succession formula, they were there. And then you look at even politics. They were building politicians that would take over. We had the likes of Aminu Kano, we had all of them. Yes, they may belong to different parties, but they were united in leaving legacies of progress and development for the nation. So if you fast forward now, what do we see? Local governments that are dead, state functionaries that the governors are despotic and ruling like tyrannical rulers of empires. So, and then if you look again, the media, where we were over 30 years ago, there were dread alarms warning politicians that if they continue doing what they were doing, they were going to sink. Now, the First Republic politicians did not listen, they sank. Shagari and his group did not listen, they sank. Fast forward a little bit, NPN and even PDP were warned. They didn't listen. Even in ABU, where I had my first degree, there were serious warnings by the likes of Bala Usman. There were warnings from the Southern universities, from the likes of Professor Escotoyo, Patrick Wilmot, ABU, and they were warning. And they came out with a theory in ABU in those days. And the theory was, it was rooted on that we cannot survive as politicians or as a nation, because if we continue with corruption, there was the indispensability of they call it fragility of stability. That the nation cannot be stable if there is fragility of stability. The Dons were warning us. I was young, I was a student. They didn't listen. Politicians never listened.
Okay.
Yes.
You've been doing a lot of fast forward. I want to do a rewind.
Okay, thank you.
Let's go back to
yeah.
the era of Michael Okpara, Sadona of Sokoto, Awolowo. They achieved so much.
They did.
They achieved so much. And I want to ask, was it the system that we operated? Because at that time there was parliamentary system. And you saw a lot of competition, healthy competition between the regions. So Sadona builds, I'm just saying, I'm not in terms of the way it came. Sadona builds a university. Okpara wants to build a university. Awolowo builds a TV station. The other one wants to build another one. They build Cocoa House. Zeke builds the ACB house in Enugu. There was a lot of competition. Why were they so successful?
They were successful because of the system they were operating. The system encouraged competition, healthy competition, not destructive competition. Then the military came to do a little bit of history. The military came and unified the whole nation into what I see as a foolish unification. And then that foolish unification led to the killing of this competition. You remember there was a granite pyramid in the north, there was cocoa production in the west, there were palm trees production in the east, and the likes of Okpara, as you have mentioned, were encouraging this systemic farming, and they were boosting productions. When the military came, they said all our federation account is now centralized. Then we now rendered our people into parasitic beings who are waiting on the government to bring the largesse from the headquarters before they could move forward. And by so doing, they killed agriculture, they killed education, they killed initiatives, and then you dovetail it.
They killed industries.
Industries were killed. I was in Kano only a few weeks ago because I was on NUC delegation to Kano to take a look at 1, 2, 3 universities, and we discovered Kano was a place I was visiting as a student of ABU, and at that time they didn't have less than 35 industries. You go to Kano now, the industries have been killed. You don't have even up to 5 industries. That's the danger of rendering nations into parasitic beings that are indolently or parasitically waiting for largesse from the headquarters.
Just a couple of weeks ago, we had a guest on this program, the former governor of Akwa Ibom State, Obon Victor Atta. And he was advocating for a return to the autonomy that the regions enjoyed. He said we should take it down to the states, and that if anybody felt that it was going to be negative, that it was actually going to be positive, because no single state can threaten the bigger, the bigger nation. And he said it worked before. Why don't we go back there? Do you share that opinion?
Definitely. You know, if you look
because
at
this also includes keeping a part of your resource, putting something in the center, being innovative.
Beautiful. I share the opinion with that great man, that governor, to a large extent. That's why many people are talking of fiscal federalism. Fiscal federalism in which you are not breeding states that are parasites, states that are not contributing anything to the national coffers. Are you getting it? They're not as indolent as we were made to believe in those days. Were hardworking. Agri products were coming from the north. You get it. Granite pyramid was coming from the north. But now you have these black bag carrying contractors walking all over the place with nothing in their head, deceiving government and allowing government to be deceived for the system to be killed. That's what we're having now. And there's no initiative. If there is a competitive synergy for initiative generation, all the states in the federation must bring to the table their internally generated revenue to survive. But now, are they doing that? No. They are waiting on federal government to bring what is called, monthly allocations to be shared. And the federal government is not helping matters. You are giving millions or billions to states, but you are not helping, you are not asking them to account for these states.
But the Constitution does not allow the federal government to do that.
It is a skewed Constitution to promote corruption. That Constitution is not it. We discard the Constitution and start afresh. If not, you will sink and sink until you have no nation anymore. That's where we are going.
Let me go back to a word you've used more than 4 times in the course of this conversation. Narrow identity politicians. What does that mean?
Thank you. If you look at our systems now, let's take a look from Buhari era. You came as a president of the nation, you used your mouth to say you are president of the whole nation, not a president of a few. That was a statement. But you are empowering people. And then you empowered only your own people. Do you know Buhari succeeded in destroying himself, his regime, because if you have people of like mind in your cabinet, it's like when you plant bananas, you reap monkeys. People of like minds, kowtowing to the puhu of leadership. How can you get progress? That's what happened in Buhari's regime. But when you are building a government of inclusiveness, you bring Igbos, you bring Yorubas, we have over 250 ethnic nationalities in the nation. You are bringing these over 250 brains. But when you go to your own state, you now cook out only members of your religion and your tribe. It's planting bananas. You reap monkeys.
We have a new government. Does it look like it's changing?
So far, I think Tinubu should be given some kudos for inclusiveness.
That's not an opinion a lot of Nigerians share.
But government is not a popularity contest.
That was the same thing the Buhari people said. And now you're saying now that it's not a popularity contest. And Nigerians really don't think that there's a marked change from the Buhari regime to the Tinubu regime.
Let me take an example of where we are now, Abuja.
Yes.
I've been in Abuja since 1980. I've seen ministers who have ruled. They are not 1, they are not 2, they are not 3. But when you dovetail and compare them with the present minister, no matter the outcry against him, you could see work going on in all sectors. The roads are beginning to pick up in Abuja. If you say government is a popularity context, Wike is not popular, but it's productive. We had governors, what do you call them now? Ministers of Abuja who were, so to say, popular. They sat on land allocation to narrow identity, kit and kins.
Now you're talking about Wike. Not that he was going to be part of this conversation, but now that you're talking about him, what would you say about the controversy about his priorities moving forward? I mean, some of the things he has put up in his budget for the FCT, renovating the vice president's quarters for 2.5 billion, and then building another. And the senator representing this federal capital says, yes, we need to build a cultural center. We need to do this. But we have other priorities that we should focus on. Do you agree with what she's saying?
Now, let me take it one by one. A leader must have vision and mission. If you don't have these two, you have no business in leadership. Wike has outlined his vision and mission. Among those vision and mission statements, you may have the good, the bad, and the ugly. It's natural with human beings. Now, if you look at it holistically, they should comparatively judge Wike with performances of previous ministers. You look, for example, take a look. Let's rewind a little bit. What are the national monuments that have been raised in Abuja for the past 8 years? I'm not a fan of Babangida, but you will agree with me that the National Assembly was built by Babangida, isn't it? He contributed. The villa, we are staying Babangida, ECOWAS, Babangida, and you can go on naming them. These people who are accidental leaders in our society, can you name legacies in front of them? You are talking of the road, the dualization of the road, maybe 10 lanes from here to the airport. That was done by Jonathan. These are legacies. Now, if you take ministers of Abuja one by one, and what legacies can you name in front of their name? For example, we are in this village now, they call it Mamman Vasa village. I told you I was close to Vasa. And this is a legacy. The vision and the mission were concocted by Mamman Vasa. He may not get fruition in his period, but many years after, we are talking of over 30 years ago, nobody can remove vision and legacies from leaders. So this is what we are talking about. Yes, they may have some negative policies. I can't see a sovereign nation building mansions for public functionaries and they are calling billions. Yeah. But you can agree with him that he came, he wanted, for example, see, leadership without innovation is like soup without salt. People were sitting on Abuja ministerial seat before. They were waiting for allocations from government to do their projects. They didn't even know how to collect tax. You are getting it? The man has come with a formula for tax collection. He is doing one or two things. Apart from the federal grant to him, he is generating revenue within. So this is leadership.
Okay.
Yes.
Let's go back to Zuma.
Yes, echoes.
It offers the opportunity to mirror society,
exactly,
to satirize, to use that subtle platform to hold leaders account.
Yes, exactly. Yeah.
Why did you choose to use that medium? Of course, you're a professor.
Yeah.
You have the lectern where you teach the future generation. Why do you think it's important for you to go out to the social media also to use this platform?
Good. You know, Vin, we didn't start yesterday, and you know where we are coming from.
Yes.
Many, many years ago, we were in the training school, we were in FRCN, we were in broadcasting. And as young boys, you and I, you believe we had a mission and a vision for the greatness of our country, Nigeria. And then you have no political power to actualize this vision and mission. But we had a power in our hands. That's the power of the pen. That's what we have been using over the years. Zuma Echoes, in the first instance, started as a radio drama program. It was a bitter satire on society. It was created to make these Zik had a statement I liked very well. Zik says some of these politicians we are seeing now are nurturing nabobs of negativism. You see, the Zuma Echo was created to satire nurturing nabobs of negativism in our politics, in our economics.
You have to break this down.
Those are people who are accidental politicians. They have no mission. They are there because they claim to represent their people. And their people, if you ask their people, the people will tell you that they are not representing them well. So these are anachronistic politicians who are deceiving themselves that they are representing amorphous people that they are not carrying along. So these people must be exposed and ridiculed. Zuma Echoes attempts to expose these people so that they can laugh at themselves, they can cry at themselves, and they can think about themselves. And in thinking, they will move the nation forward. Let me give you an example. I was a beneficiary of Sardauna's program. When I call Sardauna, I'm talking of the likes of Zik, the likes of Okpara, the likes of Awolowo. If you see a Western man claiming that he didn't benefit from Awolowo, that's a bastard Western man. I benefited from Sardauna of Sokoto. I was in a village, a son of a poor man. I passed common entrance because there was what we call a northern common entrance examination. And then when those who passed, they send you to unity schools or star schools. That's how I passed. Secondary school, I was sent to a foremost GSS. There were less than 5 or 6 GSS, popular ones in the north. I was taken to one, GSS Dikina. Then after Dikina, I was taken to Federal Government College, Kaduna, for HSC. I had no godfather. I have no politicians to write a note and give me to go to Federal Government College. But today, can the son of a poor man do that? No. You must have a minister, or you must know somebody who knows a minister who must give you a note to do this, senator, whatever, before you are fixed.
Or they ask you to pay money.
Or they ask you to pay money. And in the system, there's a statement again, Roman Empire. They say every system has a negative capacity that is inbuilt for self-destruction. Politicians in Nigeria are self-destroying themselves. Instead of you putting a bill for the general masses, you are putting a bill for your pocket. Tomorrow there will be restiveness. And then you self-destruct. Now, we should take warnings from what is happening in the West African sub-regions and Africa. There are coups coming up now. Why are there coups? Coups come because of lack of democracy and good governance. And we must sit down to identify democracy. Democracy is not militocracy. Democracy is not garrison democracy. Democracy is not selection. Democracy is election. Democracy is government of the people, for the people, and by the people. So all these aberrations that we are seeing now, except we check ourselves, we are self-destroying ourselves. Now the local government has been destroyed by our type of democracy. No local government works in Nigeria now. There must be restructuring to address that. States, are they working? No state is self-sustaining. There must be restructuring. And so on and so forth. Now they are killing systems to the point that the military system was about being killed. The military system was the center, a system built on national unity and security. But the way we were going, we were about destroying the military system that is synonymous with Nigeria and Nigerian ideals. So our dread alarm is to sound all these warnings so that we can check ourselves. And Zuma Echo tries to do that. Then over time, you remember in FRCM we used to have 30 minutes programs, 40 minutes programs, so on. Now you see digitization and change in communication models is forcing us to now believe that, look, you can't hold people captive for 30 minutes anymore. Why not talk to them in few minutes? That's why we have the YouTube, we have the Facebook, we have Instagram, that are communicating to people in a jiffy, not the 30 minutes one. That's why I dovetailed into the social media to say many things at a time within a short period. That's the whole essence of Zuma Echoes.
Let's conclude, Prof.
Yeah.
Sometimes when one watches television or listens to radio or goes on social media, a lot of people get scared. I get scared sometimes about the future of our country, about the future of our children, about the unity of our country. Please, as shortly as you can, how do we navigate out of this seeming quagmire?
The only way out is fiscal federalism in a restructured Nigeria. Because, let's even go a little bit, let's say what people are scared. You cannot heal a wound when there is iron built inside the flesh. The surgeons will tell you before you do effective healing, you must remove the external body, the iron first, before you. There are so many ions in the Nigerian system. Then some writers say, look, all lizards lie prostrate on the ground, but no one can tell the one with bellyache. All the ethnic nationalities, over 250 of them, they have political bellyaches rooted in marginalization, segregation, cheating, lack of promotion, blackmail, labelings. Are you getting it? And you feel you can build a nation along that line? It's impossible. Why is America great? America is great because of inclusion. I cannot tell my children to begin to hate Igbos, hate Yorubas, hate Hausa Fulani. My children will tell me that I am analog in thinking. Are you getting this? Is the modern child. They are not thinking in the primitive, retrogressive way. If Nigeria wants to move forward, recognize the Igbo's capacity in skills and industry. Recognize the Yoruba capacity in banking and finance. Recognize the Hausa man's capacity in agriculture. And recognize the other over 250 ethnic nationalities. They have capacities. But these capacities have been killed over time. That's why all tribes in Nigeria, all religions are lying prostrate like the lizards. They all have belly aches. And except to cure the belly aches, the nation is just, and our politicians are just merely indulging in what we call verbal orgasm. Those are political orgasms, full of sound and fury. Cannot take Nigeria anywhere.
Prof, I think that's where to leave this. Thank you. And I must thank you for your time and for coming on the show.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And I've been speaking with the former Acting Director General of Radio Nigeria and a Professor of Media Studies at Binyan University, Karo, Nasarawa State, and creator of the Zuma Echoes. He's also a satirist, author, producer, and many more. Don't go away. Signature Show continues in a moment.
She is her mother's pride, her father's light. Today, 19 years ago, on Wednesday, May 14, in the year 2003, in Moban Kingin, Adamawa State, she was born, full of life and named Leah Sharibu. Though we are sad that Leah is away from family and friends on her 19th birthday today, we acknowledge Leah's strength and tenacity. We urge the federal government to ensure the safe release of Leah Sharibu, the only Dapchi girl remaining in the custody of Boko Haram terrorist group. Happy 19th birthday, Leah Sharibu.
The nation in the last 20 to 30 years has been suffocated by a political class that put into primary line their own interests and that of their families. A nation that is so endowed with resources, with enough resources to ensure a comfortable life for most Nigerians, have simply turned into a nation of very few people and their own family. The level of poverty in this country, the disconnect between the government and the people who it's supposed to lead, the widening gap between the rich and the poor, the pervasive insecurity and unemployment in the country is enough to bring people out to the street. You can be in authority and in power, but it is only when people decide to fold their arms and endure the suffering which you inflict upon them, then that you will continue to do what you do. If you look at revolutions throughout the world, there must be an issue. In Tunisia, a young man called Mohamed Bouazizi was molested by a policeman, and he decided to burn himself, and that became a trigger that set the whole Arab countries ablaze in the name of what they call Arab Spring. In Sudan, it was about the rising price of bread and a discontent against the regime of al-Bashir became the spirit of the nation. People thought that from 2015, there will be a new spirit, a new order, a new government that will conduct the affairs of the state differently. But we have seen promises upon promises made by the present administration has never been fulfilled. And that is why I believe that our suffering, our hardship, our penury can come to an end once the people of this country decided that they must come out and fight this. And I believe that this is not the end, it is the beginning. The country needs to be reformed.
She is her mother's pride, her father's light. Today, 19 years ago, on Wednesday, May 14, in the year 2003, in Mobankingen, Adamawa State, she was born, full of life and named Leah Sharibu. Though we are sad that Leah is away from family and friends on her 19th birthday today, we acknowledge Leah's strength and tenacity. We urge the federal government to ensure the safe release of Leah Sharibu, the only Dapchi girl remaining in the custody of Boko Haram terrorist group. Happy 19th birthday, Leah Sharibu.
The nation in the last 20 to 30 years has been suffocated by a political class that put into primary line their own interests and that of their families. A nation that is so endowed with resources, with enough resources to ensure a comfortable life for most Nigerians, have simply turned into a nation of very few people and their own family. The level of poverty in this country, the disconnect between the government and the people who it's supposed to lead, the widening gap between the rich and the poor, the pervasive insecurity and unemployment in the country is enough to bring people out to the street. You can be in authority and in power, but it is only when people decide to fold their arms and endure the suffering which you inflict upon them, then that you will continue to do what you do. If you look at revolutions throughout the world, there must be an issue. In Tunisia, a young man called Mohamed Bouazizi was molested by a policeman, and he decided to burn himself, and that became a trigger that set the whole Arab countries ablaze in the name of what they call Arab Spring. In Sudan, it was about the rising price of bread and a discontent against the regime of al-Bashir became the spirit of the nation. People thought that from 2015 there will be a new spirit, a new order, a new government that will conduct the affairs of the state differently. But we have seen promises upon promises made by the present administration has never been fulfilled. And that is why I believe that our suffering, our hardship, our penury can come to an end once the people of this country decided that they must come out and fight this. And I believe that this is not the end, it is the beginning. The country needs to be reformed.
Joining us from Sweden, all the way from Sweden, is Dr. David Okelue Ubunta. Dr. David, you're welcome to our program.
Thank you for having me.
Well, you know that two things that this government did on the date it came on board was, one, to take out the subsidy on petrol, and then two, collapse the dual exchange that we had that a lot of Nigerians had complained about. And these two policies or decisions have come with a lot of impact on the lives of the ordinary Nigerian. Inflation has gone up and the value of the naira has dropped tremendously. As at the day that this government took over, I think the naira was about 750 or so. As we speak, the naira has gone down to as much as 920, 930, 950 to the dollar. So, as an expert, what do you think the government should do now to improve the lives of the ordinary Nigerian, to see that the economy can bounce back, naira gets stronger, and then we can reduce this level of inflation?
Okay, thank you for having me once more. We, as Nigerians and elites and experts, at some point we agree that the fuel subsidy has to go. If you recall, in 2012, the government of Goodluck Ebele Jonathan wanted to remove fuel subsidy. And prior before then, we heard about the costs of this petroleum subsidy, denying the economy of other things that we could have used those funds, used in paying for subsidy. It came with a lot of opportunity costs, and there have been a cry that yes, subsidy has to go and subsidy has to go. We agree that yes, subsidy has to go. However, we expected that there should have been infrastructures, mechanisms put in place to cushion the effect of petroleum subsidy. You see, in governance, you wouldn't see it all until you have, gotten into that position. And I feel personally that the stoppage of payment of subsidy was hurriedly done because there were no cushions put in place. There were no palliatives put in place. Of course, we all know that if you remove subsidy, there will be cost of transportation costs will increase, which will now fuel increase in inflation, and then everything will skyrocket. However, we expected that certain palliative, modes of transportation, alternative modes of transportation should have been put in place before the removal of subsidy. Aside that, the refinery, we have refineries in this country, and none of them is working. We are expecting that there could have also been alternative sources of petroleum locally, so that if you are saying that the market price is going to drive the cost of the cost of petroleum products, then down here, because we have an agrarian society, what have we put in place to make sure that the impact of this subsidy, is cushioned? So, in as much as we agree that yes, subsidy has to go, but we expect that certain things should have been in place to make sure that at the end of the day, the people, the masses, do not suffer so much. We agree that there should be some degree of suffer, but extreme suffer, where you now have transportation costs. I live in Enugu. You have transportation costs, public transport from Wayek, for instance, to the secretariat, now costing almost about 350 naira to go and then to come back, something like that. And then you expect workers to pay this money and also go to work, 5 a week and all that. So we're expecting that, yes, there should have been infrastructures put in place to cushion the effect of transportation. There should have also be investments, put in place to cushion to help or improve production of food and all that. So that at the end of the day, when you remove subsidy, the impact will not be so much.
Fuel is one. Another is the removal of the dual exchange, where some people got the naira at a very cheap cost and others got it at a higher rate. But a lot of people thought that that singular move by government would have, increased rather than decreased the value of the naira. What do you think was done wrongly?
Yeah, I think the timing of removal of subsidy and of scrapping of the dual exchange rates, having them at the same time, I won't say is a very fantastic idea, because you are now dealing with two fundamentals at the same time. Okay, the exchange rate, yes, we agree that there were multiple exchange rates, and there is the need to synchronize it and have one so that everybody can be at par. And then the expectation is that it will help shore up the value of our naira. However, the reverse has been the case. Now, this could be because how much do we earn as foreign exchange? Let's start the question from there, or the conversation from there. We only rely on crude, the sale of crude oil, in order to earn exchange rate. Arguments have shown that in Nigeria, that we import so much and export little, that containers come into the ships, bet in Nigeria, fully loaded, but go out of the shores of this country empty. So what are we exporting? What are we selling as a country in order to earn exchange, foreign exchange? Of course, we all know that when you earn multiple income as an individual, you are better off. So I want to liken that to Nigeria. If we had the opportunity of earning foreign exchange from other avenues apart from crude oil, we would have been better off. Okay, the abolishment of the dual exchange rate has really put us into a position that, some of us are surprised that up till now, naira has not gone to 1,000 naira, because there were really nothing in place to make sure that, yes, because this thing is like forces of demand and supply. You only distribute across what you have. You cannot distribute what you don't have. Okay, and also the means by which we access this foreign exchange is also a problem. For instance, before I made this trip, to Sweden, I had to source foreign exchange. Okay, I called my bank. I needed to take out dollar. I needed to get euro. But when I called them, I said, look, I need to take out dollar and I need to buy euro. Can you help me out with that? They said no, that they can only give me dollar, and then I'll have to go and look for how I'll get euro. All right, but I don't think that is the right, I don't think that should be a right practice. If I have dollar and as a bank, I should be able to access euro from you. So the policies that has made banks that, yes, we know that they the domiciliary account, you can only take out what you have. But I am thinking that the banks should be a financial, when we say it is a financial supermarket, it should play that role as a financial supermarket, so that whatever you need in terms of financial services, you are able to get it from the bank. But whereby you now go to the bank, you take out US dollar, you now go to the Bureau de Change or the Aboki by the roadside to now go and buy euro. I don't think it's a very good idea.
Let me ask, for government, they've poured in some more foreign exchange or some more dollar into the market. And in their thinking, that is supposed to bring down that's supposed to shore up, the naira. But that's not happening. Is that the only measure they can take to make sure that the dollar is strengthened?
No, but I think they did that as a stopgap measure or as a short-term measure to see what happens. But the truth is that those things are not sustainable. You see, as a country, we need to go back to the roots. We need to, sit down and say, and take statistics. Where are we as a country? Where do we have comparative advantages? What are the things we can do so that we can earn multiple income or multiple revenue as a country in terms of foreign exchange? And then we come down to invest in those things. It's going to take time. It's not something that will happen in 1 year, in 6 months. No, it's going to take time, because we need to, I think part of the problem we have is that we also lack long-term planning. And we can liken that because of, the kind of politics we play, where a party comes in and every other thing that the previous regime is doing, they will push it aside and start things that they can do and finish within their term. So I think we need to begin to look beyond time. That you have 4 years or you have 8 years. Nigeria is not going to end or stop in the next 8 years. Nigeria is going to be there forever. So we need, it's lack of proper planning. We need to sit down, come together, bring stakeholders together across party lines, across interest groups, and sit down and say, okay, where do we want this country to be in the next 20 years, in the next 25 years? And we sit down and we draw a roadmap and say, okay, this is what we're going to do. So any government that comes in, if it means giving it, some aspect of legislation to make sure that any government that comes in will continue in that trajectory, so that in the next 5 years, in the next 10 years, we are on the path of progress. Not that we make some progress today, another government comes in after 4 years or 8 years, abolishes every other thing that may have been done, and then kickstarts, their own. So in this way, it now gives us that opportunity to now say, okay, we can earn foreign exchange from, what we used to have in the past, from cocoa, from palm, okay, from the oil that is what is it called again? The cooking oil that's there's a wide held view that Malaysia came to Nigeria, took away palm fruit, and then Malaysia went back, developed it, and today Malaysia is one of the top countries exporting palm oil and the rest of them. So if we want to diverse our sources of earning exchange, we need to make investments, and these investments are not going to happen overnight. These are things that will take up to 3 years, 5 years before you now begin to reap the fruits of this investment. So in as much as short-term measures are good, but I think we really need to sit down and say, what are those things we need to produce in this country? And we need to add value to, and we need to export and begin to earn foreign exchange. It's only when we have the supply of foreign exchange outweighing the demand for foreign exchange, that we can now begin to talk about shoring up the value of Naira and all that.
I agree with you that there has to be long-term planning. But in the short term, many Nigerians say that the corruption and the complexities around the foreign exchange policies is making it continuously impossible for us to make the Naira strong. One particular area that I've heard people talk about is that it is only in Nigeria and maybe a few other developing countries that you can go to an aboki or to a bureau de change or to a foreign exchange trader and you exchange $100,000, $150,000, $200,000, and there's no record, there's no documentation, there is no receipt, there is no identification of the individual that is buying this foreign exchange. Nobody knows what the person is doing with it. Nobody knows whether he just wants to buy it and speculate. And they say that probably because of this, a lot of foreign exchange not needed for everyday trading, exchanges hands and further, putting pressure on the little foreign exchange that is available. And that this is actually the reason why the Naira, no matter what you do, the Naira will never be strong. Do you agree with that?
Yes, yes. And to give credence to that, I've had two experiences. One was last year. I was coming back from the United States and we were transiting in Frankfurt. And I needed to make few purchases at the duty-free zone, okay? Then I needed to change US dollar to euro. And when I got to the bureau de change there, where I would change it, they demanded for my international passport, a means of identification, as low as $100. I had to present my passport, and they scanned it, and they took record of it, and then exchanged the US dollar and gave me euro, and I was able to make my purchases. That I am in Sweden, just like about last week, okay? I went to change as low as let me just use that, 200 euro to Swedish krona. They demanded for my international passport. They demanded for my passport. So there is some means of identification. Even though nobody asked me what you want to do with the money, but my details have been collected, and then the amount I exchange, must have been noted. This is at adverse with what we have in Nigeria. When the BDCs came on board around 1989 or thereabout, they were there to take charge of small needs of people in terms of small volumes of foreign exchange needs. All right? But today, the BDCs are the ones really now, I can bet you that any amount you want, like you have mentioned, $100,000, BDCs can, commune among themselves and provide that amount of money for you. So this is also at advance with what we have in the developed clients. Okay, I needed to make a payment in krona. Swedish, doesn't use, you can't use euro to make payment. And then I now have to get someone that will help me with that payment. And I told him, okay, make this payment. I will send either euro or US. I'll send either euro or US dollar to you. Then, unknowingly, the guy told me, okay, whichever one I sent, that what he's going to receive is the Swedish krona. I said, really? He said, yes, because nobody is going to give you the euro or the dollar that once you pay that money into your bank account, that what you are going to get is the Swedish krona as an end user. I told myself, I said, this is not what it is in Nigeria. In Nigeria, if someone sends euro or naira to you, you go to the bank will pay out euro or dollar to you. So these are some of the things that I think, by way of legislation, by way of policies, we can begin to bring into our country to see how we help the management of exchange rate. So that if someone pays in money, pays in US dollar or pays in euro to you, what you get is the naira, and you spend the naira.
And I was going to ask you, today in Nigeria, we're almost cashless, especially when it comes to the naira. Is it not possible for us to be cashless in the use of foreign exchange? What am I saying? That where government does a law like you can't buy across the counter more than $5,000 or more than $10,000 or more than $2,000, that any other purchases you're going to make has to be made through the cashless process, which makes it possible for, in the documentation in the bank, that a certain Mr. Ilo had exchanged $200,000 today, and he's coming tomorrow again to exchange another $200. Where, for instance, there should be a tracking process to know who is exchanging, because the way it is, one family can exchange 1 million naira, and there will be no documentation. The father exchanges 200 today, another person goes to another place, exchanges, and this money, they will just take it and open their safe in their house and put the money. Is it not possible for government, as a way of stopping the abuse of this foreign exchange, for amounts bigger than a certain amount must be done through the banking system and not across the counter? If not for anything, to fight corruption.
Yeah, all these things are doable, and they are possible only if we have the will. Remember, you said that we're almost near cashless in Naira. I don't see that. Okay, before the election, the issue of cashless policy came in. Fantastic idea, brilliant idea by MFLA. All right, but I think the timing was not good, because election was near and all that. Naira redesign policy and all that. I mean, you need a long time period, to implement it and allow the system take care of it, and then it becomes part of the system. Okay. You remember vices, kidnappings, and the rest of them were on the increase before the election. But when the Naira redesign policy came on board, there was a reduction in all those vices, because people no longer see Naira to carry about to go and pay ransom and all that. Now, immediately after the election and immediately after the Supreme Court judgment concerning the usage of both the old and the new notes, all right, we all went back to square one. And at the end of the day today, social vices, kidnapping is also on the increase, because kidnappers expect you, because they know you can have access. If you are looking for 20 million naira, you can get it across the counter and go and place it for them where they want you to place it for them and all that. So we are not even practicing cashless policy the way it is used to be, or the way it should be. Now, if we talk about going near cashless when it comes to usage of foreign exchange, that simply means that, perhaps we are now having two currencies at play, or two currencies in use in the same economy. And today I don't see an economy that has two currencies in use at the same time. Rather, what I see is you have a foreign currency, you change it to the local currency in order for you to do businesses. So I think it's all about systems. What needs to be put in place?
But even though it's not official, in Nigeria we have two currencies. A lot of businesses are done in dollars. If you go to embassies, you pay in dollars. In a lot of organizations, in a lot of transactions, you pay in dollars. Right here in Nigeria, in some hotels in Nigeria, you pay in dollars. So why are we pretending that we don't have two currencies?
That is simply because we allowed it.
So government, in your view, government needs to really do the regulation that government is supposed to do, that the central bank is supposed to do.
Exactly. CBN needs to come down with policies and say, look, because when I was applying for the Swedish visa, I had to go with the dollar card. No, I had to apply online, and then with my dollar card, and I had to pay the visa fee of $82. All right, right from the comfort of my bedroom. Fine and good, but that happened because the government allowed it to be so. If we had had an avenue or a process that, yes, you pay with your Naira card, all right, and then automatically the system converts it to dollar, however it does it, and then the Swedish embassy gets their value in dollar. I mean, that's paying with Naira. But simply because we have not done what we are supposed to do, perhaps we don't have the infrastructure. Because when you talk about all these things, if you're talking about financial institution stability and all that, there should be infrastructures in place.
Dr. David Okelue Ubuntu, I'd like to thank you for your insight. I hope
She is her mother's pride, her father's light. Today, 19 years ago, on Wednesday, May 14, in the year 2003, in Moban Kingin, Adamawa State, she was born, full of life and named Leah Sharibu. Though we are sad that Leah is away from family and friends on her 19th birthday today, we acknowledge Leah's strength and tenacity. We urge the federal government to ensure the safe release of Leah Sharibu, the only Dapchi girl remaining in the custody of Boko Haram terrorist group. Happy 19th birthday, Leah Sharibu.
It's the entertainment hour, and I'm sure you guys are very excited for it already. Welcome to E-Vibes, the entertainment show on Signature TV, where we serve you the best of entertainment from arts, pop, culture, everything you need to know about the entertainment world. We are here to keep you updated. I'm your lovely host, Laomi Ademi, and to entertain you with me today is a very, very beautiful, pretty lady. Can you introduce yourself?
Good afternoon and welcome to E-Vibes. My name is Quinsley Roland, and today we are going to bring you exciting stories and interesting things, and equally we're going to have a fashion review today, and you know how that goes, where we review events of your favorite artists and what they wear to that event. Disappointing or interesting, we're always here for you. So we're going to dive right into stories of today, and we'll have Layo me start with it.
Yes. So then our first story for today, Davido has revealed that a new single will be released ahead of his highly anticipated album 5. That's 5IVE. The Grammy-nominated artist took to social media on February 26, 2025 to announce the new track titled Be There Still, which is set to drop on March 14th. This release will be the final single before his album drops on April 18, 2025. This year has already been busy for Davido, who earned his 5th Grammy nomination at the 67th Grammys Awards, where he was recognized for his contribution to Chris Brown's song Sensational in the Best African Song Performance category. The star also received 5 nominations at the upcoming 17th Eddies, including the Artist of the Year. Ahead of the album's release, Davido has already dropped 2 singles, I Will Care featuring the Jamaican dancehall artist YG Mali and Font featuring Chike and Odumudu Black. In a social media post announcing the album, Davido described 5 as deeply personal, sharing that it is straight from the heart. He said the journey continues in 2025 with my new album 5. This one is straight from my heart, my story, my truth, my growth. We're not waiting though. Tonight at midnight, I'm dropping a single Fonz with Odumodu Black and at Official Chike. This one's for the dreamer, the go-getters, and everyone chasing what's theirs. Thank you for riding with me. Let's make history again. Album pre-order link in the bio. OBO 30BG. The caption reads. He also hinted at a collaboration with the Nigerian artist Omale, calling their upcoming track a perfect partnership. Additionally, Adekunle Gold teased a possible feature, adding to the excitement for 5, and the fans hope it will continue the success of its record-breaking 4th album, Timeless. Yes, so OBO is releasing another album. What do you think about this?
I
Oh, you're not really a fan of OBO. You're more of like Burna Boy, Wizkid.
I'm a fan of the big 3. I love OBO as well. I know it's going to be a good one. I Will Care and Funds are really amazing songs. So I know he's going to have a lot more on his album. And just like he said, that he puts his heart into making this particular album.
Yes.
That it shows his journey and his success and the rest of them. So I am very sure that this album will
It'll be a banger.
It's real. I believe
it's the
so.
video we're talking about.
I
now,
mean,
like,
it's the video.
And most times his song is something that like anybody, everybody can vibe
actually relate to. Yes, Davido is that artist, and I like him so much because of how diverse he is when singing. You know, he could go from he could sing about anything.
True,
so that's the interesting thing about the video. And I'm more excited because we have a track with Omale, and we have another one with that Adekunle Good had, you know, talked about. You know, she just exposed something. Like so I'm really excited because exactly. So it's really nice. It's really nice to have to see them again. I'm just wondering what Davido and Omale would sound like. I don't think they've done a song together before.
Because Omale has his songs kind of has this like slow energy. Just
to it. So
but Davido has more of a.
So imagine the combination. I mean, the melody will be so nice. I know it is going to be so nice. So I'm really anticipating. I'm not a big fan, but I love Davido. I love good music, and Davido sings good songs. So might as well watch out for that one.
Yes.
So next we have Nigerian singer and record label executive Aziz Fashola, better known as Naira Marley, has continued to react to his name being cleared in the investigation into Mohbad's death. The 33-year-old Malian's president took to his X page on Wednesday, February 26, 2025, to express his emotions in a heartfelt and lengthy post. In his message, Naira Marley revealed the pain he has carried, which he felt was never his to bear. He never thought silence could be so loud. I never thought someone I called my brother, someone I protected, would leave this world with my name in his shadow. I have carried this weight, this pain, this shame, and that was never mine to bear, he shared. He also touched on his reconciliation with the late Mohbad before his passing. We as Malians, we are not perfect. We had to grow, we had to adapt. Mistakes were made, but they were business. Never war. I made peace with Mohbad. We understood each other beyond the noise, beyond the misunderstandings. And you know this, Naira Marley wrote. The singer went on to accuse those close to him of allowing the public to turn on him, calling him a killer. And he said, I quote, when he took his last breath in your arms, you looked at the world and pointed at me. You let them tear me apart. You let them call me a killer while you sat there knowing the truth. Naira Marley ended his post with a message on regret and frustration, and he said, now you tell the story. I welcomed you all into my home. I gave you my trust, and yet my brother is gone, still not buried, and this is your fault. Telling the truth from the beginning would have given the rest he deserves.
Why do I feel like this is a bit of a shade towards Wumi, Mohbad's wife? Like, because you know she just recently just spoke out concerning a lot of things.
You know, these things are
dicey,
it's so sensitive, and this Mohbad's case is a really sensitive one. Very, when it comes to death, family, accusations, and the rest of it, it's a very sensitive topic. And I know Naira Marley has feelings, and that's what people try not to understand. That he has feelings because of the image he poses, being a Malian, and the rest of it. Is being a street person is something that anybody could actually own up to being. So when this case of Mohbad came up, I just knew that I was going to linger for long, you know. The entire accusations, going to court, exhuming the body, the autopsy, accusing the wife about the child, the father, the saga was so much.
I don't know, it's only me that feels like you guys should just allow this guy rest in peace.
Do you get
too much?
Even when he was alive, he didn't trend like this, and that's the sad part of this story, because we don't give people their flowers when they are alive. It's when they are dead. And how are they supposed to smell these flowers? I mean, Mohbad had amazing songs. I didn't even get to explore because he wasn't someone that struck my mind so much, apart from one or two songs that made it made it to like certain levels. But apart from that, you realize that when after his death, people started playing his songs.
That's when
people
say, oh,
started trending. Do you get? So anyway, so it was something that I was disappointed, but at the same time, that's just how life is.
True, very
so
true.
We should allow Mohbad to rest in peace. Allow the wife, allow the child. Imagine being a child and you're growing up into all these problems about a dad that you can't recognize, and he's not there, but you have so many stories about your dad.
Yes, exactly.
So we should even
rumors
and the truth. So we should be worried about this
together.
child. We should leave our own differences and know that there's a child growing up in this environment that we have created. Imagine going online to look into your father's personality.
And you're like, okay, let me learn a bit about it.
And you're seeing so many odd things.
Oh,
and
goodness.
you have a mother and she's been accused, and now you're even wondering, am I even this man's child?
Like,
so many speculations.
Yes,
so I just don't like the story. It's been going on for too long.
For too long, actually. But still on this same Mohbad issue, Joseph Aloba, the father of the late singer Mohbad, has denied the claims made by his daughter-in-law, Wunmi, regarding the nurse involved in his son's death. Wunmi had previously alleged in February 19, 2025, interview with Chude Jide that Aloba had intervened to prevent the arrest of the nurse who gave Mohbad the injection that led to his passing. During a TikTok live session on February 26, 2025, Aloba responded to the accusation, stating, "I've never met the nurse. We haven't crossed paths, and if I had, it would have been known." He emphasized that he had never seen or spoken to the nurse and had not mentioned her in his recounting events surrounding Mohbad's death. This comes just hours after a Lagos State Magistrate Court cleared Naira Marley, Sam Larry, and Prime Boy of any involvement in Mohbad's death, while the nurse faced trial.
Another one.
And yes, like, as in, it's just like, if you search the internet now, just a lot of news. Mohbad this, Mohbad that, Mohbad's wife this, Mohbad. It's a lot.
It's so sad that women keep becoming victims of situations where their husband dies, their widows, and then the next thing they turn to is the wife. I mean, the wife. This is the victim. This is someone that is mourning. This is someone that just lost her husband. This is someone that lost the father of her child.
Yes.
And you turn around and start playing the victim card when she is the victim and now she's the accused, or whether she's the one in the wrong. I don't understand. Still the same the opinion I had about for the last story. I don't know why we keep going over this kind of things.
I think it's just because the fact that maybe so many people feel like, oh, they want to know the cause behind his death, and really like,
okay,
get justice.
Okay, let's be realistic now. You find out the cause behind his death. How are you sure that this result has not been truncated or touched somehow?
True.
And okay, and being the country that we are in, and the influence that certain people have,
the country into this.
that certain people have, and you really want to get the truth, this kind of controversial issue.
I don't know. I'm all for letting him rest in peace.
Exactly. It's not even pointing to one direction. And if the court says that this person is not guilty, the person is not guilty.
Yes.
So you might as well move on.
I don't know what is making Wunmi feel like the father is like has a certain involvement in it, like knows the nurse and everything, because according to her, she was like, oh, the father has not allowed them bury the son. So I'm like, see, there are so many ways to see this thing. It could just be like he wants justice
for his
like
son.
Oh yes, because she's like, they've done like 2 autopsies.
I mean,
like,
you know, initially the father was reluctant about this entire process.
Yeah, true.
The stories I had seen online, the father was really reluctant about it, but I don't know. I'm not interested.
like it's not clear.
It's not clear, and
things are not really clear.
The truth is, even if we find out the truth,
it doesn't really
bring Mohbad to life. That's the truth. So we might as well just let everybody be. And it's just unfortunate that this nurse has to take the the punishment for this mistake or whatever it is that happened. It's just really unfortunate. But I think that's
I think we need to give it a rest. Like, let him rest in peace. Let his legacy not be filled. Like, before, when he died, what you see a lot of news about is about his songs, how amazing his songs is. So many people like pay tributes. Now that legacy, that news is now being covered by so many controversies.
Exactly.
Like, I feel like
it's no longer he had amazing songs. Yes. He was so
now we're not
gentle.
hearing one drama of this or one drama of that, and I'm like,
I agree.
We allow this marriage.
I agree. Next, we have the Jamaican dancehall icon Vybz Kartel has opened up about forgiving his wife Tanisha Johnson despite her alleged infidelity while he served his 13-year prison sentence. Speaking on episode 443 of the Drink Champs podcast, Kartel revealed that he learned of his wife's infidelity through another of his baby mamas, which left him heartbroken. Point taken. Despite his betrayal, Kartel expressed understanding and forgiveness, stating, and I quote, "I forgave her immediately because I understand she is a human being." He went on to explain that while it hurt, he respected her and acknowledged the loyalty she had shown him throughout his imprisonment. Tinasha Johnson is a major part of the dancehall star's life, well known in public as his longtime girlfriend, and who is the mother of his children, has remained a steadfast supporter during his time behind bars. Kartel was released from prison in August 2024 after serving time for convictions related to 2 alleged murders. Interesting.
Very
You
interesting.
found out through your baby mama
that
I want to clap for him.
That your girlfriend was
cheating on
while
you.
you were in prison, and you are choosing to
like,
forgive her.
There's this thing that I want to say, and it's not coming. It's like a double-edged sword. Yes. Cheat on you, baby mama.
It's a whole lot.
It's a lot. I mean, okay, but who is he not to forgive her?
It's saying
who is he not to forgive her? Actually, who is he?
She really stood by him when he was in prison, and also
I like he acknowledged that.
He's choosing to forgive her. Would you? I want to put this question to you. Would you forgive your partner for cheating?
If only he finds out from my baby daddy. He finds out from my baby daddy's fine. I'll forgive him. I say, if my baby daddy tells him it's fine, if he doesn't, why did he find out? Who sent you? Aproko, did you have to find out? I allow my baby daddy to tell you, you're coming to find out if I'm cheating. So if my baby daddy tells him, it's fine.
Please, Queensley, please, what's that?
Honestly, but on another thought is I don't see men to forgive cheating like that, so it's really surprising to see.
And you know, it's suspicious. I cannot lie. Like there's like this
alarm going up. So I'm surprised that maybe because 13 years is a long period of time. 13 years is a very, very long period of time. So maybe he's considering the fact that he was absent and she was still trying to visit him, you know, be present while he was in jail and the rest of it. So 13 years is a long time. It's a long. Do you know what a child of 13 years looks like? Very, very long time. So maybe it's part of the things that he considered to forgive her as well. And he is his baby mama too. So we might as well live in one happy family.
One happy, yeah. Amazing.
I agree.
That's all I can say. Amazing. Well, it's good for them.
It's good.
I don't know why it is making news though, but it's fine.
because a lot of men frown at things like this.
Cheating. Yeah, true.
They frown.
Even when
they feel no matter what it is, you shouldn't, because they cannot take what they dish. Men cannot take what they dish, so it's fine. So I understand why it's a big deal.
A big deal. That's for you.
I understand. I really do. It's a double standard. So
it's alright. So guys, Michelle Trachtenberg, the actress known for her roles in Buffy the Vampire Slayer, Harriet the Spy, and Gossip Girl, has passed away at the age of 39. Trachtenberg, who made her mark in Hollywood as a child star, is remembered for her iconic portrayal of Georgina Spark on Gossip Girl. Her co-star Ed Westwick paid tribute to her on Instagram, expressing his sorrow over her passing. So sad to hear the passing of Art Mitchell Trachtenberg, sending prayers. At the time of the publication, representatives for Trachtenberg had not yet responded to inquiries regarding her death. But let's take a look at this video made in her honor.
Yeah, no, I know what you're talking about. It's fun, MTV, good times, and I have a bunch of friends here, and I hear there's little fun little gifties and presents stuff. So mostly my friends benefit from this.
It's so sad, and I seen that young video of her, and the fact that now she's gone. It's a lot. How does someone die at 39?
I mean, children die.
Yeah, true.
Children die. How much more a 39 years old?
But this is quite sad. You know, usually when we have stories like this, they are usually like older and have achieved a lot, and you can now say, "Oh yeah, me, her soul rest in peace." Like, "Oh yeah, she left a good legacy behind and everything."
I mean, she still had a lot to achieve. She's really young.
Quite young.
But it's good the impact she made even at that age.
They're quite a young age.
You can still have a lot of things you can still achieve a whole lot of things regardless of how old you are. You just have to make that impact, and people will feel it regardless. So I pray she rests in peace. Because that's the most I can actually say. It's a case of death, so
there's nothing else.
That's just it. So we have comedian Conan O'Brien, who is set to host the 2025 Oscars, has promised viewers an evening filled with positivity and celebration. Speaking to reporters ahead of the ceremony, O'Brien shared that while he wouldn't shy away from addressing current events, he aims to create a fun atmosphere that celebrates the hard work of filmmakers and performers. He says, and I quote, "The key is to strike a balance." O'Brien said, "I want to address the moment we are in, but also make sure we are celebrating the incredible achievements of all the people involved in making these films." The 95th Academy Awards will be held on Sunday, March 2nd, 2025 in Los Angeles. Here is a clip from his interview and what he had to say.
I'll start and then anyone can jump in. My philosophy, yes, I think as host, I cannot ignore the moment we're in, but I also have to remember it's threading a needle. I also have to remember what we're here to celebrate and infuse the show with positivity and also shine a light on all these people who've worked incredibly hard, not just A-list celebrities, but people that you never see, craftspeople that work incredibly hard and have spent years making these films. And so I want to make sure that we address where we are in this moment on March 2nd at this time, but I do it with humor, and that I also make sure that the night doesn't drift into only about that, or because I think that's robbing people of something beautiful hard work that they've done. And so it's a difficult line to walk, but I'm determined to figure it out. Well, first of all, I can neither confirm nor deny. And in terms of what I might be doing, I can't say that either, because the whole trick here in this business is to get people to watch, to see what's going to happen. See, this is a mistake I used to make. I used to tell people exactly what I was going to do long before I did it, and then no one tuned in. Then I learned, don't tell people what you're going to do. A magician taught me that. And so I I can't tell you what I'm going to do, other than that I am going to be in the best physical shape of my life. And what the hell was that? That's not a joke, man.
This is so interesting. I like it when people like this try to, you know, they make you anticipate
the
events like
yes.
this. It just shows the preparedness and how much the intentionality that they put in making this thing come true. Unlike, because now he's promising that, oh, it's going to be a mind-blowing event. He's going to
I'm
put
sure so many people are actually looking forward to that. Like the fact that he's a comedian.
I mean, and it's the Oscars.
Yeah.
Who doesn't want to? It's
so
the
like,
Oscars.
I'm trying to see how he coming out to now say he's promising us a good show.
You
like,
can imagine.
Like,
it's just like the Grammys. It's just like the
together?
Grammys. It was amazing, and even the Super Bowl, it was amazing. So imagine when Oscar comes. Sorry, for the Oscars, he comes out to say, "Oh, that is going to be spectacular." Then it's something that we should actually watch out for, and we are going to talk about it.
Yes. You know now, we got you. You have to carry the news. You have to care about it. So guys, don't go anywhere. Today we have special fashion review for you to look at some outfits, whether they are fine or not. You get the gist now. So don't go anywhere. Stay tuned. We're going on a break.
Welcome back. This is E-Vibes, the entertainment show on Signature TV. If you're just joining us, don't worry. You can always go back to have a review of what we had done before joining. We are going to head over to the fashion review. Now, receiving praises from professional peers is always flattering, particularly when those peers are also your competition. This is the allure of the annual Screen Actors Guild Awards, its 31st edition, which held February 23rd, 2025 at the Shrine Auditorium at Expo Hall in Los Angeles. The 2025 SAG Awards celebrated the most outstanding film and television performances of the past year and served as the final major award show before for the Oscars on March 2nd. That's one still coming up. As expected, your favorite stars were in attendance, and we will be taking a look at their outfits and rating them from 1 to 10. First on the list, we have Demi Moore. Let's
Big
cast
smile
Demi
for me.
Wow.
Like, I don't know.
Wow.
That's the only response I have.
Right?
Wow. Like,
Demi.
you know, Demi is such a beautiful woman.
Very beautiful.
I just feel like this dress is not flattering on her body.
It's not. Like, I just feel like they call a spade a spade. This dress is not flattering. She doesn't even feel relaxed in the dress. It looks so uncomfortable. It feels like this was not what I was supposed to wear, but I can't do with this. That's what it feels like.
The person designing the dress didn't consider her body shape.
Regardless of the person designing, you come. Maybe she likes the dress. Let's not dispute the fact that maybe she actually does love the dress. But in our opinion, we don't like this thing on you.
Like, it doesn't make her body look nice. I don't know. She looks like she's suffocated.
Exactly. Like she can't move properly. Even the smile. I don't know what you're rating, but I'll give it a 3. 3 because they bought material with their money and the rest of it.
Guys, I used to think I'm the bad lecturer, but it seems like this lady, she wants to collect position from me.
I mean, it's fair enough.
I'll give her a 5 because she's Demi Moore now. You know.
Okay.
You know, I enjoyed watching Substance, so yes.
Okay,
5.
I see where the sentiment is coming from. It's fine.
So next, can we have Adrian Brody? Sorry. Okay. Another man wearing black.
Every time we have reviews, we always have a problem with men that just I give this man a 2. I don't want to talk about it.
See how he's looking fly, and it's just like giving you guys the poses.
Which pose from
it's a
black suit that we don't see every other time.
Black tie event. Coming out looking like
I don't like the sarcasm behind what you're saying, because what is this?
I think we need to review men fashion.
Yes, we just take out their review men fashion.
I understand the fact that you guys, there are a lot of like men fashion these days that are looking feminine.
I think there are 1,001 things that men wear to look good and outstanding, and not a black tuxedo.
I think it's just like the safest.
It's just like, oh my god, it's today. Saga, what? You run to your wardrobe and drag something.
I have a bow tie.
I have a bow and a white shirt. Let me just wear the same. Nobody will know.
I look good either ways.
Do you get?
Okay, so
and the most he did was brush his hair. That was just the most he did.
I don't want to be wicked, so maybe like 4.
Please give this man a 2. Let's have Selena Gomez on screen, and I want to see something beautiful, please. Oh, this is Ellie. Oh my god, she's so
like
beautiful.
The cut.
She's so beautiful.
This just shows simplicity and elegance. Like, I'm just going to look pricey today. Like, I'm just going to look like. Oh,
this is so beautiful.
And the jewelries, I love the jewelries.
It's so nice.
I like the minimalistic look.
Yes, like, it's a minimalistic look, but
I'm looking good.
I'm looking it, exactly.
Good.
She's not doing too much, but she looks amazing.
She looks amazing. So what would you rate it?
Because it's Selena, I'll give it 7.
I think I'll give it a 7 as well. I love the lipstick.
It's really beautiful. Yes, I love the red lipstick. It's
and
really
I
nice.
think she now
and it matches with her red nails.
So she was intentional. Like, she took out time. Like I'm not going to wear too much, but you guys are gonna see me,
and you're gonna like what you see. Exactly. This is better. I love it. I don't know what I'm seeing a brown fur down there. I'm not sure what it is, but regardless, she looks amazing.
She looks good. Yeah. So can we have Quinta Brunson? Oh, but it's giving wedding.
It's giving in the 1960s in the European. That's what it's giving.
I think maybe that's the team she was working with. Like all these.
But she looks good regardless.
Yeah,
she does look good. I love the lace. I love the details. It's so
And
beautiful.
the dress is flattering on her body. Like, it's not like she's looking like...
No. She looks really good.
She looks good. And I like the accessories. I love the rings. The rings are very nice.
She looks really good. It's same thing with Selena Gomez. I'm not doing too much, but I'll show up and I'll look good.
But at the same time, he's still giving, here comes the bride, here comes the bride.
Right? So I don't know what you would rate, but I'll give it a 5.
A 6 from me. A 6 from me. I like the upper part. The upper part.
Yes, I do. I love the upper part.
It's really cute. It's just that the down, the lower part is just giving me, oh, I want to get married now.
I have no idea what she's giving. But she looks pretty regardless.
Yes,
she looks really beautiful. Next we have, this is Quinta Brunson. Next we have Harrison Ford. Can we have Harrison Ford on screen? Baba.
One of those old men in the film industry.
See, regardless, you can.
That's why
I have a problem with this.
And
it's always black.
What do you expect?
That's my problem. It is always black. They don't go out of their way to look different. Even play with colors. It is. Shebi, I told you that, see the tie. I told you since I just went to my wardrobe and had to pick something that I'm going to wear because I forgot today's Saga Awards, and this is what he came out with. Please, 2 over 10.
You don't want to respect the elderly.
I don't like this thing you're saying. But 2 over 10, please.
Well, sir, I wish there was more effort. But honestly, respect you. 4, like 4. Let me just be nice, because it still looks like a charming old man.
Yes, boy.
But there was no effort in that.
There was none. Even the tie placements. It's not even
it looks like they were fighting with that tie.
Maybe he got dressed in the car. You can never tell. I wish we could put in more efforts, especially I'm sure if we're Nigerian men, they'll show up very well. We've reviewed like premieres here where we have Nigerian men. I'm not sure any of them wore a black suit. They wore something different.
It's kind of like accustomed to like the British culture to have like black tie events. When you go for black tie events, you wear like a black suit and have a black tie.
We have 1,001 colors in the world. You can always
play around with
it. Honestly.
All right, let's have Jeremy Scott on screen.
Yes.
He's a designer. What do you expect? He's a fashion designer. What do you expect?
I mean, it's good. It's good.
Is this another color?
It's good.
Even though I'm not really a fan of the color, like I feel like it doesn't really match
this monochrome. No. It has to do with this monochrome color thing. That I think that's what he's trying to play around with. But it's good.
And I like the play
that are going on.
I like the play of the suits and still like this Japanese. You know,
yes.
Japanese style.
That's the idea. Yeah. And it's good. It's nice. It's not the ordinary thing you'd see.
Yeah.
I'll rate a 7.
I think an 8 for me.
I mean, he looks good regardless.
And an 8 for me.
Let's have Zoe Saldana.
Ooh. I'm seeing elegant black dresses.
Oh, she looks good.
I'm saying, like,
she looks. I don't know. Is it that every female here agreed that we are not going to do too much, but we're going to look good?
Yes.
I think that's what
they all. The jewelry on her hand.
Why are you so obsessed with jewelry?
I'm sorry, like today.
Okay.
Today their jewelries are just like.
That's and it matches with the cape, the extra funnel on her sleeve.
Yes,
it looks really good.
Yes, she looks good. No,
she looks good. She does look good. Though she looks uncomfortable.
Yeah, she looks a bit uncomfortable. Yeah, though.
Struggle with the sleeve and the cup, but I'll give it an 8 over 10.
I think an 8 for me as well, because we can't deny that this woman is looking so nice.
I'll give it an 8 over 10. An 8 is fine.
Yeah, an 8 is fine. Yeah. So let's have Ariana Grande. Sorry.
Ariana should please wow me.
Ariana Grande has not really been wowing me lately.
Recently,
I need to be honest. Can we have Ariana Grande on screen?
Ariana Grande, please.
Okay. Okay.
We spoke to...
Well, compared to the other dresses she has been wearing lately,
I mean,
this is fine.
This is fine. But let's not forget the Ariana Grande we know.
We just, yeah.
The Ariana Grande we grew up knowing is different from the Ariana Grande that we are seeing now.
And I don't know, I just feel like this color is not it. She's looking pale.
Pale, thank you. She looks so pale. I put on a light pink dress.
Light pink dress. And it's something she has been doing like recently at awards. Then I'm like, please, can you pick darker colors? Like, you're really looking pale, and these colors are just
I don't know if this look is intentional, but she doesn't look like the glowing, excited,
yes,
pretty Ariana Grande we used to know. It's so many things are just off. But
what would you rate the dress to?
4.
I would say 5.
It looks like something that she pulled out from her mom's wardrobe.
I get that she's still kind of like keeping the theme of the Wicked.
The Wicked.
You know, she was like this like pink princess and everything.
Regardless of keeping up with the theme.
Okay. Like I said, 5 for me. 5.
Okay. Please let's have Kerry Washington on screen, so we can see if she looks amazing. Exactly. This is a pink dress as well, but it looks good. It looks different.
Goodness.
This has nothing to do with.
She's looking good.
She looks amazing. I'm really wild, and this is so beautiful.
Wow.
It shows effort.
Yes, it shows a lot of effort.
This is an 8. This is an 8 for me.
I think since I've not given anybody 9, I think I would love to give a 9.
I thought about that 9. No.
I
was like, what if I see what I like better than this?
I think I'll give a 9 because I don't know.
This is so beautiful.
It's not just that the fact that the dress is nice. It also fits her frame.
She bodied
the color is blending with her skin. It's giving chocolate caramel. You know,
so nice.
It's
so nice. I'm glad she showed up like this. Okay, let's have
Timothy Chalamet, sir. Can we have Timothy Chalamet? Okay. Is this
an inter-house sport referee?
Oh goodness! Timothy don't collect. Timothy don't collect.
Okay, he's not. He's actually wearing a leather
suit, like a leather suit.
Oh, I didn't know now. You did not tell me that it's not an inter-house sport referee.
It's a leather suit, my dear. Leather suit.
Sha.
I'm not a fan of the colors.
I'm not even a fan of anything he's wearing.
The color did not color, sir.
I'm not a fan of. See, the same thing. It looked like you dressed up in the car.
But you know, I've been looking at a bit of Timothy's recent dressing at the award shows. I think he's just trying to put like a different spin to
so what kind of
red carpet looks. Like, do you get not the usual suits we are used to, not the usual like. Yeah, but I don't know. This color is not. I think maybe if the color of the shirt was different, we would have like a different view to it.
I have no idea.
Because he's actually being creative like we want. He's not just the usual black tuxedo.
He is.
But I'm not just a fan of the. Is that a neon color?
It's a neon green. Yes.
I'm not a fan.
It's a neon.
5.
3.
5 for me.
3 over 10.
Oh my goodness.
3
quickly, I just moderating everybody.
Please, maybe I should give Kerry Washington a 9.
You want to go back
because I don't know. I don't think I'll be impressed further. So let's have Coleman Domingo on screen.
If you're looking for someone to impress you, it's this man.
Exactly.
I've not seen an award show that he doesn't look good.
This is what I'm saying.
I've not seen an award show that he doesn't look good.
He must show up and he must show up well.
Are you seeing the hidden shawl inside that? Inside the suit.
The hair. Let's look at the hair.
This man is
not your regular.
This man is looking sweet.
He looks so good.
So what are we rating this?
He looks so good. I'm tempted to give him a 10, but I'll give him a 9.
9. Yes,
I mean, he looks so good.
Imagine having him and Kerry Washington side by side.
Oh my God!
It would look
I
so
think
good.
we need to Photoshop them together.
Like I think it would look so good. Like especially the outfits for this.
This is what I mean by you have an event coming up and you plan.
You put in effort.
This
Can
is
we
so
have,
nice.
Can we have Cynthia Erivo? She's always known to sparkle. She's always known to sparkle and be strange. Like, I do not care what you guys think.
She's living in her own world.
Yes, by her own rules.
But this is nice.
This is creative.
There's this cartoon character that is coming to my mind. She looks like a peacock, but
yes,
but not the colorful one. There's this cartoon character that I can't just place the name, but it's so nice. It's nice. It's nice.
So
it's
what
out
would you
of
rate
the
it?
ordinary.
Yes.
I'll rate it an 8.
I think an 8 for me as well, because
she looks
this
good.
characteristic of Cynthia, like Cynthia always loves to dress like in a way that you would not usually
see anywhere.
And it's the nails for me. It's always the nails for me, because
why? Let me say something. I was watching a video today. Somebody said, "How do you wipe?" I just said,
"Just zipped."
Please, let's have Kristen Bell on screen so we can know what she wore. And
she was a host for the award show. So what do you think? This her dress, is it befitting of being a host? What do you think? The dress is actually nice.
It is.
Like, the material is nice. But I don't think I like the style per se.
Thank you. I think the down is good, but I think the up
could have been better.
It could have been better.
Well, it's simple enough for a host, like, you know, because you don't want to really like outdress the people.
I mean, you're a host. You're supposed to
write.
Because we are seeing you. The whole world is, people sit at the crowd and people don't even get to see them. But we are seeing you, so you have to be it. But it's good. So 6 it is for me.
I think it's 6 as well.
A 6 it is
6
for
as well.
me.
So can we have Daniela Deadweiler? This particular one is the one I want you to see. Like, I reserved it to the last because I want you to say it.
I want to say, maybe if you open this dress, you see like pots inside. Because I don't want
this.
Fashion runway show, yes. I'll buy this idea.
I don't know what.
Okay, so how does she intend to sit? She'll detach that thing, because you'll be surprised it's detachable for her to sit.
So it's true. Yeah, I didn't even think
for the
of
red
how
carpet.
she would sit. Or maybe she had a different dress for the main event.
I wouldn't even know.
Wow, this is serious.
This is serious. So.
Like, I get it if we are doing like, fashion Paris runway, you know, those kind of like fashion oriented like shows, and well, we said we wanted them to be creative. They are being creative. What do we want? What do we want more than this? What's more creative than this?
That's why I say there's how you look now. You see pots inside, but it's fine.
So what would you rate it?
A 5 or a 6.
It's so funny that I actually like the color of the dress.
The color of the dress
and it matches her skin tone. But why the shape? Why?
And you could just see how odd she looks among
every other person. Yeah. Okay, 5. I think a 5 from.
You see, I'm better.
A 5.
So that tomorrow, if we are going to judge, we'll judge properly. But it's fine. It's fine.
All right, so guys, that's all we have for today on the fashion review.
I'm giving Kerry Washington a 10 back.
Now 10.
Yes.
Oh,
you know, I gave it a 9. That's my best today. So I'll give her the 10.
This SAG Awards, so at least based on the people we've been able to review. Kerry Washington and Coleman Domingo, like that's our pair.
That's our pair.
That's our pair.
And
like,
we Photoshop them together because we need that picture. We need it to exist.
No, they I wish they actually took a picture together.
It would have so nice, honestly.
Good. So guys, we've come to the end of today's show. Let us know what you think about everything that's gone on today. Like, do you think we rated them too low? Do you think we're being too harsh with our comments? Let us know. What would you rate them? And whose outfit did you see that blew your mind but we didn't show them? Let's know. Comments, put it in the comment section. Let us know. Do well to follow us on all our social media platforms. It's right there. Follow us. What are you waiting for? Don't you want the very best of entertainment? Don't you want to stay updated? We're live 24/7 on YouTube. Do well to subscribe. Click on that subscription button now and put on the notification. Yeah, it's been E-Vibes and I'm sure you've enjoyed yourself. I am Layomi Adeyemi.
And I am Queensley Rowland.
Bye.
She is her mother's pride, her father's light. Today, 19 years ago, on Wednesday, May 14, in the year 2003, in Moban Kingin, Adamawa State, she was born, full of life and named Leah Sharibu. Though we are sad that Leah is away from family and friends on her 19th birthday today, we acknowledge Leah's strength and tenacity. We urge the federal government to ensure the safe release of Leah Sharibu, the only Dapchi girl remaining in the custody of Boko Haram terrorist group. Happy 19th birthday, Leah Sharibu. She is her mother's pride, her father's light. Today, 19 years ago, on Wednesday, May 14, in the year 2003, in Mobankingen, Adamawa State, she was born, full of life and named Leah Sharibu. Though we are sad that Leah is away from family and friends on her 19th birthday today, we acknowledge Leah's strength and tenacity. We urge the federal government to ensure the safe release of Leah Sharibu, the only Dapchi girl remaining in the custody of Boko Haram terrorist group. Happy 19th birthday, Leah Sharibu.
Welcome to Signature TV News. I am Barikumo Ado. In the headlines, importers and consumers cheer as India cuts carbon tariffs following Trump's criticism. New Zealand's foreign minister raises concerns over China's Tasman Sea drills. And bodies of deceased hostages released by Hamas arrive at Forensic Center in Israel. Details shortly.
We are local.
We are right now with the wife of the man that was...
Why the main market is in chaos. People are...
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended say aye. Aye.
We have taken the move by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes.
Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Mexico's Security Cabinet will meet with U.S. Secretary of State Marco Rubio on Thursday in Washington. The Mexican President Claudio Sheinbaum confirmed on Wednesday in a run-up to the expiration of a tariff moratorium granted by the Trump administration. Trump put up 25% tariffs on Mexican and Canadian imports until March 4 to let the North American partners implement measures to fight drug trafficking and undocumented immigration. Meetings between the two countries have intensified this week
Shanbaum said. The president also said the free trade agreement will probably be reviewed ahead of time.
Today, the Security Cabinet will depart for Washington for a meeting tomorrow with the Secretary of State of the U.S. government. They have been working over these last days for tomorrow's meeting in different talks between Mexico and the U.S. to find a coordination agreement respecting our sovereignty. The free trade agreement revision is coming. This is what the legislative power of the U.S. and the legislative power of Mexico agreed on. So it's a law, it's the treaty, and we've agreed to review it in 2026. Probably, this revision will be moved forward. We have a lot of work coming for our countries and Canada.
Known as USMCA, it was renegotiated under the first Trump administration and set forth in 2020, including a revision clause for 2026. India has reduced tariffs on American bourbon imports to 100% from 150%, a move that is said to benefit U.S. whiskey distillers and brought cheer among local consumers as well as industry experts. The tariff cut, announced on February 13, comes after U.S. President Donald Trump criticized unfair levies in South Asian markets. President Trump, who met with Indian Prime Minister Narendra Modi earlier this month at the White House, had expressed dissatisfaction with the business climate for American companies in India. He has also proposed reciprocal tariffs on nations that impose duties on U.S. imports. India's tariff cut will reduce the basic customs duty on bourbon to 50%, with an additional levy of 50%, bringing the total to 100%. Previously, such imports were taxed at 150%. There will be no change on other liquor imports, which will still be taxed at 150%, but party said it's hoping for a change. Like many Asian countries where beer dominates alcohol sales, India is predominantly a whiskey drinking nation. At a liquor store in the business hub of Gurugram, spirit lovers said lower prices will help the bourbon segment make inroads in the country's alcohol market. Many foreign liquor companies such as Diageo and Pernod Ricard operate in India's $35 billion spirit market, and industry executives have often criticized India's high tariff regime for such imports.
Tariff rates in India are extremely high, cutting across alcohol and alcoholic products. And I think the first thing we need to appreciate it is that the government of India has moved forward and tried to create a tariff harmonization with the rest of the world. Even today, after the cut from 150 to 100% for American products, we are still amongst the highest taxed tariff countries in the world. So this is a first step, and I think what will happen is this will be followed over a period of time in trying to rationalize taxes to be in line with the rest of the world. And we expect that significant progress will be made because it benefits both the country. From a UK perspective to get reduction in taxes into India, and from EU perspective as well as from an Indian perspective to get access to those markets.
The prices will be lower and it will be easy to buy for everyone. And maybe if we'll be going to have a scotch and everything, so we will have more choices and maybe more refined things to drink.
It will really boost the alcoholic sector and I can say the whiskey sector, but I don't think so. More anything we can expect from that one.
Footage captured on Thursday by rescuers in southern India showed a mound of rubble filling a tunnel that collapsed last week, where 8 workers remain trapped. Water was also seen leaking inside the tunnel, where rescuers are still working to reach those trapped. The 8 persons are working in an under-construction tunnel at the Sri Salam Left Bank Canal project when a section of it collapsed on Saturday. Minister Uttam Kumar Reddy said on Wednesday that a concrete plan of action has been devised to save the workers. Telangana's irrigation.
Yesterday and today till now we have assessed the situation, and now we are telling you clearly that how to minimize the risk for the rescuers and how to go forward. We have made a concrete plan of action now, and we will be going with greater speed for the saving the survivors and for all rescue and relief operations.
US President Donald Trump said during a meeting with his cabinet on Wednesday that his administration will be announcing tariffs on the European Union very soon. The European Commission responded on Wednesday, stating it will react immediately against unjustified barriers to free and fair trade. A Commission spokesperson emphasized that a reaction will be firm, including when tariffs are used to challenge legal and non-discriminatory policies. French government spokeswoman Sophia Primas countered Trump's comments, saying the European Union was not created to bother the United States.
We have made a decision. We'll be announcing it very soon, and it'll be 25%, generally speaking, and that'll be on cars and all other things. And European Union is a different case than Canada, different kind of case. They've really taken advantage of us in a different way. European Union's it was formed in order to screw the United States. I mean, look, let's be honest. The European Union was formed in order to screw the United States. That's the purpose of it. And they've done a good job of it, but now I'm president. They can't. I mean, they can try, but they can't. No, they can do it, and they can try, but the numbers can never equal what ours, because we could go off. We are the pot of gold. We're the one that everybody wants, and they can retaliate, but it cannot be a successful retaliation because we just go cold turkey. We don't buy anymore. And if that happens, we win.
US President Donald Trump said Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky will be coming to Washington on Friday to sign an agreement on rare earth minerals and other topics. Trump made a comment during a cabinet meeting at the White House on Wednesday.
President Zelensky is going to be coming on Friday. That's now confirmed, and we're going to be signing an agreement, which will be a very big agreement. And I want to thank Howard and Scott for the job you guys did in putting it together. You really did an amazing job. And that'll be on rare earth and other things. The previous administration put us in a very bad position, but we've been able to make a deal where we're going to get our money back, and we're going to get a lot of money in the future.
British Prime Minister Keir Starmer said on Wednesday there was no more important relationship for his country than that of the United States. Starmer made the comments during a visit to Washington, D.C., where he held a meeting with business leaders at the residence of a British ambassador to the U.S., Peter Mandelson. Starmer is in the U.S. for a meeting with President Donald Trump ahead of his trip. Starmer urged Washington to provide a security backstop to any future European peacekeepers in Ukraine, saying only that would offer Kiev a lasting peace rather than a temporary ceasefire, and that Britain will play our part in any peacekeeping role in Ukraine.
And my message is really simple, that there is no more important relationship for the United Kingdom in defence, in security, in trade, in tech, in finance, and so much more. We have an incredible $1.5 trillion invested in each other's economies. Our trading relationship is not just strong, it's fair and balanced. And we work together to create amazing things, like the internet or the jet engine. But most of all, and this is really the bedrock of that relationship, we share fundamental values of openness, of democracy, freedom of speech, freedom to thrive, and freedom to pursue the future. So we want to strike a new partnership. We share the view that our best days lie ahead. And, you know, taking out a chainsaw isn't quite my style. But we are stripping away red tape and bureaucracy. We are reforming permitting, getting things built, reducing barriers to investment and growth. And we're open for business, open for investment. And we're determined to help US innovators thrive in the United Kingdom. So my message is we want to work with you. We want to welcome you to Britain. we want a new partnership, because our history shows that when we work together, great things happen.
Up ahead, Kremlin says Russia does not expect quick solutions with US. Berlin commemorates killed Israeli family with illuminated Brandenburg Gate. Stay with us.
We are local.
We are right now with the wife of the man that was
Why the main market is in chaos? People are
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye. Aye.
we have taken the new by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes. Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
New Zealand's foreign minister said he raised concerns over China's recent live-fire drills in the Tasman Sea during meetings with Chinese leaders on Wednesday. The issue was a lack of notice given to New Zealand over the military exercises off its coast. Winston Peters told reporters in Beijing after meetings with Chinese Foreign Minister Wang Yi and Vice President Han Zheng. In their meeting, Wang told Peters both countries should become partners of mutual trust and resolve some specific differences through dialogue, according to a readout from China's foreign ministry. Peters is in Beijing for a 3-day visit after relations between the two countries became strained over the drills. Britain is inclined to approve the expansion of its second largest airport, Gatwick. The government said on Thursday after objections from environmentalists and during a push on infrastructure to drive economic growth. However, Transport Minister Heidi Alexander said the deadline for a final decision was put back to October for consideration of public transport and noise level issues. Alexander said in a statement she had issued a mind to approve letter for Gatwick plans to bring its backup runway into full use to add millions of new passengers in the 2030s, arguing that sustainable aviation fuel means airport enlargements do not derail net zero targets. The government has also backed a new runway at Gatwick's bigger rival, Heathrow. Alexander said some of the conditions attached to the Gatwick project needed further examination. Those could include potential rules on the proportion of passengers arriving at the airport by public transport and the provision of insulation for homes in the area affected by higher noise levels. Gatwick's plan is to move the backup runway by 12 meters to meet safety standards for both runways to operate at a cost of £2.2 billion to be funded privately. Located 30 miles south of London, it is owned by Vinci Airports and Global Infrastructure Partners, and has said the second runway could be operational by the end of the decade, boosting trade and tourism and creating 14,000 jobs. Alexander said a new deadline for a final decision in Gatwick was October 27. Luton, a smaller airport north of London, has also asked the government for permission to expand, and a decision is due by April 3. The Kremlin said on Thursday that it believed dialogue with the United States should move forward as long as there is political will on both sides and a readiness to listen to each other, but said nobody expected quick and easy solutions. Kremlin made its comments as Russian and U.S. diplomats met in Istanbul for talks aimed at resolving long-running disputes over their respective diplomatic missions. It was a first test of the ability to reset wider relations and work towards ending the conflict in Ukraine. Speaking to reporters Wednesday, Trump said Russia would have to make territorial concessions in future negotiations with Ukraine, but that Kyiv can forget about joining the NATO alliance. Moscow says 4 Ukrainian regions, Donetsk, Zaporizhia, Kherson, and Luhansk, are now part of Russia, even though it does not control any of them fully. given many Western countries reject Russia's claims as illegal. As about Trump's comments, Kremlin spokesman Dmitry Peskov said on Thursday, "What we are seeing is that President Trump himself speaks and is ready to listen to others." Said one topic of possible Russia-US cooperation will be joint development of natural resources in the Arctic, but said there were no substantive talks in that yet.
There are basic agreement to this effect which have been achieved in Riyadh. Today, another meeting on expert level took place in Istanbul. Our diplomats are working to develop the understanding which has been reached during the phone call between the two presidents, Donald Trump and Vladimir Putin. And those agreements achieved in Riyadh between the high-ranking delegations of Russia and USA. Probably, there is no need to run ahead yet. The information on the outcome of the talks will be provided, one way or another. What we see is that the President Trump speaks himself and is ready to listen to the others. This is very important, and this is what differs dramatically the present Washington administration from the previous one. No one expects solutions to come easily and quickly. The problem at hand is too complex and neglected. But with the two countries' political will, with a willingness to hear and listen to each other, I think we will be able to get through this working process. Indeed, the vast sphere of potential cooperation between the Russian and American companies was mentioned in Riyadh. This sphere does exist, and the company's interest does exist, too. But there are no substantial talks on this matter yet. There is the U.S. stance, settlement, of Ukrainian conflict, first and economy after that. Everything must be settled step by step. And be patient. We have a little trade turnover with USA. A minimal possible, I would say. Therefore any tariffs or fees cannot have any negative effect on us. But of course we do not want to see many trade wars around the world, because they can negatively influence all the countries of the world.
Berlin on Wednesday illuminated its landmark Brandenburg Gate to commemorate the killed Israeli hostages, including members of Abiba's family, 9-month-old Abiba's, his 4-year-old brother Ariel, and its mother Shiri. The words, "Never forget, bring them home now." Well, later on the same day, the Palestinian militant group agreed to free the last hostage bodies included in the first phase of a Gaza ceasefire. For Israelis, the Abiba's family has become an emblem of a trauma that has haunted their country since the Hamas-led attack on communities in southern Israel, in which 1,200 people were killed and 251 were taken back to Gaza as hostages. Hamas handed over the bodies of 4 Israeli hostages early Thursday, while it waited for hundreds of Palestinian prisoners to be released by Israel in return, in an overnight exchange marking the final swap as part of a fragile truce in Gaza. A motorcade escorting white vans transporting the bodies of the deceased hostages was seen entering the compound of National Center of Forensic Medicine in Tel Aviv. Hamas said on Thursday that it was ready to start talks on the second phase, and that the only way remaining hostages will be freed is through commitment to the ceasefire. Catholic faithful, including nuns from Cameroon, gathered outside Rome's Gemelli Hospital on Wednesday to offer prayers for Pope Francis, whose ongoing hospital stay is nearing 2 weeks. Pilgrims have been leaving candles and flowers at the statue of the late Pope John Paul II outside the hospital since the admission of the 88-year-old Pope Francis. The Pontiff has shown a further slight improvement as he battles double pneumonia in the hospital, and a previously reported kidney problem has been resolved, the Vatican said on Wednesday.
At this moment, I think I feel confident. I am happy with the news that I'm getting from Vatican News that he is getting better. Pope Francis is a very humble and simple Pope. He likes the simple people, he likes the poor people, and he is down to earth. And I pray that God should give him the good health, that he may get well and may continue what he has already started, especially after this synod of synodality. There are a few things that he has already started that is making us the church, the whole church and everybody very close to humanity. That is my prayer. I feel good and I have confidence that God will restore him back to health.
Old Pope's spending his 13th night at Rome's Gemelli Hospital, the longest hospital stay of his nearly 12-year-old papacy.
At this moment...
Meanwhile, hundreds of Venezuelans took to the streets of Caracas on Wednesday evening to celebrate the canonization of Jose Gregorio Hernandez, known as the Doctor of the Poor. Hernandez, whose canonization was approved by Pope Francis, will become the Andean nation's first saint. Hernandez was born in the Andean state of Trujillo in 1864. He was known for visiting the sick in Caracas during the Spanish flu pandemic. He died in 1919 after being hit by a car. The Vatican announced his beatification in June 2020 upon a medically inexplicable healing.
Today we are uniting in prayer with the Pope, who has declared Jose Gregorio Hernandez a saint through his signing of the approval of canonization. This brings the world and Latin America together, but it particularly brings Venezuelans closer to the Catholic Church, who is happy to have the first Venezuelan saint on its altars.
The number of babies born in Japan fell to a record low in 2024 for the 9th consecutive year of decline, government data showed on Thursday, underscoring the rapid aging and dwindling of a population. Births were down 5% in a year, despite measures in 2023 by former Prime Minister Fumio Kishida's government to boost childbearing, while the record number of 1.62 million deaths meant that more than 2 people died for every new baby born. Although the fertility rate in the neighboring South Korea rose in 2024 for the first time in 9 years, thanks to measures to spur young people to marry and have children, the trend in Japan has yet to show any upturn. Behind Japan's childbirth decline are fewer marriages in recent years, stemming from the COVID-19 pandemic, said experts at the Japan Research Institute.
The number of babies born in Japan last year, including foreign nationals, was 720,988, hitting a new record low. It means that we have not yet been able to put a brake on the falling birth rate or fulfill many people's hopes of raising children. By comprehensively implementing the measures outlined in the Children's Future Strategy, we are committed to working towards realizing a society where everyone who wishes to have children can do so and raise them without worry. By reducing the burden on the working generations and creating a more balanced social security system in terms of employment, we hope to increase the contributors to support the social security system. Through these efforts, we will continue to work towards building a social security system that supports all generations.
Several dozens of Indonesian nationals were extracted from a scam sentence in Myanmar's town of Mayawadi were repatriated via Thailand on Thursday. At the high side of a second Thai-Myanmar friendship bridge, 84 Indonesian nationals taken into Thailand from Myanmar on Thursday were seen escorted by Thailand's soldiers for an identification procedure before being driven to Don Muang Airport in Bangkok on the same day. However, the ongoing efforts targeting scam compounds along Thailand's border with Myanmar has led to only a small proportion of workers there being pulled out, a top Thai opposition lawmaker said, calling for more comprehensive measures to stamp out a booming illegal industry. Ransingban Rome, Thailand's leading voice and calls for action against border broiler rooms, have been defrauded ties of hundreds of millions of dollars, so that 300,000 people were operating in Mayawadi's camp compounds, less than 10,000 of which had been rescued. Rome, who has traveled through some of the border areas himself, said about 40 scam compounds existed there, did not cite evidence. Thai authorities are not doing enough to take down their kingpins running these scam operations, or Thai officials complicit in allowing the expansion, said Rome, who represent the opposition People's Party. Those include Colonel Soshit Tu, a Myanmar warlord who controls areas around Mayawadi and has long been seen as central to the rise of scam centers on the Thai frontier. Thailand's government says it's committed to taking down the scam centers, so she too and its militia could not be reached for comments.
And the number of the people, from what I know, in Showekoko, maybe the victim and also the boss or the Chinese who really want to work on this business, maybe overall it's around 100,000 people. KK Park, another place that's really big, maybe it can be another 100,000 people. So overall in just only Mewadi, we are talking about the number of the people involved in this industry of the scam. Maybe it could be like 300,000 people. And now how many people that we rescue? Less than 10,000. So we are talking that the scale of this kind of business that we destroy, maybe less than 10%.
Still to come, protest planned on 2-year anniversary of Greece's worst railway disaster. Rwandan minister accuses the Human Rights Council of double standards. Details in a moment.
We are local.
We are right now with the wife of the man that was...
Why the main market is in chaos. People are...
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye. Aye.
We have taken the move by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes. Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Nationwide strikes and protests are planned on Friday on the 2-year anniversary of a deadly train crash that claimed the lives of 57 people as they were heading from Athens to Thessaloniki on February 28, 2023. Many of those killed in the crash when a freight train struck a passenger train head-on near the city of Larissa were students. Crash experts and railway officials had said little had been done to significantly improve train safety, despite mounting evidence that system deficiencies helped cause the accident. Greece Transport Minister Kostas Karamanlis submitted his resignation immediately after the crash, while Prime Minister Kyriakos Mitsotakis said those responsible will be brought to justice.
We are all to blame, and we should admit it with courage. From governments and administrations who for years turned a crucial project into a Sisyphean task, to guilds who prevented any assessment of the trained personnel. The allocation of responsibility will be done by the justice system, quickly and to the highest possible extent.
We are here and we will not stop until we reach where we need to reach, until those responsible are held accountable, and we can bring some justice to our children, and find some peace inside.
Since the accident, a wave of workers' strikes and large-scale protests have taken place, some erupting in violence, with protesters angered over the neglect of the state of the railway system, that no one has been brought to justice. 2 years later, the investigation is still ongoing without a trial being set. Relatives say they cannot properly mourn their family members. 2024, Mitsotakis' government survived a no-confidence vote in Parliament over the handling of the crash. The exact cause of death of many of the victims has not been determined. The families have accused authorities of trying to cover up evidence, something the centre-right government, which was re-elected after the crash, denies. China's defense ministry said on Thursday that drills of Taiwan's coast, which alarmed the island, were routine. Democratically governed Taiwan, which China views as its own territory, said on Wednesday that Chinese military had set up a zone for shooting drills in southwestern part of the Taiwan Strait off the key areas of Kuxing and Pingtung. Taiwan condemned the move as dangerous, provocative, and a threat to commercial flights and shipping, adding that it was given no prior notice. At a regular news briefing in Beijing, China's Defense Ministry spokesperson Wu Qiang said Taiwan was seeking attention.
The remarks made by the relevant Taiwan authorities regarding the People's Liberation Army's routine training exercises are purely hype. We urge them to stop playing tricks and seeking attention.
The Minister of Foreign Affairs of Rwanda accused the Human Rights Council of double standards on Wednesday and hoped for an impartial investigation into violations in Eastern Democratic Republic of the Congo. Rwanda-backed M23 rebels have seized Eastern Congo's two largest cities over the past month in a conflict that has displaced around 500,000 people since January. Last Thursday, United States Treasury imposed sanctions on Rwandan State Minister for Foreign Affairs, James Kabarebe, for his alleged role as a government liaison for the M23. President said on Tuesday it will pause some bilateral aid to Rwanda and impose other diplomatic sanctions on Kigali until there was significant progress in ending hostilities and a withdrawal of all Rwandan troops from Congolese territory, estimated by the United Nations to number several thousands.
All these horrors are well documented and form an alarming pattern. In the last trimester of 2024 alone, the United Nations reported that DRC security organs were responsible for more than 30% of human rights violations in conflict zones. Under the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, all rights and all human beings are equal. Yet a double standard is evident in the treatment of Tutsi communities in Congo. How can this Council remain silent in the face of such injustice?
Rwanda denies providing arms and troops to M23, says its forces are acting in self-defense against the Congolese army and militias hostile to Kigali. The UN Rights Chief condemned on Wednesday the unprecedented disregard for humanitarian law in Gaza and Israel following the October 7 attacks. Hamas-led fighters killed 1,200 people and captured more than 250 hostages in an attack on southern Israel on October 7, 2023, according to Israeli tallies. An Israeli retaliatory assault has since laid waste to most of Gaza and killed more than 48,000 Palestinians, according to the enclave's health officials. The report repeatedly accused Israel of breaching international law in its conduct of the war in Gaza and its military campaign in the Israeli-occupied West Bank. Israel, who announced earlier this month it was disengaging from the Wadi, has left its seat empty since the council began on Monday and has previously denied allegations of war crime and breaches of international law in Gaza and the occupied West Bank, saying that its operations targeting Hamas aim to reduce civilian harm. Palestinian ambassador to the UN in Geneva, Ibrahim Krarishi, described recent suggestions that Palestinians could be displaced from Gaza as a crime against humanity and denounced escalation of Israel's military campaign and settler violence in the West Bank.
There is absolutely no justification for the horrific attacks committed on 7 October 2023 when Hamas and other Palestinian armed groups brutally assaulted Israeli communities, killed civilians, and took more than 250 hostages, and I have repeatedly condemned these acts. And nothing justifies the appalling manner in which Israel has conducted its military operations in Gaza, which consistently breached fundamental principles of international humanitarian law. According to the Gaza Ministry of Health, more than 48,000 people, most of whom are women and children, have been killed.
The United Nations World Food Programme has temporarily stopped distributing food aid in a famine-struck camp for displaced people in Sudan's North Darfur amid escalating violence, warning that thousands of families could starve in the coming weeks. The move comes 2 days after medical charity MSF suspended its activities in Zamzam camp, which has been the target of repeated attacks by Sudan's paramilitary. War erupted in April 2023 amid a power struggle between the Sudanese armed forces and the RSF ahead of a planned transition to civilian rule, triggering the world's largest displacement and hunger crisis. Senior UN aid official Adam Wasano told the Security Council on Wednesday that satellite imagery confirmed the use of heavy weaponry in and around Zamzam in recent weeks and the destruction of the camp market facilities within the camp. Famine was confirmed in August in Zamzam camp by Global Committee of Food Security Experts.
In North Darfur, 8 months after the Security Council adopted Resolution 2736, civilians remain under attack. Violence in and around the Zamzam displacement camp, estimated to be hosting hundreds of thousands of civilians, and where famine conditions have been confirmed, has further intensified. Satellite imagery confirms the use of heavy weaponry in and around Zamzam in recent weeks, and the destruction of the main market facilities within the camp. Some of the humanitarian dimensions of this crisis bear repeating. More than 12 million people displaced, including 3.4 million people who have fled across Sudan's borders. More than half of the country, 24.6 million people, experiencing acute hunger. We need real implementation of the repeated commitments to facilitate and enable unhindered, unfettered humanitarian access to civilians in need.
In November, Russia, which backs the Sudanese government, vetoed a Security Council draft resolution that called on Sudan's warring parties to stop fighting and ensure the delivery of humanitarian aid. Brazil's President Luiz Inácio Lula da Silva slammed on Wednesday the protectionism agenda in the first meeting of the BRICS bloc under the Brazilian presidency. Without mentioning Donald Trump, Lula said that the Paris Agreement and the fight against global warming are threatened, as Trump announced in January it would withdraw the United States from a global effort to fight climate change. The Brazilian leader also mentioned the growing power of big corporations and the role in the spread of misinformation.
The current surging protectionism in the sphere of commerce and investment reinforces the importance of measures to overcome obstacles to our economical integration. At the same time, as it offers extraordinary opportunities, artificial intelligence sets ethical, social, and economical challenges. Big corporations don't have the right to silence and destabilize entire nations with disinformation. The Paris Agreement and the climate regime are threatened. The planet accumulates record temperatures and concentration of greenhouse gases.
Holds the presidency of the bloc, founded along with Russia, India, China, and South Africa. First meeting of 2025 of the BRICS heads of state is expected to take place in Rio de Janeiro in July. Amazon unveiled on Wednesday first major overhaul of its Alexa voice assistant since it was introduced more than a decade ago, embedding it with generative artificial intelligence. The effort carries a significant weight at Amazon, which has plowed billions of dollars into Alexa since its launch in 2014, in the hope of putting the service into a range of devices and ultimately driving sales on its main e-commerce website. A new service is called Alexa Plus, Panay said, echoing the nomenclature of a higher tier of many tech and streaming service offerings. Alexa Plus is free from Amazon Prime members and is priced at $19.99 a month for non-Prime users. The service, which was live as of Wednesday, will be available in March to some users, with the rollout expanding to more people over time. Pani demonstrated how Alexa can store through prompts customer preferences. For example, that a household member is vegetarian and prefers Greek and Italian food, but eschews peanut butter. It can be used to make dinner reservations and send time texts or reminders. The service can connect to Amazon products such as Ring doorbells to show recordings from its cameras. Alexa director Mara Segal said Alexa can review documents such as Homeowners Association contract, so that a resident knows what is allowed, like installing solar panels. A group of Brazilian transgender women have been working hard in the last few months to learn samba as they prepare to take the stage at the world-renowned Carnival Parade in Rio de Janeiro. They will lead the last section of the parade for samba school Paraiso do Tuito, which this year will tell the story of Sika Monegongo, which is known as the first transgender woman in Brazil. Mani Congo was captured in the region of Congo Basin and enclaved in Brazil in the 16th century.
Is very important, because for me Carnival has always represented a place of freedom, of being able to play with what we don't normally play with on a day-to-day basis. It may be because of social impositions. So when we thought of the project and presented it to the school, to the Carnival director, especially the people who were in charge, it was a way of saying, look, this group of transvestites, this population that you're going to talk about, needs different attention. The challenges are still very basic in terms of seeking humanization. So we have all the things I've listed. But the main thing is the legitimate recognition that my life matters. Trans people's lives matter and our rights are just as important as any other groups. The exercise, the homework that Tuyuti, Samba School, is doing is to say that all our struggles are connected. Right now, it is coming out in defense of the trans community, and that from that moment on, we can continue to do more and more, understanding that the struggle of black people, the struggle of women, the struggle against religious intolerance, the struggle of immigrants and sex workers, of people living with HIV, of people with disabilities.
Paraiso do Ituitu is one of the 12 summer schools that compete in Rio's yearly Carnival Parade, with locals like to call the best show on earth. Each school creates a story told in song and costumes for the parade, which is TV broadcast. The event will take place between March 2 to 4. Competition in the basketball event at the ongoing Southwest Zonal qualifiers for the forthcoming National Sports Festival, NSF, heightened on Wednesday to Ondo State and Lagos winning their games. The jostle for qualification tickets for the festival tagged Gateway Games 2024 saw Ondo State defeating Osun 59-50 in the event's female category. Similarly, Lagos defeated Oyo State 66-43 also in the female category. Lagos went on to defeat Oyo State again later in the day, winning 53-45 in the day's lone male category match. Speaking after the match, Tayo Shobogun, the Oyo State coach, attributed a loss to lack of concentration by the players in the game's last quarter. Shobogun, however, said their target still remained clinching one of the two available slots. Teams from 5 states in the Southwest geopolitical zone registered for participation in the basketball event, which has been played in a round-robin format. States are Lagos, Ekiti, Osun, Oyo, and Ondo. Winners and second-place teams in each of the 8 bowl games at the zonal elimination competitions across the country will qualify for the 22nd NSF. 2024 NSF is scheduled for Ogun from May 16 to May 30. Nico Haldenberg and Gabriel Bototaloto tested their new Stake F1 Team Kick Soba cars for the 2025 Formula One season. Haldenberg and Botoleto did laps around the Circuit de Barcelona, Catalonia, which hosts the Spanish Grand Prix, and released footage on Wednesday. Soba will become the Audi factory team. 2026 features a brand new lineup for 2025, with Hulkenberg will move from Haas in place of Valtteri Bottas and reigning Formula 2 champion Gabriel Bototalo of Brazil coming in for Zhou Guanyu. Cincinnati Baiters exploded for 15 hits, including 3 home runs, a triple, and 5 doubles, as the Reds hammered Los Angeles Angels in Tempe, Arizona on Wednesday. Matt McClain went 3 for 3 with a homer and 2 doubles, while Ellie De La Cruz had a home run and a double with 2 RBIs. Jacob Odobe's 2 for 2 had a double and 1 scored. Mike Trout, Helmut, and Gustavo Compero collected 2 hits and an RBI. EB 500 tournament in Acapulco on Wednesday. The top seeded German Zverev was well below his best. American teenager Leonard Chen, while 5th seed Ben Shelton crashed out 6-3, 6-3 to David Goffin.